Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time coming, but Call of Duty Challengers Elite has returned to your screens, and we are kicking it off in Europe. My name is Bryce, joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn. Tunn, it's another packed season of games for Europe's best.
A very, very exciting season upcoming here in Europe as well. Really excited just to see Challengers as a whole. It has, of course, been bringing away since the game's release. We've all been watching the CDL, but I've been watching the CDL thinking, when's it time for Challengers to start? So we are very excited to be here. It's going to be a good time.
We certainly are. This will be the best and brightest and potential future stars to join the CDL. Usually they start their story right here, and this year, new game and new crop of teams and players. Some old favorites and soon new potential rookies will be making their splash right here, right now. Already looking through some of the teams this time, I have seen some new names. Let's find out how good they are, but also some of the veterans have returned.
Yeah, it is the classic, I want to say the Brady Bunch that we do have in amongst us here. You know, we have had a lot of the same players in and around Europe for a good few years now. Of course, we have had a few, I want to say, cherry-picked away to go towards the CDL, but for good reason, they have been performing.
They certainly have. Well, let's have a little look at the schedule for this evening. So this is how it goes to begin with. We kick off with Katana Gaming and Team Notorious. Then we go on to Noctum Esports and Team Twisted. And then you go over to North America, where they'll be facing YFP Card and Omit Brooklyn and Pioneers and FC Stallions. So you get your European first, then you manage to jump on and get your North American later done.
It's a big night of Call of Duty, mate. This is how we love to do things. But specifically, the game I do want to talk about would obviously be the first one, but Katana Gaming against Team Notorious, I'm sure we're going to touch on it whilst we get into it, is a massive game to kick things off. Two of the best teams in Europe immediately out the gates. I seen that on the schedule. I was like, Ray, our producer, we need to see that game. So that is the very first one we are going to be going into. Really excited for that one.
It certainly is, and if you haven't watched Elite before, this is kind of how it works. Not only does everybody play everybody in the groups until we get towards the end of the playoffs, But more importantly, that's not all the COD you are going to be seeing this evening. How it works is at our 8 o'clock slot in Central Time, it's actually 7 here in the UK, we're going to watch one game. Now, we are primary game that we focus on most of our time. But if we get an opportunity, any downtime, or if we just want to catch a really good ending, there is a second game in that secondary slot, and that will happen in both time slots as well. So a total of 4 games or 8 teams will be coming to your screens, and that's just in Europe. It repeats for North America. So you're actually getting double the Call of Duty you thought you were.
Yeah, you'll get a lot of games. It's nice to be able to be fluid in these situations. We're going to get some games that are going to go to map 5, like this one probably. We will see this one go a relative amount of distance, I would say, so that will maybe give us an opportunity to jump over some others. It might not. We might have some 3-0s, and then we'll be able to jump over some other games as well. We are very fluid. We're like water here on the Call of Duty Challengers broadcast, so we will be making sure we cover everything we possibly can.
Yeah, we certainly will. Any updated scores we can, we will bring you as soon as we know them, of course. And that just kind of sums it up. Hopefully, you know some of these teams. If you don't, well, they'll introduce themselves over the next few weeks, of course. Speaking of introducing teams, though, let's bring one to the stage right now. Team Katana, with the first team we kind of dive into here. Super, Aspect, Cobra, and Brezzy. Ton, it's certainly a team that a lot of people are looking at to do a lot of work.
Yeah, I've been having conversations with a couple of the Challengers players, and I mean, I'm looking at Super and Cobra, and I'm thinking to myself, at the team that they had at the start of the season, they were, of course, with Vortex, and it was looking like a really interesting roster. It didn't go to plan. A lot of people were looking at that roster and sort of saying, wow, I mean, that is a really solid team. Didn't go to plan whatsoever. They've really struggled. They kind of split off in different directions, but Super and Cobra managed to find themselves with Aspect and Brezzy, which looks a very, very good team. I mean, there are players who've been in the CDL. There are players who are pretty much tipped to be the next in the CDL in this roster. A very, very solid lineup. They'd be one of their favorites over the entirety of the Challenger season.
Yeah, they certainly will. We'll see how they get on as well. I know people have been talking about Cobra a lot. Wouldn't be surprised to see if people start looking around and taking him up. I thought he might get taken in the off season, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
hasn't happened quite yet.
There was rumors about it, of course, as well. He's one of the only remaining players from that roster. I completely forgot the name of the roster though, that Abuza and Cobra are on. Everybody else has pretty much been brought up but Cobra, who has still not had his call up, but I would imagine it will be coming very, very shortly, considering his brother kind of owns one of the CDL teams. I would like to think that'll probably happen at some stage.
It's certainly a potential, of course. But moving on, Tyler, of course, to the rest of them. It's not about one player or one team. There are quite a few here into this one, and this is our second. One of the favourites for Europe this season. Team Notorious, Afro, Eric Boom, Rafi, and F-Dot. A lot of people thinking that this team could sweep everything.
Yeah, and I mean, look, they've got Afros. I think, we don't try to concentrate on one player, but this guy has been, well, in and amongst European Call of Duty for quite some time now. Obviously, at least out on the CDL, looked very good on the CDL. Then all of a sudden, things didn't start going quite as well as they had been, and kind of gets dropped down to this point now. It is for him about trying to reprove himself. He's having to go through the whole gauntlet again. But if he's going to play like we've heard he's been playing, then this is going to be a different level of Afro we haven't seen for a couple of years. So really interested to see how he does. The rest of the team absolutely stacked as well. F-Dot was somebody who impressed me last year. Interested to see how he does this year himself.
Will do. And kind of jumping on that Afro bandwagon, sometimes he's looked brilliant, sometimes he's looked a little bit less than brilliant, I might say, in the CDL. But from what I've been hearing and what I've heard through the grapevine as well, people are saying he looks like the best player in challenges at the moment. Now, does that mean that this is going to keep translating over throughout the entire season? Has he had a hot start? Will he get that call up back to the big leagues? All of these questions, hopefully, find the answer to in the next couple of months' time.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think it's an important year for Europe because it typically had been European challengers at the very top of the challenger scene for a good few years. But that all of a sudden feels like a really long time ago. It feels like North America really have stepped it up over the past couple of years. European challengers, a lot of the players have been taken away from us, obviously, to the CDL, so it has somewhat weakened the region. There's still, I said, the usual suspects in and around Europe. We need to see them probably do a little bit more on the land side of things, though. Yes, okay, let's see how they do up against each other, but really want to see some European teams push on when they do get themselves over to those challengers events.
They certainly do. Well, we've talked about the teams. Let's talk about what they'll be playing on with the maps Team Notorious and Katana Gaming will throw down like this. Skyline Hardpoint, Protocol Search and Destroy, Hacienda Control, Red Card Hardpoint, and Red Card Search and Destroy. These two teams obviously throwing down. They've had a few scrim results going back and forth. And of course, the elite qualifications were a little while ago. Well, I say a little while ago, not that long ago, just a few days.
Last week.
But also the cups as well. But here's the difference. We've spoken about this in elite in previous years. You need to have a good start if you're one of these big teams expecting a high seed going in. But this is also a bit more of a marathon than a sprint. If you have a bad game today, there are still plenty more. You just need to get into those top echelons of your group so you can always improve over time and make playoffs and make a difference there. Still, these games are very, very important, and this one probably more than most.
Yeah, look, I think realistically heading into this, it is about trying to really learn on the competitive level where you guys are at. You're going to get to play up against each other a lot over the course of this season. And I think what's really cool, though, about the very beginning of the season is that we're kind of going in with a blank slate here. We're going to look forward to see how things are going to go between these teams because we've got no idea at the moment, Brycey. We're going to find out, though.
That is true. Competitive games does a team make. And speaking of which, this one is about to get underway. The very first game of Black Ops 6 Elite will start on Skyline Hardpoint, Team Notorious and Katana Game. Now, talking about these two teams, I think it's going to be quite a close one. I do believe Team Notorious may have the edge for a few people, but it's certainly not a team to be sniffed at. So no easy game for either side kicking off this tournament.
Also, small side note, there's another team with Notorious in the name. We've been talking about it for the first 5 minutes, Brycey. We were a little bit upset. We will make sure we just make sure everybody knows what's going on that aspect. But Katana Game and Team Notorious taking each other on the very first game of the European Challenger season, Brycey. Excited to see how things go.
Now everybody running into Paul, trying to get it going down. But first few bloods there coming straight in for Katana. Eric Boom trying to stay alive for Notorious, but it's going to be a horrible heady to hit, but he's done a very good job, but cannot get there in time, and Cobra will catch him on the slide.
Lovely stuff from Katana, but the real issue they have is trying to push through if they can. In Aspect trying to get a route through, finds an important kill, so already looking for the flip, not going to happen. F-Dot will hold that down, but good time here from Katana. If you do get yourself over, of course, towards the hot tub, you can lock some decent time down over towards the pool side, and that's exactly what they've done. They're going to be walking over towards P2 with about a 50-point lead.
Oh, they've done wonderful so far, but this hill is difficult to break at the best of times. You can already see the setup. Sit deep. Make sure they can't get around the back and push it, but they are making all of the kills here so far, and that is going to be trouble. Team Notorious already spawning out. They're looking for this one, Cobra. Looking for a player. It's going to see him at the corner of his eye. Gets that kill as well, and not the second. Afro will take him down, and it's a hold at the moment by Notorious, but it was on a very big knife edge.
Yeah, that was really, really close because I think you're giving up P1. You're giving that time. It's not what you want to do, but you got the spawns for P2. It's not the end of the world. Let's just hold this down. Now they get broken. You don't. You hold on. That could have been disastrous. The Team Notorious. 15 points on the board with 30 seconds remaining here at P2, though. They should be good for it. The tank game heading over towards P3.
A lot of pressure though. Katana going to make another run. This Cobra going to go straight in. Knows where the player will be as well, but there are too many in the point. But Brezzy finds two, finds a third as well, and that is broken. Scrap time here for Katana, and it's going to make that scoreline look a lot worse than what it could have been.
Yeah, that's worth its weight in gold. Team Notorious, I mean, that is a big, big swing. It's about a 30-point difference in the end from where they would have been. They managed to get themselves now over towards Kitchen. We're heading over towards P3. We want to keep a hold of the spawns that they have right now for P4, of course, which is what Prezzy's going to try and break. Can't do that. 11 and 4 to kick things off for the Frenchman. Player that so many people have spoke about over the years. Never quite got his full opportunity, but the talent has always been there. Somebody else from the French side of things in Cobra doing so well so far, but Katana Gaming break again. 40 seconds to play for here. Kitchen. They've got this under lock and key.
Yeah. Not great for Notorious. Lost that P2 time, went round into P3 and lost that straight away as well, and struggling to get back into this game as well. As you can already see, Katana looking in prime position to cross over 100 points. And now this all comes to Team Notorious. They must make sure that this rotation goes well. They must get some of these points back on the board. If they lose another rotation, it could be a hill too big to climb.
I mean, so many things have gone wrong for Team Notorious, but they get flipped as well off pretty much nothing over towards P4. Now managed to find an inroad, though. Super is the only one left momentarily. We'll have a teammate alongside of him in a second, but Super does so well to find the second. The third lines itself up. Super locking it down. Spawn's going to come in over towards the back for Team Notorious, though. They did originally have them 50 seconds to play for here. F-Dot has to stay alive, does so. Some time on offer for Team Notorious if they can clear house. They have done so far.
Well, this is every point needed. Have to do this, have to make sure they're in. Eric Boom has not had a great start, but a big kill on the flank here. They're now going to have to look at him before they put the pressure on. That's one down already. Players sitting towards the back. Cobra has found one as well. Pressure mounting second by second as Katana look to put the squeeze on. They find every single kill. Nothing for Notorious, but an Eric Boom consolation kill. Finds a second. This game has flipped around again, and somehow they've got back in.
I was just trying to formulate what I was going to say about how it broke down for Notorious, and they're already back inside of the point. Really good job from them to try and hold something down, but it has been all about Katana in that first rotation of hills. Whether or not they've had rotation, whether or not they've been able to find the kills, they have found a way somehow. And the only thing that Team Notorious really have to speak about is a decent hold at P2 and a couple of little bits of scrap time. They find themselves a substantial amount behind at this moment in time, Brycey. They will clear them up P1. Katana did well on that last time. Notorious trying to get themselves into this game.
Comes the pressure. F-Dot's going to find one as well. That player will have called him out, though. Still going to be on the hunt. Just wants to keep moving around. Look for the kills. Finds another. Displace again on a 4 streak. Unfortunately, will be caught by Brezzy there in the end, but a lot of damage already done. You can see them trying to flip them out, and they've done so, but Brezzy's still being alive. Not going to make it, and it's good for Notorious.
Yeah, that was really, really good awareness from F-Dot, and just basically where he spawned, give him a really good indication as to where that somebody's still behind. Span finds the kill. It was an important one of that, as Team Notorious still retain those spawns for P2. Katana soaking up some more time at what was probably their most efficient hill at P1. Soak up the final few seconds, will have themselves a substantial lead still as we head over towards P2. Notorious have got to hold this down.
Looking for a kill around the back, but he's going to get caught on the stairs before he can do any more. Super also trying to go for it, but Afro shuts the door in the face. Katana completely rebuffed here, flipped out entirely, and this is what Notorious needed. You've got to remember, only a few hills ago, we were talking about how bad their game had gone. Now they are looking to get this back into striking range as F-Dot also gets 3-ton.
One big play can really turn your game around too, like that. It make a huge difference. Afro is still going on a 5 spree. Deals with Cobra. Now he's over towards Kitchen, and he's trying to cook as best as he possibly can. Gonna line that up. Not quite 5 in a row from him still. Rafi and F-Dot really picked it up with the ARs. Cobra is alongside Afro. Well, Eric Boom and F-Dot have picked it up, I should say. Afro trying his best to stay alive. He will get that rotation over towards P3 if you're Katana Gaming, but that is a ginormous hold from Team Notorious. Puts them right back into this game.
Now it all comes down to P3. Can Katana stay with the ship? Can they claw back that lead they worked so hard for in the first 3 hills? At the moment, doing just enough, but a bit of a split spawn coming in. They've got to be careful. Cobra, only a little bit weak, but he's going to catch another one on a 4 streak. Unbelievable reflexes there as well. Katana Gaming holding down P3 at the moment, but pressure is pouring through. It's a close spawn for Notorious.
They've got the close spawn, and they've got the spawns that they want in 30 seconds time as well. Nobody on the point, though. There's the clean house, and there's the move forward. Cobra now going to try and flip this around if you can. You got to expect this if you're F-Dot, you do. Trying to hold it down. Split spawns have come through, though, for the side of Team Notorious. It might give them a small advantage for this final 20. Over towards the kitchen. They are going to start to find some kills. Can they put them back as well? F-Dot, final one surviving. He has got Katana off the point, though, so they've done a good job. They've got the spawns for the next hill. They're still behind.
This is going to be very, very important. Brady trying to find through, looking for Afro. Going to find one as well. They know he's here, but it's not going to matter. Only one player can do anything about it. Rafi desperately just trying to play his life. He knows the pressure is coming, but goes straight down to Aspect. And this is all about Katana. Almost about to close over the 200-point range. Notorious want to break this sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you thought the comeback was maybe on for Notorious, but you just float through if you're Katana. 200-point mark has been breached. Team Notorious need to find a way back through if they possibly can here. Aspect holding it down towards the backside. Push is going to have to come, and it's going to have to be clean from Notorious.
They're looking for it. They're just going to get in there as well. They're trying to get through. Cobra lines them up.
So hard.
Aspect waiting for Afro at the same time. Afro will find a kill, but it's not going to translate into time. And now Katana are like, right, let's push forward, see if we can get even more in a P1 as Aspect goes to work on a 5 streak.
I mean, every single time we've had a POV from somebody on Katana, they seem to be picking up important kills. Notorious have really had one flurry over towards P2 the second time of asking, but have shown us very little otherwise. Katana been a bit of a powerhouse here, Brycey, on map number 1. They're looking to close it out. They are 20 away.
Notorious has to be a magical bounce. Massive time P1. Flip and hold P2. At the moment, they are holding P1, but only just. Afro is going to go down. And it comes down to an AR fight over the hill. It's Katana that will just try and make these kills before they move forward. They know they are ahead, where Notorious have to keep putting the pressure on. They cannot allow Katana any more time.
Big kills coming through, though. Katana have not had a sniff over towards P1. They haven't had a single point. Notorious are chipping away. They find a couple of kills here, but look at the spawns that came through. There was a little bit of a split. Now you're in trouble. Spawn's going to be there now for the side of Katana Gaming over towards P2. 15 seconds remaining here for Notorious. They need to flip it back, and they need to hold down P1. Can they find a way through? Because they've made this game competitive now. They're not going to quite break 200. They're not as far away as they once were.
They do need a big break, and they don't really have the time to do many. Here comes the pressure already. F-Dot and Afro have already found 2. Super looking to try and get one of those kills down as well. They know there are players all over them. Backing to the point here for Super, waiting for somebody to come up top. Afro and F-Dot are trying to get something done, but it's not enough. Super has got it down as well, but Rafi gets back into the point. Notorious have found a way through and got the spawn.
Have to quickly get your guns up because they're going to be very, very close. Aspect, Brezzy combining. F-Dot with a big kill towards the back. Cobra will find one inside the point. Cobra will find a second. There's the rotation locked in. Notorious, you got one more roll of the dice.
Unfortunately, they don't have the numbers to trade, and they are already going down. F-Dot's found one, but he has to basically dive the hill, and that's going to be the end of the first hard point. Team Katana, strong start, stronger finish, and they will take that very important map number 1.
Really, really good job from Katana Gaming there. I think for me, you see Cobra pick up a couple of kills towards the backside on that final hill over towards P2, towards the backstairs. He finds something out of absolutely nothing. And then on the second go of things, manages to get himself inside the point, finds 2 kills, locks it down. So he wasn't necessarily the one shining for his team all the way throughout the game, but did the job when he needed to. It was all about the big plays that were made. Notorious found themselves back into the game off of Afro and F-Dog starting to go crazy. But other than that, we didn't see too much of, I don't want to say flashy plays, but it felt like those plays had to be made for Notorious to get themselves into the game. It felt like that to and fro we do often see in a hard point was really being won by Katana, but really, really good job by themselves to just close that one out. I mean, look at the stat line across the board, though. Big kills coming in from Cobra and Brezzy, really doing a fantastic job on the side of Katana. Aspect there alongside of him. And I want to say that Super really stepped it up over towards the backside as well. Bryce, he was struggling throughout, but managed to get himself to a decent spot at that final time of asking. Got a feel for Afro and F-Dot a little bit. They put up the numbers, could not quite get the job done, but it felt, as mentioned, that they needed to put those numbers up. They needed to have those moments if Team Notorious wanted some success.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the slow start really just put them behind for the majority of it. And, you know, great rally there in the middle. But you are right. It had to be massive amounts of slaying to get them back to this point. Huge runs and streaks to kind of just level the ship and stabilize, because there was a point where we were thinking this is going to be a runaway game.
Yeah, especially off the start. I mean, you get so much time at P1, immediately break to P2 when you've got the least favorable spawns. That is one of those moments where if you're Team Notorious, you're like, oh god, this is not the way we want to start. But if you're gonna try and find a silver lining for Team Notorious here, had they not had that terrible start, we would have had a very, very close game. We had a relatively close one, but had you not been, what, they were 80 or 90 points down maybe by the end of P3 and then didn't have spawns for P4, that puts them in a really, really tough spot for the second rotation, which they arguably won. But of course, when you do find yourself behind that part, it makes your job very, very difficult.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And this will be something they'll be looking to make sure they just tighten up as well. You've got to remember that they probably have been warming up for a few hours, but a warm-up is different to a full-speed competitive game. And you can just lose a few gunfights in those first few hills, the first few minutes, and it snowballs a little bit. And you can see them fighting back as well. But I don't think that's going to define this series. I think there's a lot more games ready to come down the pipe. And I agree with you, Tanner. I think this could go all the way to 5.
Yeah, I mean, based on what we've seen from these teams across the Cups, based on what we really just expect in terms of the rosters, we've known a lot of these players for a very long time. You would expect both these teams to really be towards the top side. But look, we had our expectations last year and they got completely blown out of the water. We've seen a couple of teams be expected to do a lot better than they did, and that will probably still be the case. There's going to be teams that come out the woodwork that could potentially do something. I've already had a couple of words with a couple of players, and there's a couple of rosters that do look quite scary that are brand new to the scene. So it's going to be interesting to see how things do go down as we get on towards the rest of the competition. Both these two teams will expect to be towards the top of their group, but there could be more competition than they expected.
There certainly could as well. And just going to bring you up to speed on where we currently are in this series. Well, we've just had our very first hardpoint of the season, so firm handshakes all around. But Skyline Hardpoint did go the way of Katana. We move on to Protocol Search and Destroy next turn. And I have mixed feelings about this one, mainly because I'm not very good at this map at S&D.
To be honest, I'm just not very good. Full stop. No, Protocol is one of those maps, I think, especially since the beginning. It is one of those that you can get caught out. It feels that way, at least in ranked anyway. It feels like, okay, I feel safe. I'm not. It was actually the very first Search and Destroy map I played on this game. I don't know if you wanted, any little tidbits.
That's an interesting kind of tidbit to throw all the way down here. While we were just waiting for this game to get underway, I'm going to throw some more in. We've got to go over the fact that there are two Notoriouses in this one. It's Team Notorious and Notorious Org. So for anybody watching, we are definitely going to mess that up at some point over the next couple of weeks. So please forgive us.
Oh, it's absolutely inevitable. I mean, we were having this conversation off air. There are literally millions of words. Like, how have we ended up with with two teams called Notorious? There's multiple languages. I mean, I would argue there are trillions of team names. And how have we got two very similar in such a way? It's questionable, to say the least.
It is questionable. It is questionable. But while we wait for this one, I tell you what, I told you during the break as well here. I tried to get a team's name changed yesterday, but they wouldn't allow it. I offered a team to change a name in the Elite, not to represent me or anything, no conflicts of interest here, but I just thought if they had the opportunity to, they could change it to We Hate Ton, but they did turn us down, so that hasn't happened yet. But,
I think it would, nobody wants to live a lie, and I don't believe you would have offered nearly enough money because you are very tight.
Wow, that's a mean thing to say, but hey, it might still happen. The offer is still out there, especially if any other team wants to change their name. Quite happily pay literal many £2 to try and get it done, but we'll come to that later in the year when they do change the name. So when we move on to talking about Black Ops 6 and everything that's come down this year, I have to say that one of the things that I have been very entertained with coming from the start of the game until now is just the gameplay. This gameplay in a COD game is certainly kind of my favorite. Reminds me a lot of Cold War. Obviously, we have a little bit difficult with the Omni movement, but I've very much been enjoying it.
Yeah, no, for me, the exact same. I think, when you come into a Call of Duty, you always have that excitement to play in the new game, but when we got onto this one, straight from the get-go, I was like, oh, yeah, we're in for a good year here. I think, with some introduction of some of the older style maps as well, we already got Hacienda coming to the map set, although that is maybe a slightly touchy subject with some of the community, not necessarily on Hacienda. Want it replaced. Anyway, irrelevant of that, I'm sure it will be shaken up as the year goes on. More maps get introduced, the better. And I would say, we're going to get to see some really good Call of Duty across the year. I mean, if that map number 1 is anything to go by, if we can just keep that up over the entirety of the COD Challenger season, I'll be a happy boy.
Well, we will find out as we come straight into this one. It's a very fast engagement already. Team's already losing players, but he's going to go down as well. Advantage to Notorious. Super just trying to stay alive here. Gets out there with his life remaining, but it could have been a 3 versus 1.
Yeah, Bob not in an ideal spot. Super and Cobra are going to try and get something going here, but F-Dot's already put himself in a really, really awful spot. If you are a Katana Gaming fan, you don't want to see F-Dot all the way towards the back there. He could really break it down. I mean, the fact that Super has got out with that bomb is absolutely miraculous. I don't know if Notorious are aware. It feels like they're moving on the map, and they maybe are, but... well, they're aware because Eric Moon will find one. Cobra can find one more himself. Is he going to be able to get out, though? Very, very weak. Not going to win that fight. Team Notorious will close it out. And it really does come down to those first couple of gunfights. When you head down towards the depths of this map, it can be seriously mixy in this little control room. And unfortunately for the side of Team Notorious, or for Katana Gaming, I should say, it did not go their way. First points are going to make a really big difference here.
I mean, getting that bomb out by itself was, like you said, miraculous. Realistically, gave him a few options here, but Notorious reacted very, very quickly and made sure it didn't go anywhere else. Now, they get their chance to attack as well. Here comes some pre-nades over the top. We're on board with Raffy. Raffy looking to just try and wall bang the doors, make sure nobody pushes too aggressively. But Super's taking a lot of map control here around towards the bottom, but doesn't have support of any teammates. If he gets caught down here, there won't be a trade for him.
Yeah, it's an awkward one because if you send somebody in here like Super, you can cause so much damage when the entry does come from the Team Notorious, if it ever does. It's a tough one to try and kind of way up over towards A. Do you want to try and go for like a retake? Do you want to slowly make that work, or potentially want to give up some of that control, which is exactly what they've done. Super trying to look for maybe a little bit more. The Notorious, plenty of mid-map control, now heading themselves over towards B potentially. A bit of a curveball here in round number 2. Katana trying to defend.
Resi just worried about people pushing, but he has Cobra watching over him as well. And Notorious are just trying to thread the needle here, but they've lost another player trying to gain ground. With the time ticking down, it means they're going to have to make a reckless play. Cobra has already found Raffy, and Afro will find one, but one is not a team, and time is not on his side. It doesn't even find the second.
Isn't able to get the job done, but a really difficult position. Just a really nice start from Katana. They find the first blood, find a lot of control. And from there, it's always a little bit tougher when you're on the attacking side. If you don't have the numbers, if you can't just, let's say, brute force your way into a point, it's extremely difficult. These entrances to the site specifically, obviously, on the lower side, it's so tough to get yourself inside. There's so many different ways you can watch it on the defensive side. There's so many different ways you can be seen from on the attacking side. It's a tough look on the attacking side over towards A if you don't win that initial gunfight.
Here comes the pusher as well, and Resi under a little bit of trouble here. Eric Boom is just baiting him completely, but Super's dived in here. They managed to get the bomb in a pretty good area. Super just making sure he checks his corners before he goes for this plant. Has reinforcements as well. For Katana, this is a good situation for them.
Sorry, it's going to try and pick them apart from the outside. That grenade is just going to really slow things down, though. Not if Eric Boom can find one, gets traded, 2v2.
Oh, this is a horrible push. One last though. Raffy finds one, looking for the second, but Aspect has been going back and forth and picks up the kill. Katana getting another one on the board here. Tarnan looking pretty good while they do it.
Yeah, still a tight game, but it feels like Katana are the ones finding those initial kills, and that's what is making things a little bit easier. At least that's been the case for the past 2 rounds. It really does come down to who gets control on the A bomb site. And that will be the theme going forward. Your own protocol. Let's see how things develop as we go into round number 4. The team's going to maybe try and make a pick over towards this B side. We already seen that. The side of Team Notorious, I'd imagine they'll maybe go a little bit more generic. You can see them already dropping down there. It's going to be about this fight down low once again.
That's 2 big kills for them. Oh, little look. Left alone and has to sprint into another player, and that's another very fast round. Katana just racking them up.
Very, very easy. They're finding these kills just a little bit too simply, I think. Notorious need to answer back as quickly as possible. Katana getting the job done on those first bloods, and it is making a massive difference. And that is the first real bit of breathing room they've had now. 3-1 up. See how things go for Team Notorious. They might have to change things up because they're not winning these initial gunfights. That's putting them in a poor position. Question is, do you challenge them to that down lower area? Do you start to give it up and then maybe try to pick your way in? Is that going to be the route, or do we keep up with the aggression? Well, we keep up with it and we lose first blood again. Raffy is dealt with very, very easily. Brezzy, Super all combining. 3 players finding 3 kills. Katana Gaming are running away with this one at the moment, Bryce.
Yeah, it's looking incredibly one-sided, and after a good start from Notorious, it hasn't really gone anywhere else. You're thinking maybe this would be the map they struck back on, but it is just coming down to all these first kills going the way of Katana every single time, and there's not a lot you can do about that unless the Notorious have got a different break or a different way to engage, but they've got to do something different.
It's difficult because if you're just not winning those initial gunfights, how else do you kind of play it over towards A? And then all of a sudden you want to either give it up and you can't plan, and you have to maybe make a very difficult choice to go over towards B, or you lose the site and you're going to have to find a retake and a defuse as well. Like, it is just about rolling that dice, and if your number is not up, all of a sudden you're in a really tough spot, and your number has not been up whatsoever here against Katana. And now we're going over towards B, though, if we are Team Notorious, just choosing to completely ignore that 50-50 gunfight over towards A. And for now, they have all 4 members alive, Bryce, 4v4.
Oh, super.
Okay.
Finds 2. That's a 6 streak. Not going to find F dot, though. Not enough. And this has come right back to it. You'd think after finding 2 off the rip, this would be pretty much over, but Notorious bring it back to a 2 versus 2.
Problem they have, though, they do not have the bomb, and Cobra is in one of the big power positions in the game. This is just an awful gunfight to take from so many different angles. He wouldn't have seen him. They'll get across. Did he see him, though, on the cross? Not going to go for the challenge. He can find one. He isn't going to be able to get out, though. That was the right play to make. It's always an unfavorable gunfight in that position, trying to get out and make something of it. But once again, first blood and the round to Katana.
This was about as close as it could have been. Difficult gunfights in there, really. Got to look both sides. Got to worry about what angle of sight has been cut off. And he was so high, there was just no way out for them. But Notorious really wanted that one. A 4-2 would have looked much more palatable. And for Katana, it could be one more time. Just one more round to go 2-up here.
And again, tried and tested. Why would we not go over towards A when it's worked so often? See, they've completely got control of this bomb site, but now all of a sudden, Team Notorious maybe are adapting. They're trying to hit a flank. They're trying to do something different, but that bomb is down. Notorious will have to retake. No. Here we go. No way you win in that gunfight on the second attempt. Very boom. Second player comes through, and Afro will find something. 2 versus 3. 1 versus 3 for Afro. Not gonna happen. Katana Gaming, time and time again to the A side, and it worked nearly every single time. 6-1.
Yeah, and not an awful lot to say about it. Just kept winning the gunfights and getting numerical advantage, and there was nowhere for Notorious to go. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer than that with the way the first 2 rounds played out, but certainly wasn't in the end, and that does give a huge advantage. Katana go 2-0 up in this series. Of course, the scoreboards are not reflecting the accurate score at this point, so ignore those entirely.
Yeah, why would they be working? Anyway, really good. Really, really good from Katana Gaming there. I mean, every single time you see Notorious wanting to not have any part of it down towards that A side, but it puts you between a rock and a hard place. You then have to try and find a retake somewhere or another, somehow. And it's a really, really tough one. If you aren't winning those 50-50 gunfights, you might as well chalk protocol up. You are 2-0 down now. And honestly, I was expecting this to be a bit of a closer affair, especially the Search and Destroy. I mean, we've seen a relatively close map number 1, but for the most part, Katana were in the lead all the way through. They were in the lead all the way through the Search and Destroy in a very comfortable 6-1 victory. They are very much pulling away here, Bryce. Team Notorious need to do something very, very quickly.
Yeah, that would be the kind of the hope for them moving forward. Realistically, there is still a lot of games to go. We did see some, I'd say, competitive edge to them. Maybe on the Hardpoint is the best way to put it. So they certainly showed up on that respawn mode. And as we move into the next mode, it is a respawn. So, hey, maybe this is where it swings back and forth. It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen teams go this way. But will we see a reverse sweep to open the series time? That's the real question.
It wouldn't surprise me at this stage. Based on what we've seen in maps 1 and 2, it would surprise me, but based on, well, just Call of Duty in general, it wouldn't. I think, you know, you look at these 2 rosters, very, very stacked across the board. 2 of the teams that will be towards that top echelons for the entirety of the Call of Duty Challenger season over the entirety, yeah. So let's see how things go down. There's a lot more maps to potentially be played, but Katana in a really good spot.
Well, they certainly are, but let's find out if they can close this series. Don't go anywhere. We're going for a quick break here at the Challenger Elite Series. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We have just gone to a break. We have now returned. It's time for map 3. And if you are just catching up, Team Katana and Team Notorious are going head to head. And we gave predictions of it being close, but the truth is, so far it isn't. The scoreline reflects that. Realistically, the Hardpoint could have been close, ton, but wasn't.
In the end, I think the scoreline arguably flatters Team Notorious in a little way. Katana Gamer really had their way with them on Skyline. Protocol was much the same. It really has come down to those first bloods from Katana Gaming. And time again, they would keep running it, and they would say, yeah, okay, you want a 50-50? No problem whatsoever. I want to say it was at least 5 first bloods for them in a 6-1 victory. And now we go over towards Hacienda Control. So this is going to be a bit more interesting. We haven't seen anything of it on a competitive scale yet. We didn't get a chance to, at least anyway, as far as I can remember, in the CDL. So it's going to be interesting to see what we get from it. Hacienda, obviously a classic map. If it goes by the rule of it should work for every single game mode because it's one of the old legacy fantastic maps, then it should be a Koga. It sometimes can be a little bit difficult with Control, though. Let's see how things are going to go down between these two. Katana Gaming very much have this game under their spell right now. Let's see if Notorious can bring it back. Can we get a reverse sweep in the first game of the season? That would be lovely.
It certainly would. Well, we are going to find out as we also dive back into history with a returning fan favorite. Hacienda returns to us, and I think we've all got pretty good memories of this map, and I'm looking forward to see what new ones it makes.
I have had the fortune of casting over Hacienda quite a lot over the past year, Bricey, so we're good. We're good. Not Control, though, so don't at me for anything on that.
All right, well, let's see how it goes, and for everybody watching, this can be a little bit of trouble if you lose momentum on this map. You can get yourself caught out just a bit. So keep an eye on that as things go through. Afro looking for the first. No, the second's going to be there as well and completely shuts it down. As you can see them now moving forward for even more map control.
Yeah, you expect them to just pick up a lot of real estate. That's not a big Hacienda joke at all. It is just a little battle map control. You find those wave of kills, you push forward. And you make Katana really have to fight to move up the map, and that's exactly what Afro is doing. Doesn't even need to find kills here. Just his presence on the map is enough of a pain to, well, cause some pain over towards Katana game. But the final route over towards the B side, maybe get something going here now. Super will find one over towards the top side. Now we'll move down the fences. If not, we'll start to cut things off here. Potentially, he's got Afro in tow. Afro will just about wipe the entire team. That's 4 kills in a row now for Afro. He's pushing forward, spawning them over towards the water side. Fantastic stuff from Notorious so far.
Oh, Rafi can get cut down before he can get anything moving there as well. But Notorious look like they are running this map at the moment. With a tick to Katana and 28 seconds left to go. Eric Boom needs to make this kill. Finds the first. He's going to be challenged for the second. An opportunity to stop the clock here for Katana. Afro's already cut one down. Hasn't died yet in his control. Looking for his 6th. Trying to destroy the fence panels. Could be a trip to B&Q. But not able to get the kill.
B&Q joke well and truly over the head of anybody who's not in the UK, but irrelevant of that, this has been all about Team Notorious. Finding the kills on the middle of the map, moving forward, finding the kills further forward, making things so difficult for Katana Gaming. They may well have an opportunity here over towards B, though. Cobra is very much the lone survivor. Needs a little bit of help. It is not necessarily on its way either.
There it goes. Just 3 seconds left, and this is what I talked about right as we open this map up. You've got to watch when momentum shifts like that happen. After the first few kills, Notorious just took control of the map, and then you were staggered, and then you couldn't really get anything going. And next thing you know, you've got 1 tick, and you're heading into defense.
And it all comes really from the brilliance of Afro. Finds 2 over towards the water side, and then all of a sudden, his teammates are doing their job as well. They find the kills, they push up. And I don't want to say you immediately choked around if you Katana, but you know it's going to be tough from there. Sensational work on the side of Notorious. And, well, I would argue that's the first time they've led in this series, full stop.
Wow. Let's see. Notorious. Can they keep going? Afro. Yet to see the respawn screen. But this is going to be a bit more dangerous. Not going to be able to run around and just pick up the kills as much as possible. There's going to be a heavy push coming in. Notorious looking to stack up through. Afro's going to find one. That's a 7 streak for him now as well. Oh, going to go down though. Not going to get anything else for it. They're trying to get this initial hit, but they are losing the kills as Katana rebuff them completely. Eric Boom's going down as well. And now for Rafi, it's all about trying to hold that door open for the teammates. Haven't got it, spawned them out.
Katana unable to really push up though. See a bit of water control now for Team Notorious, trying to work something. Get towards the spawns. Now if you're Katana, you're going to have to wrap back. You're going to have to deal with what's going on. Afro will find yet another kill. Ridiculous from Afro so far. Finds himself over towards B, and they've broken things open. They've got somebody pushed up. Wanted for a little while. Eric Boom will fall. Afro on his own over towards B, but plenty of control available here. Still going, mate.
Oh, very good time. And they're onto it. There's that first one, Eric Boom now. Looking to catch them off of the respawn. Only gets one, but then get that second tick out of this. Technically gives them the lead in this game, of course. But oh, F dot nobody get any more. Katana really mounting pressure. They will have numbers going through this. Rafi will find one, not the second. And numbers eventually mean prizes. That second tick did not go through.
That's a big retake from Katana. It was looking like B was going to go the way of Team Notorious. Would have put them in a really, really nice spot. Around the rest of the game, they've got one more stab at it here, though. Brycey, 15 seconds.
Eric Boom looking for these kills. They know they need to make them. Not going to make that one, though. And down they fall, and almost nothing they can get out of it. They don't get a single kill on that push. All it probably comes down to is live now. One tick apiece.
And considering that Team Notorious, I mean, they definitely had a better time of things, but they don't come away with anything extra to really make up for what was a really nice push over towards the B side. I mean, I think when they got control, you seen Afro on the point on his own, but a lot of his teammates had to really just have control over towards the water side and maybe stop any flags potentially coming through, but didn't make a count. And that really can be the difference maker. You don't necessarily get too many opportunities in Hassi under control. And that was one of them. They didn't take it.
Wow. Let's see. All score even. I will say, though, I think maybe Notorious's defense was better. But
I would agree.
That doesn't really matter an awful lot on the scoreboard right now, apart from I think they had a better live thing here for it. But this is a good break for them. Katana moving now. They know that those first two kills give them an opportunity to try and lock some time up. They're waiting for this second wave. You can see they've all gone static, looking for the kills on the map.
And the problem from Notorious, the reason that your defense was so good last time was because, well, you found the open break. They didn't find it, but they have managed to find a bounce back. They're trying to survive. We'll have a lot of pressure coming through here, though Afro not expecting push out to come so quickly. And now not a lot of control really for anybody right now, and the kill over towards A B is going to start to come on through. Katana Gaming may well stack this. They've got at least one member here. They've got one player up inside of office. Brezzy is going to try and get some eyes on. Will probably turn around and does so. Needs to help his teammates out. My God.
One. Oh, it's going to be weak, though. Let's go down, and pressure still mounting. Notorious putting bodies into it, but Cobra's going to find two. They keep this one rolling as that first tick is in. Super trying to get it. Oh, could have gone bad. Didn't know. And second player going onto it. They'll get this second tick tunnel. That's the most we've seen in any attacking round so far.
Yeah, really good job. They've just managed to keep locking down the right areas they need to. And this could be a massive moment. They find more kills. 4 dead momentarily. They can now start making their way over towards the middle of the map. You need so much control to get a hold of A. And now's the opportunity to find an attacking round. Katana Gaming look to try and find a lead.
Time on the clock. Can they pull this off?
Big kills.
Super just trying to stay alive. Goes for the rechow, but was just weak enough to not get it. And Cobra's going down as well. You see the pressure mounting here for Katana. They know they've made a serious dent. Notorious will be trying to hold them off, and Eric Boom back and forth. He's on a 4 streak. That's a very easy kill, but the trade is there as well. Notorious being unbelievably aggressive, but no F dot. Gets taken down with a knife.
There is no chance. Subas then found the third onto Rafi as well. Have a fourth? No, not quite. Afro will shut it down. But here is now a massive opportunity to get something going over towards the A side. Keep an eye on the lives as well. They haven't really come into the conversation whatsoever. They've stacked it. They've got 2 ticks. The third about to come in. Katana looking absolutely unstoppable right now. An attacking round and Hassi under control. Not quite like hen's teeth, but they're not very often found, Brycey. That is a big one. Katana find it.
Wow. That's what can only be described as impressive, Ton. We were wondering whether or not it was going to be a repeat of the first round, but Notorious never really locked up map control. There was a point there. Once B had gone, I thought, oh, they're going to dive into this, and they got a lot of map control, but Super completely destroyed any aspect of it with that 3 kills. And then Notorious are staring down an attacking run they have to win, or they will lose their opening game of the Elite Series.
Need to turn it around. This is going to be a hard attack. See, previously they did have opportunities though, so that's going to give them some confidence heading over towards B. And first gunfight, but Brezzy is starting to skate around over towards the fences. They find a couple more on this opening break though. Aspect really could do with finding something of his own. We'll take down Afro. Reinforcements are on the way, but Team Notorious do have a small hold over towards this B side now.
Be careful. Aspect is not going to find that kill. Going back and forth to try and get it. Cobra chasing as well, and that's the last bullet that catches a player. Cobra, not afraid of anything. You've got no health. That's 24 health. You can be breathed on and die. Give it a second.
Notorious are finding kills here, though. They're finding moments, but they need to be able to convert them into something. They do have, once again, bodies on the point over towards B. Notorious just trying to get some control up top. Eric Boom will find 2, though. He must have been the weakest man on the planet, and Super just looks at him and he dies. We find a second here. Super if he can. Yeah, that's huge. F dot falls. And Rafi is keeping the dream alive over towards B. Second tick on its way. Or not.
Well, they slowed it down just a little bit, and the Notorious will try and do this again. You can see they're stacking players as well. Afro will find 1. Katana waiting to get 1 back themselves. Afro has displaced. Going to come back for this next fight and still finds it. Going to look for the 3rd. The Shadow's going to appear in the doorway, but he's not quick enough to get the kill. 25 seconds left on the clock, and Rafi will have to get back onto the point to stop this. Nobody really near enough to help him as they try to find the kills all over the map.
They've been threatening, but it's been those final couple of kills, those final moments they haven't been able to find. Afro, can he be the man to find it? You can see Brezzy setting himself up in the middle of the map. He's just ready for the pinch if he needs to be there. Cobra, he gets cut down. F dot will find another. Afro's expecting it. He's well aware. Seasoned Call of Duty player, this man, and he reads it beautifully. Not before F dot is taken down, but is that going to be B locked in here for Notorious?
Well, it might be on the back of this. Rafi's found 2, and they will get the extra time. 1 minute more onto the clock here. Rafi looking to cut down Cobra off the spawn. Does find the first one. Looking for Aspect. Isn't going to get it. But Afro will get 1 as well as F dot. They're going straight towards A when they can. If they can find the kills, but not a kill there for them. And Eric Boom will look for him, but gives his position away, and down he falls. So much could have gone right there for Notorious.
9v4 now, though. Katana really struggling on the lives front. They need to win the next few gunfights and then some. Brezzy taken down. They only have 3 members now remaining. Cobra's going to go for the challenge here as well. Time is on the side of Notorious. And 8 versus 2. This now becomes almost impossible.
Yeah, just got to put bodies in. Bleed bodies for time. And a 1 versus 6 isn't going to happen. Afro gets another one. But Notorious close to losing it all. And Afro with 10 seconds left had to commit. And the rest of the team found the kills. And they've sent this to a round 5 on control time.
And probably deservedly so. I mean, we've seen throughout that 4th round, they were getting the opportunity, but just couldn't quite make it count. It's down to Afro, who just locks down that player who's coming in on the flank. And that is really what got the job done. But Katana Gaming will manage to find themselves on the defensive side now. That is a big win for them. And attacking and defense 1 apiece. I'll tell you where you'd rather be, and that's on defense. We're on number 5.
Here we go. 1 more time. Both teams want an attack. Both teams want a defense. If not, has to stay alive. Tries to bounce the nade off here. Almost feels like an S&D round, but Afro will find that kill with help.
Just look at that, though. As soon as Afro and Co start to find a little bit of control over towards Office, the rest of Katana starts to flood towards the middle of the map. They don't want anything to do with these fights back here. They gain map control. They make it very, very difficult. For all that Afro is finding kills here, the rest of his team are nowhere near him.
Feels a little bit like a one-man hero show. Afro continues to be a problem for Katana. Rafi looking to just get them again. This almost feels rehearsed. Rafi not able to get any more than one, but body's already onto the point. Cobra here looking to be a problem. Finds Eric. Boom. Gets the first kill as well. No trade coming through, and Cobra says, all right, I'll take the second. Thank you very much. Afro still alive, still making kills, but now here comes Cobra. Cobra will cut him down after all of that work for one tick.
But the thing is, with Afro just staying alive for a little bit longer, it's allowed Team Notorious out of their spawn just a little bit. They were in danger of being, well, not maybe locked in, but it would have been a harder push than what it was. That's thanks to Afro wasting time, but time is not on the side of Team Notorious now, but the kills are. Find a couple to go their way. F-Dot will find another, and all of a sudden, B is wide open. With 22 seconds, the clock is stopped. The 4-life advantage. Control of B. Katana may well give this up. They got no choice.
They wait for some kills on the exit. That's all they can really wait for. There it goes as well, and they really do not want this to go the same way as the last one. They're already down in lives again. Notorious fighting desperately.
Let's game of cat and mouse. C players just trying to hunt for each other. It's a great bait. Zafra will find one, and when the kills come, they come very, very quickly. The Team Notorious. Thank God Aspect is behind them. He can slow this down. But the kills on the front line are falling the way of Notorious. Aspect has to do it all on his own here.
Finds one. He's got Chow as well. Not going to get the second. It would have been huge if he could. Because now his teammates are falling back into a spawn. F-Dot is having the time of his life. And that is almost going to be gone before anybody can make a difference here. But Cobra's found one. Cobra going to shout for the sec. Of course he is, but it's going to be Afro who gets the kill. And that's going to be Team Notorious. 2 attacks in a row will take the control. This series is not over yet.
Sensational work from Team Notorious. I think it will be very easy to sort of say Afro was the one that won them that, but so many times he would stay alive on these attacking rounds. You know, if you're a team on the defensive side, you find 4 kills, you push forward. You find 3, you're saying to yourselves, okay, well, we need to make sure we clear everything out. And when Afro is even finding 2 when he's on the flank, that is more than enough. He's allowed the rest of his team to push up. They don't have to check their corners. They don't have to really take their time, whittle that time down if they want to get the job done on control. Really, really good work coming through from Afro once again. A one-man mission on occasion, and it really, really did work for them. Sensational work from Team Notorious. And as you said, a series on our hands now, Brycey.
It certainly is, and we're going to look forward to every single aspect of this, as this could have gone either way so many times. You have to give a little props in my mind to Afro. When they needed him, he was there. He made inroads not only onto the point, but stayed alive and made a lot of kills. It's difficult to deal with a player like that, and I think you pointed out correctly, Ton. Open the door for his teammates to get back into the game.
And that's all you have to do, really, isn't it? It doesn't have to necessarily be, okay, white ball for jump on the point, try and get something done. If you're just in an advanced position, it's control 101, right? You don't want to allow the other team to be able to just take up so much of that real estate. We've seen what Team Notorious did in their very first round on defense. They find 4 kills, they push forward. Katana Gaming's life from then on out is extremely tough. Can't get anything going from there, but because of the fact that they were able to keep Afro alive, because he was able to not just do the staying alive bit, he was able to find kills on top of that, makes it extremely difficult for Katana to be able to just force their way out, to get that halfway line, to make it difficult for Notorious, because Afro's behind you and causing absolute chaos on every single occasion.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Hey, maybe that's just the breath of life they needed in this tournament, because there was a point when it was 2-1 to Katana, I thought this could be over. This could be very much over right now. And for me, I'm looking forward. Maybe, just maybe, Notorious start to swing this one around. We said, wouldn't it be funny if we open up a reverse sweep? Well, the stage has been set. Will we go on map 5, or will Katana put this to bed early, Ton?
Well, to be honest, when you said it, I was like, probably not, based on what we've seen in maps number 1 and 2. That was better from Team Notorious. Let's see if they can keep it up here. But we go back towards a hard point. It definitely felt like Katana, and it's easy to say because they won it, of course, but it definitely felt like the pace was there from them. It felt like they had really that breakthrough power when they needed it. And when it comes down to red card, you absolutely do need it. There's a couple of hills on this map that obviously can go in a difficult direction if you don't find that opening break, if you don't find that rotation. Let's see how things do start to play out here, because in fairness, Notorious weren't necessarily too bad on the rotations when it comes down to Skyline, but it's a hard map to rotate on because of how small it is. But you think about red card, I want to say it's a little more traditional. It's a bit bigger. It's a little bit easier to commit to these rotations. It's not like a rotation is a stone's throw away from the previous hill, right? Doesn't happen very often. So let's see if red card is going to be a different story for Team Notorious, or if Katana can run away with it once again. Katana will be kicking themselves, though. I think you got to be in their shoes at this stage. You comfortably won maps 1 and 2. You put yourself onto defense to hold out twice for map number 3. You don't get the job done, they'll be a little bit nervous heading into map number 4.
I certainly will. Well, speaking of map number 4, we're going to go to a completely different map entirely. Let's go check out how the other stream is going on. Over here, we are going to see what should be in our second slot of the evening, and that round has just ended. And it means it's 2-2, and we're going into what I think is going to be the end of that.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of this game so far. It's the other game that was selected, and if anybody wants to blame anyone on what games we're playing, it's my fault. It's going to be Inglorious taking on Voltage. Voltage, relatively, I don't want to say entirely unknown, but a relatively unknown team. You got Yaza, who was in and around things last year. A couple of teammates who really haven't been in and around it at all. But Inglorious, you know, we got to see a little bit of them last season. Two teams who, you know, will be fighting to try and get themselves in the conversation for playoffs. These games against similar leveled opposition, super important. On the control here, he's trying to stay alive and does so. 24 and 18 from him. Seems as if kills are definitely going Inglorious's way.
Oh, look at this push all the way around the back. That's a clean sweep as well. Aiden, quite happy. Probably got another route here. Do the same thing again. Here we go. Straight around one more time. Well, the finds a player up top as well. That's an easy one. Going to back off there. No, he's going to be weak. Doesn't actually have to commit to it. Smart, slow play. Now back again to be a problem. Comes the check. There's two. Little bit of hesitation. Looking for the two players. Will go down. But they are pushed back.
I was about to say, Brycey, that's what the kids call flow state. And then he died. Just cursed him in my mind.
On this map, in my opinion, it basically just feels how that defense works at the moment. Can't really hold. Got to keep pushing. Got to keep being a problem in their spawn if you can. And flip them back and forth. Because once you do that, you really will start taking life control. Which is what Inglorious to have at the moment. But Magic's unbelievable 2 shots there. Looking for a third. Drills it home. And continuing to just play his life.
Yep, on the defensive side, you'd expect him to win this, but yeah, I think when it does come down to controlling this map, I think one of the best attributes you can have as a Call of Duty player on this one is being a pain in the ass. That's literally what you need to be doing. Flanking in around behind, I mean, it's the kind of map you look at and you think, I would love to play this map against anybody but shots. Like, that kind of player is going to cause you absolute havoc. Just able to skate around, put himself in positions you do not expect him to be in, and that is how you win defense. And that is a good example from it. All Inglorious 3-1 against Voltage there. Wasn't 100% sure how the score was actually going between these two teams, but it's convincing for Inglorious there. Really good start from them.
Wow. Wonderful time for Inglorious. Haven't seen an awful lot of them so far in this league, but I'm sure we will see an awful lot more as they move through this tournament. So that game will go now into its next part, as well as the rest of the games going on in this tournament as well. And we'll keep you up to date with the scores as much as we can. But speaking of up to date with the scores, if you haven't seen it so far, we are in a game in our primary slot. Team Katana versus Team Notorious. Currently 2-1 to Katana, as Notorious fought back valiantly and took the control away from them.
Yeah, it was a good win as well, especially considering that they were back-to-back attacks to have to win the map. A really good job from Team Notorious to get the job done. So let's see if they can carry some of that momentum over to map number 4 now. Katana Gaming still will feel confident based on maps number 1 and 2. They know the S&D. I mean, I think it's hard to say because when you go over towards Protocol, it does come down towards those 50-50 fights. It's not necessarily the same on record. Let's see how things go, though, on the Hardpoint and the Search and Destroy, if we do need to see it in map number 5. Still backs against the wall here for Team Notorious. Katana look good in map number 1. They will probably look good again here on record, although it is a very, very differently paced map.
Oh, differently paced is certainly a way I would put it as well. I think, for me, Tan, looking at this now, I'm feeling a little bit more confident about Notorious. I think going into it, at one point, I did kind of lose hope. I was like, well, this is a quick 3-0. This is a very confident 3-0 for Katana, but they do show I want to say they show, I was going to say realistically, there was some teamwork there that worked very, very well. I think Afro and Rafi really just picking up a lot of kills, pushed them over the edge in the control. And if they can do that into this one, if they can get their slaying game on point from the beginning, which was a problem in map number 1, they did not start off well, maybe, just maybe, they can send this map 5.
Let's see. It's going to be tough. Based on, I mean, the pace that was set from Katana in map number 1. Are we going to be able to compete with that? That is the question. I think they can. Well, they'll have to show a really good example of that from the get-go. It's all about these rotations. Especially thinking over towards P3. That's where your money can be made. Let's see how things are going to go down between Katana and Team Notorious. Team Notorious, can you start the reverse sweep up again? Can we see a map number 5 potentially?
Well, that's exactly what we are going to find out, because these teams are going to war straight away, and Katana, is going to be wrong way around, so we'll try and keep you updated with it as it goes through, but it will be Notorious technically onto the point here at the moment as Afro goes to work. There we go. Different colors, but the team names are now correct if you are watching at home. So don't worry, we'll try to keep you updated. I'm sure it will throw us through a loop as well. But as we can see, fortunately, production have changed that really quite quickly.
They're on the ball. It's day 1. They love to see it. It's a good start, though, for the side of Team Notorious. Good time over towards P1 is, well, it's something that can be done, but 21 seconds sounds about right. But over towards P2, we do now go. Is Notorious in control of that? It's a point where you really can make up some good time. Afro doing some hellish work in the middle of the map here. The rest of his team now spawning. Katana over towards the back side. It will continue to throw me off the colours though, Brycey, but we're fighting through it.
Afro's just trying to stay alive, and somehow does. They don't see him as well.
God.
We'll pick up another kill. This man moving like smoke, hitting like an inferno. Oh my goodness, Afro not slowing down. Needs to reload. It is going to go down now. Surely no. A teammate saves him out. Still alive. Looking for even more kills. Dives into the point and will be cut down by Cobra in the end.
I mean, yeah, this has been really hard for Katana Gaming all the way through. They've been on the wrong side of where they want to be from the get-go. And it's about to be the same story, heading over towards the third hill. Bit of split spawn coming in, though. It was a parallel one, if anything. Yeah, you can see them spawn towards the back. Really good job from Notorious. And it's so hard to judge that P2 spawn. It's very... I want to use the word finicky. But I also don't want to use that word too much because I'm not sure people know what it means. But all of a sudden, there's Notorious still in control, but Katana Gaming spawns towards the back. A little bit of split once more. This one could be hectic.
Rafi fighting for his life, and now Cobra just making the kills as well. Katana gonna get into this point. Eric Boom desperately trying to find that one, but just couldn't connect. And neither could Afro. Cut down before they can get any closer into it. And Katana making good time up here as well. F-Duck has found himself in the open, but somehow snaps with a teammate to get that kill. And they will now push into it. Eric Boom, again, not going to get it. It seems like every teammate stealing the kills here on our POV.
This feels like the reverse of what we see in map number 1. It feels like it's Notorious in control of this one, but they have to make sure they are making it count. We've only really seen a good hold over towards P2. Other than that, yeah, Katana got some decent time at P3. Here we go. As we head over towards the stage, it's once again Team Notorious. The first one's there. It's been super difficult here for Katana. The ARs need to be able to find something, because right now it is not working for them. Notorious are the first ones there every single time.
Rafi going to chow. Not going to be able to get it here. Katana still holding on, but pressure will be mounting. They have lost a little bit of outside control. Or is he just trying to stay alive, play his life? He is the player picking up the points. If he goes down, they'll stop getting those points onto their scoreboard. But now we'll have to fight regardless. Super trying to back him up here, but banged before he could do any more.
Notorious just seem to be touching them out at every single turn here. Every single gunfight that feels important, every single rotation is just well timed. This feels like the only time that I've seen Katana in the prime spot to pick up some good time, but then you still need to find these kills. The spawns are not necessarily being read very well. Kills starting to fall through once again for Notorious. You want to see map number 5 here, Bracey?
Well, they can do it if they keep this pace up, and that's going to be the key. Rafi knows there's a lot of places to look here and is trying to lock it down a little bit. Isn't able to. F-Dot going to try and find another one, but Aspect cuts him to ribbons. Katana jump straight back into this point as Afro looks to add to this already impressive kill score.
Didn't manage to find anything. And all of a sudden, for what feels like a game that has that Team Notorious written all over it, it's a very tight one. Notorious will find themselves, okay, breaking the 100-point mark. If Katana could have held that down, it pretty much would have been an even game heading into a second rotation. Keep an eye on the spawns. They're going to be fighting over towards P2 as best as they can. Aspect in a good spot to potentially get something going here for Katana, but as he does try to get something going, his teammates are not doing anything over towards P1. Notorious happy to soak that time up.
Here comes Aspect, and now back on board with Super, and this game feels pretty finely balanced. Neither team really able to feel comfortable at the moment, and certainly not in the rotations they've been having so far. Aspect backing up once again. Point here for Notorious. Aspect trying to stay alive and challenges the pistol and does so. It's going to cause a bit of a problem for Notorious. They will have to find him. And they do eventually get it. F-Dot goes back for him, and even with that distraction, Katana are not able to make any inroads onto this point.
For what feels like a game, though, that they have been second best, they are keeping within touching distance here. It's one decent break, it's one decent hole, and the game is complete level. A couple of kills going to come from the front end, though. Katana are close to it. Eric Boom has his teammates spawning behind him, but he has been dealt with. Cobra just trying his best to stay alive, can't do it for very, very long. Notorious in a really good spot to try and continue to hold some time down. How has Aspect won that gunfight? Dominoes haven't quite fallen. My goodness me. The shots from Eric Boom, 2 HP and a dream. 35 seconds remaining. Looking to lock this down. This is some really good time for Notorious.
This is what they want.
Yeah, flip them out.
Bring this back. Go to a game 5. Rafi not going to get it. Super already waiting for him. And Afro just going to cut down even more players, and it's all going well for them at the moment. They're having a pretty good time here, Notorious. This lead is getting bigger and bigger.
They played this hill particularly absolutely perfectly. Spawning them towards the back. Rotation for P3 is going to start coming in as well. Spawn them back there as long as you can, and if Eric Boone and F-Dot can combine like that, it's going to make things very, very difficult. It's a 6-3 for F-Dot. And for all I said, that Team Notorious felt like they've been the better team. Felt like the ones who were making the moves, were making the right plays. Didn't really have too much of a lead to speak of for it. Well, yeah, that's changed pretty quickly. F-Dot 18 and 14 from him. If you're Katana gaming, you need a good hold somewhere. I have no idea where, but somewhere.
Can they make this, though? Already ready to hold back. Katana, who basically just have to commit to this one, but Afro will keep picking up the kills. Afro looking for the second one, and not able to get it. Being careful, eventually has to go to the hill. Now going for a chow here, and there's going to be a player waiting for him. Absolutely no fear from Afro.
I mean, it's just far too easy. The kills falling his way once again. In the kill feed is not necessarily working as intended.
No, it is not working as intended, and it's been confusing me the entire game.
You know what, I've been thinking, oh, that must be a good team shot, because somebody else got the kill.
I was thinking there was a few teams, but no. I chose to ignore it, and I chose to continue on, but no more.
We're going to need one.
This game is coming towards the close. Obviously, we have raised this issue, but It is, in fact, a thing I've actually never seen before in Codcaster.
Never.
Where the name on the screen and the kill feed don't exactly match up. But that is beside the point, as right now, Notorious are running, sprinting, jumping, and flipping their way towards map number 5.
I mean, this is just being absolutely textbook all the way through from Team Notorious. Rotations that belong to them when they need to find the breaks. They really have found them. Super will eventually get something going over towards the stage. It matters. I mean, very, very little. We'll find another. But that's for all of 5 seconds. Rotation is actually looking pretty solid, though. If you're on Katana Gaming, but unfortunately, the scoreline says that you're 120 points behind, so you need to do something about it pretty quickly.
How? Something, but already players just streaming into the point to take it away from them. And for Team Notorious, at any time, they can end this with 18 seconds. All they really need to concentrate on at this point in time is making the kills. They can keep slaying all day and still get this game gone before they concentrate on the objective. And there is a massive streak in the kill feed. And that will all be done. That was Eric Boom, who just got 4. And realistically, that should be game.
That should be that. I mean, they've been some amount of points down for quite some time. And it's so difficult to come back from this kind of deficit. 8 seconds to go here on the final hill of the second rotation. This has been all about Team Notorious. I mean, for the most part, it really has been about the rotation game that Katana Gaming have just not been at. I feel as if you, on a map like Skyline, you can kind of get mixy and it can work in your favor. Team Notorious have played this one as well as you're likely to see. Fantastic play from them.
I keep saying it's over, but at the moment, still hanging on. Katana Gaming will have control of this point. It just feels like a very slow axfall here. Team Notorious only need one break and a few seconds to wrap it up. Can Rafi find it? Falling through, knows where they're going to be. Not able to drill down onto Brezzy, and is going to miss it. Eric Boom also going to fall, and Katana continue to hold.
I mean, we've been writing their obituary for quite some time now, and yet they're still alive and cooking, but that might just be that they're now 3 kills fall their way. Brezzy is the only one who can do absolutely anything about this one. Notorious are on the point. They're holding it down from this side, and they will be forcing a map number 5. Reverse sweeps on the cards, Pricey.
Wow. There we go. And it just felt like a very slow slope into the end of the game there. We'd kind of given up about halfway through. But Team Katana did not. They tried to hold on and bring it back, but with only 18 seconds to go when we started that whole escapade, it was always pretty much a foregone conclusion. But what is the conclusion we can draw from that is, in fact, that we are going to a map 5 in our very first game. We thought it might go this way as we loaded into the very first thing. We said it 4 maps ago, and now we have arrived. Which team walks away the winner, though, Ton?
I mean, after 2 maps and 3 rounds of control, I did not expect to be going to a map number 5. This one looked done and dusted for quite some time, but a really, really good job from Team Notorious to bring this one back. We get to see a map 5 Hacienda Sitch and Destroy. Very much looking forward to that one. It's anybody's game at this stage, but the momentum is definitely with one team. And Katana turned this one around. I mean, that was just far too easy. Team Notorious throughout the entirety of that game. The rotations belong to them nearly every single time. They really made Katana pay for that.
They did, and I was going to say, it almost felt like a completely different team than what we have been seeing. They never looked out of control. It never seemed like they were frantic or anything. They just continued to make the kills over and over again. And now we're going to see what they can do in map number 5. And also, just to give you an update of what's going on here, it is there's a brand new bug. The kill feed thing is new, which I thought it was. I've never seen it before.
I mean, we kind of allude to it, I suppose. I mean, if the viewers at home are confused, we're confused, we have to kind of mention it. Yeah. I mean, I would like to think we're probably a bit more confused than the viewers at home. Or rather than that, what is not confusing is how this series is when the reverse sweep is well and truly on the cards. And if anything, it felt like a much more convincing map number 4 than what we've seen in map number 1, and the Hardpoint, really solid Hardpoint performance from Team Notorious somehow came back in the control. Said it feels like the momentum is on one side of this match, and it isn't with Katana Gaming.
All right, well, We will find out how this one ends. We start off with a map number 5, but all that and more to come right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Call of Duty action. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty Challenges Elite Series, and we have a map 5 on our hands. This is the way we are kicking it off this year. Team Notorious and Katana Gaming have gone back and forth. So let's talk about how we got here. Skyline Hardpoint, great start there from Katana and a great finish. A little bit of a flurry back from Notorious, but not enough. Then the Protocol Search and Destroy last time was all Katana.
I mean, entirely Katana. It was all about those opening breaks, which is something we'll not see as much of, I want to say, when it comes down to red card. Of course, we will see first bloods. You will see those moments. But when it comes down to Protocol, it's all about those 50-50s down below towards A. It's going to be a different story when it comes down to red card. I swear I said Hacienda Search and Destroy. My brain's been very confused since the get-go in the red card, to be honest with you. So maybe I'm pulling things out of thin air, Pricey, but it's game 1 of the Challenger season will allow me to do it. Irrelevant of that, Notorious have managed to come back. They were down 2-1, needed 2 attacks on Hacienda Control just to stay in the series. All of a sudden, we're heading over to a map number 5, and it's anybody's game. And if you'd have, well, I mean, if you were a betting man, you would be putting it one way or another. Fantastic work from Team Notorious to get this one back. What can they do in map number 5?
Well, what a way to end our first game. Notorious, the potential reverse sweep for Katana. Maybe just a big sigh of relief if they can get this one done. We said this is an important game. These two teams are absolutely locked in. This is a very important game for their group. Both these teams have big players that are looking to make a name for themselves this season. And a win over what will be considered rivals will certainly be the premier way to start. On board with Super to kick things off, and I think he spotted a little Eric Boom in the distance.
It's just such a pain, right? I mean, you can see how quickly the defensive team get themselves in a good position to defend. As an attacking side on this one, it is not a whole lot of fun. You try and find a pick, move around the map, try and go from there. I mean, there's your pick. Resi. Dealing with F dot very, very quickly, and now all of a sudden Afro has escaped very quickly. He really has Brezzy guessing right now. That's the opening pick that you really do need to find in these attacking rounds. Sorry, still not in a bad spot to defend this, but Katana Gaming with the number advantage.
They're trying to gain ground here, and you can see it both sides. Aspect. Will he catch somebody? Eric Boom is close. Eric Boom's going to move forward, and he's going to be caught as well. Afro trying to get back into this one as well. Rafi will find one. Afro going for a dive. He's going to get caught as well. He looks like a player on the bomb. Isn't going to happen.
Well played.
And there's the last kill fly in ton.
Yeah, and it really did come down to that first blood. As soon as they get it, they make sure they use the advantage. Resi finding 3 in that round. I think it was Rafi who managed to find the first one. Relevant of that. Really good opening round from Katana. That's the kind of opening round you want after you've just lost 2 maps in a row. Sensational work. Rafi did find a kill, but it was Aspect who found the opener for Katana Gaming.
Well, here goes the next part of it. Katana going to be happy they got one down, but a lot of rounds left to go. Notorious will probably be sitting there hoping that they have a little bit better performance than the last S&D, and that's a huge run to kick things off. Goes down to a 2 versus 2. Super trying to play his life and not going to get it. Eric Boom hunts him down. And now Cobra left in a 1 versus 2, Tom.
I mean, they were on the defensive side and got extremely aggressive through the middle of the map. Some teams are happy to sit back. Katana Gaming's not one of them. Aggression really does seem to be their identity. That aggression is going to leave Cobra in a 1 versus 2, and this is just an awful spot to be in. Eric Boom and F dot ain't letting this one go, surely.
Unfortunate. Cobra really wanted that pick. Eric Boom doing well, really, to not give him the time here. They've just got to blade it out. Oh, I think Cobra was going to try and fake the door out, but hasn't worked. And 31 seconds left, and Eric Boom just continues to give him it, but nothing going to happen in the end. Too many angles.
Just so tough at that stage, right? And what are you going to do to try and push into the restaurant? Yeah, it's just impossible at that stage. And, well, that attacking round that you found, you did so well to find. If you're on Katana Gaming, is, well, completely thrown away. So the defensive round doesn't go your way. I think, you know, based on what we've seen in map number 2, they're happy to take these big gunfights. They're happy to headbutt in the middle of the map. But sometimes it's probably better just to chill.
Won't go off of that yet. Afro having a little lay down here in the middle of the map. It's can be a bit exposed because those doors can open very easily with bullets. Is he going to make a move here? Afro wants to get out of it. That's what I was talking about. Somebody threw the bullets through the doorway and he gets caught. Katana have the advantage.
Did for a momentary amount of time. Super, though, has done well to regain it. Good shots into Eric Boom. A little bit of movement here, though. Oh, Katana over towards this a side. Rafi, though, with the wrap round. He's done fantastically. Shots coming in from up top and from somewhere else as well, but he's done so well to find that kill. How on earth has Rafi managed this? Super, you know exactly where he is. Where he is a tough spot to get anything done for Katana. This looking like a defensive round. You know where he is.
A bit of information, and should be an easy call out as F dot just throws so many bullets down there. Notorious get that one that they desperately wanted. in the lead on the S&D in map 5 ton.
Brilliant stuff. It's all down to Rafi finding those 2 kills. Finds one on the flank. Has no right to find the second. Especially with somebody breathing down his neck from up top. Finds just a little bit more than he needed to as well. Really, really good job. Let's see how things continue to go, though. Notorious now on the attacking side. And Katana hold this one down themselves.
Here they go. Bit of passive at the moment. Hoping somebody makes a mistake. Resley is going to be the furthest one up, and what they may be waiting for, they have a player watching the flank. It's going to be Rafi. Afro the front man, but they did get stun checks, so they know he's here. Everything goes still.
Who blinks first? Afro looking to make his move, hasn't really got things going here. Team Notorious in map number 5, but he has been a huge reason as to why they find themselves here. SMG player on red card. It's sometimes a little tough.
You can tell Afro really wanted to go then as well,
Yeah.
but they have cleared them back far enough to get this bomb down. Tight little concentration of players. They've got to be careful. Already players looking towards the flank as well. Big fight on the flank, and Brazil will win it. And now Afro is going for a hero play. It's not going to pay out at all. And Eric Boom left alone in a 1 versus 4. I don't think they know where he is. They're going to now. Finds the first.
The advantage he has is that that bomb is down. There's the second. He can regenerate his life. He has an opportunity, but Super is putting the pressure on. Can you find the gunfight? It is a valiant effort from Eric Boom, but not valiant enough. Katana Gaming will tie things up here 2 apiece. That was scary for a second, though. Whose fault is it always, Brycey? The second person? I'm not too sure, but I've been told first, second, third, fourth.
It's never the fourth, and it's never the first.
So we just...
Yeah, it's never
Okay.
last, and it's never the first. It's always the second.
Yeah, I've heard every
Second or
version of
third.
this. I think it's whoever...
It can't be the first person's fault. That's just a normal gunfight.
It's usually
Then the
who I
information
am.
is there, and the last person will have had to have been left in a 1v1, so it's also not their fault. So that's how the logic works. Cannot be the first or the last.
I would default it would be your fault.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. If I was playing regardless of position, it would have been my fault. I would have done something incredibly stupid. But, you know, my gameplay aside, we're in a 2-2 situation here. And it looks like even less control here for Katana. They've really spread the map out.
Super. Oh, that was an opportunity. Afro was begging to be blooded there. Bomb is going to go down here, though. Brezzy will be able to get out. Now, he's in a really tough spot. He does have a little bit of cover, but you look at 2 members of Katana. Nowhere to really be seen as far as the bomb being down goes. Rafi should be able to find this onto Brezzy. He was stuck in between a rock and a hard place, but now you have to hold tight of your Katana. Afro will find his first kill of the map, and they have fallen to pieces here. What a retake from Team Notorious.
Yeah, it's almost kind of a copy of the last one, but there was no Eric Boom to try and make hero plays. This is going to go back and forth. Rafi will take that one. Who walks away the winner, though? That's going to be the question we have to ask. Notorious now lead 3-2, but still a lot of Call of Duty to play.
A hell of a lot of Call of Duty to be played. As far as the context of this game goes, at least anyway, these 2 teams have been... I mean, it's been a fantastic game to kick things off. I'd like to give credit to the person who picked it. Well, I mean, it was glaringly obvious that this would be a good game. I spoke to Vortex before this. I was like, I'm curious on your predictions for the league, and he was saying between Katana and Team Notorious, they seem like the 2 best teams in Europe right now, and they're facing each other in week 1.
Rafi. They're going to go through this door. You can see him looking for it as well as a player. We can see on the minimap and on the X-ray. Super. He's super patient. Finds the first. Will spin and look for the second. Will find it as well. Super flying forward. Knows that everybody is out.
He deserves it.
And looking through the door. Brezzy will steal it away from him. And now F-Dot in a 1 versus 4.
We were talking about Brezzy being between a rock and a hard place in the previous round. This is just purely a hard place to be for F-Dot. It's just impossible situation now. Don't have a bomb, and you don't have a hope or a prayer of winning this round. It would have to be a significant stumble from Katana Gaming. Notorious have been threatening these clutches. This one will be up there. There's just no way.
Top finds it. Oh my goodness. Cobra does go for the chow, knowing he's a little bit weak. Oh my god, Tan. That could have been a disaster.
After I pretty much wrote the round off for Notorious, I'm almost happy that Cobra managed to. How on earth has F. nearly brought that one back? Absolutely ludicrous. And that's the kind of round that you win if you're Katana. It almost feels a little hollow. It should have been a little more simple than that. You get the job done anyway, and I suppose that's the important thing, but it's not the kind of round that fills you full of confidence. Shots ringing out across the map here. Rafi will find their first blood. Team Notorious. He really does seem to be the catalyst for the team here, and the search and destroy has been so good, and they are sensational shots from Afro. Another round looking like it's going to go Notorious's way.
Oh, got to be careful. Not going to work. The Notorious, though, get one more back, and it's just going back and forth between these two. No real daylight left, but just a one-round advantage for Notorious. Nothing as dramatic as the potential 1v4s we've had so far on that round, but still, every round counts.
I feel, Brycey, that we've already had the reverse sweep being brought into the conversation. Would it be rude to want a little bit more on round 11 on top of it?
It's crystallizing into sight the more as it goes, and round 11's not a bad shout. It's been back and forth every round so far.
Bit of a different look here from Katana, though. Happy to sit in now. Which just doesn't seem to be them, does it? We're starting to wake up into this map just a little bit later than he would have liked. They are starting to pin Katana back. They are buttering them up. Afro. He's being released. Surely they know the pressure's going to start to come through there. It is. Rafi is there to follow up with another one. Team Notorious looking to make it 5.
They have every advantage they could possibly need to push this even further. Aspect desperately looking, really wants to kind of hang out there and see if he can get an angle, but he knows can't sell his life. Super backing up, too many players on him as well. Rafi will take him down. Aspect for a 1 versus 4. Several players have attempted this so far, none successful.
We were talking about F-Dot's impossible situation in the previous round. He nearly made it happen. It will not be the case for Aspect though, and all of a sudden it is a match point for Team Notorious. As mentioned, if you have missed any of this, they were 2-1 down on Hacienda Control, needed 2 attacks back to back just to see another map. They are now up in map number 5. The reverse sweep is more than on the cards. It's looking more and more likely as every round goes on, and Rafi is a humongous reason as to why they are in such a strong position here on map number 5. 12-4. 5 spree for him. On a 2-piece to found a ginormous round for Team Notorious. Should really be 4-4. Katana Gaming were in a really good spot. They now need to find an attack to stay in the game.
Notorious Afro. Here he goes. Floating no ball around him. Eric, boom! Gonna lose the first blood. Afro will find it back. Rafi gets one as well, and it swings back to Notorious as Afro somehow fights going backwards. And now all left for Brezzy. A 1 versus, but it's not going to matter. Team Notorious will get that round. And that is unbelievable, because that is a reverse sweep in the very first game here as Notorious take the series 3-2.
Call of Duty Challengers Elite in Europe in a nutshell. Reverse sweep in game number 1. Oh, just give me more of this the entirety of the season. Just more reverse sweeps. Honestly, at this stage, we're 100% reverse sweeps now, Brycey. Can we continue the trend? Team Notorious, what a comeback. And it really did feel that control, where they managed to bring that back, that momentum they must have had from that. They are literally staring down Death's Door. They managed to find a way back into the game. Map number 4 was sensational. They have blown Katana out of the water. When it comes down to a bigger map or something that's maybe a little bit more methodical, Katana Gaming seriously struggled. Notorious showing us some good fundies, Bryce. Good job from them. The reverse sweep done.
For Katana, you're going to really be feeling that as well. Like, you knew this was a big game, talking about the group at the end of the stage. Fortunately, silver lining for Katana, right? That's where I'll go with this. You have to accept that they are still one of the top teams in their group. I still expect them to do very well. I still expect them to see them in playoffs. I still expect a very high finish. But this game would really set them up for success.
I think it would have, yes. And especially with what you've seen from maps number 1 and 2, you know, you would still have hope if you are Katana. It's only game 1. They know they will be in a good spot. These are the kind of games you're going to have competitive games. It's Challengers Elite. Everybody in here deserves to be here. You've all had to battle through weeks and weeks of competition, and then of course the qualifier to make sure you get here. But that is something that will be burning the retinas of Katana Gaming fans. They were cruising maps number 1 and map number 2. Map number 3, they were in the driving seat as well. They lose the series off the back of that. It is not the way you want to start your campaign, but it was against very, very tough opposition, so they will bear that in mind, I want to say. But yeah, reverse swept, I should say, to start your Challengers campaign of the year is not the way you want to do it.
No, it certainly is not. But there is our very first game done and dusted. We're going to go into our second set of games here on the Call of Duty Elite series. But first, we're going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere, though. All the action coming up right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are just coming off the back of our first set of games and are lining up the second, but there is japery and shenanigans afoot. So before we talk about those, let's take a trip back in time. Not that far, not Doctor Who, but just the game we just watched. Ton is Team Notorious reverse sweeping Team Katana.
Incredible series. Based on what we've seen, realistically in maps 1 and 2, it was feeling like a Katana Gaming win all the way through. Comfortable in map number 1, the 50-point scoreline. Arguably, really did flatter Team Notorious. And then the Search and Destroy was a one-way game. Dominant from Katana Gaming from the get-go. The first bloods just really falling in their favor every single time. Down over towards the ASD site. And Protocol. And that's really where... I mean, it was their bread and butter over and over again in Team Notorious. With Ghost Intolerant, I don't know. It's difficult. I think that's bread, right? Who knows? Anyway, when we get over towards map number 3, look, Katana again didn't necessarily come out too hot, but then they looked good. They were in a good position, had 2 defensive rounds to hold. Didn't hold either one of them. All of a sudden, reverse sweeps on the card. They get absolutely bodied. On map number 4, the team names are wrong on our screen here, but it was Team Notorious who took red card away in a seriously convincing fashion. And then pretty much did the same in the Search and Destroy. It was absolutely the Rafi show. Time and time again, he was finding kills in the middle of the map that he had absolutely no right to do so. And even a shaky game from Afro really didn't make a difference. It was very, very solid. Map number 4 and map number 5 were arguably a little bit more comfortable than what we've seen in map number 1 and number 2 from Katana. And that's a reverse sweep to start your Challengers Elite season, which, look, I suppose if you want to get it out of the way, maybe get it out of the way in game number 1. Yeah. But I think that will... I think they'll potentially also look at themselves in terms of their map set and how things went. You know, you have went up against this squad now over 5 different maps in a very, very competitive setting. So now you may lean into it when it gets towards playoffs. If both teams make it, if you run into each other again, it's one of those times where you then have that to go back on. Look, what didn't work? Okay, you've had those 5 maps. You know you'll probably be one of the teams that do qualify. It's not the end of the world. You absolutely would have loved that win. To get reverse swept sucks, but there is plenty more Call of Duty to be played.
There certainly are. Well, we've been told that we have another game we are lining up. I believe it's going to be exceptional. We're going to be gracing our screen. So we've had a little bit of a change to the schedule moving forward. We'll keep you up to date with everything that's kind of going on in the background. But before we move forward, I'll quickly go back and say one more thing about what you were just talking about. Afro didn't have the greatest last map, but I think he was probably their most valuable player for the rest of the series. Yes. You think back to the control, he kind of led the charge, and it kind of allows us to see, because what I talked about before the game is that a lot of people saying Afro is really performing in challenges at the moment. Now, obviously, we spoke about it in the league, back and forth. He's been in, he's been out, potentially making another run for it. Like, it's that kind of talent that there's a team that may go, hey, he is better than what we've got right now. Let's give him another chance.
Potentially, look, he is a very talented player. At one stage, he was one of the best SMGs in the league. I mean, you go back a little while from that. Obviously, he didn't necessarily have too good of a year last year. I mean, you go back to Vanguard, though. I mean, the guy was absolutely insane on his day. So, we know he's got it in his locker, and he's produced it so far. In the very first game we're seeing Challengers Elite. Long may it continue.
It certainly is. Well, we're going to get all these games scheduled and locked in. The lobby is getting ready, so we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. At any second, we could return. See you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Challenge Elite Series. We are moving into our second set of games here on the schedule. A little bit of change of schedule to what we told you about earlier. It's going to be Exceptional versus Ask will be our game in the primary slot. So we'll see how that one all flows down. But of course, that does mean that all the rest of the games in the first slot should have been completed by now, because we went the distance with Katana and Notorious time.
Yeah, all the way to map number 5. So I've seen a couple of the games go 3-0. We've seen a few of the teams have been waiting around for a little while, and some of the other games getting finished. So that is how we are ultimately at this stage. But we are now ready with the second game to come through, which should be an interesting one. We've got a very much an old guard going up against new blood, if you like. So always an interesting one, especially at the start of the season when teams don't know each other. It should be, I want to say, again, an interesting game.
Yeah, I think so. And also, we spoke about this a little bit, a couple of hours ago now, but just to remind people watching the Elite, it does work a little bit differently to your normal tournaments. I've said this before. It's not about every single game. It's about the aggregate at the end to get into playoffs. You can have this as a learning period when you play these high-level games. As long as you get the points enough to get you into the playoffs, you can always run the bracket and get all the way to the end. So even if you have a bad matchup or your map pool's not strong enough yet, there are weeks left to polish that, get enough games, get into playoffs, and do better then. And that's really the most important thing. An early loss isn't a problem. We've just seen Team Katana take a loss against Team Notorious. In a typical tournament, that may be the end of their run, but not so here. I still expect them to do very, very well. And I think it's something difficult for some of the rest of the teams to keep in mind going forward, as every loss feels like a disaster.
Well, it's just about being consistent, right? You have to, every single week, bring your A game. And okay, yeah, you can lose games and it can still be fine, but also you don't want to lose too many at the same time for all that. Not 1 week makes a season. It could break one if you're not careful. So you do need to make sure you are consistent across every single week, be able to pick up those wins against the teams that you should. Going into these close games, though, if you lose them, you still have more opportunities to get the job done. So both Katana and Notorious will know that their season is not looking great or is not looking bad. They know that first game doesn't necessarily mean a whole load. Both those two teams would be expected to get through to that qualifier, but you would rather have the first seed as well.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. First seed is definitely the better way to be, but yeah, it should be an interesting one as these teams kind of run through and maybe not only expand their map pool, but get more comfortable for it. I've even heard rumors that some of the players in this Elite Series have not been playing since the beginning of the season. We'll cover that more in depth when we kind of get to them. In fact, I believe one of the players, if I'm correct on this, may have only been playing for just over a week, maybe even less than a week. Still qualified for the Elite because they are a very good player and are now moving forward to try and kind of lock it down. So they may improve. But speaking of improving, this team doesn't have an awful lot more to do considering how well they've done in challenges before. Harry, Mythics, Denza, and Vortex. Exceptional gaming, Tom.
I mean, it is veterancy across the board. And then Mythics, who is just the talent, really. I mean, how often were we going on about Mythics? It felt like every single week. I'm commentating highlight players from this guy. He was one of the best players in challenges over the past 2 years. A incredible talent here in Europe. Going with, I mean, quite literally, the lads, Harry, Denza, and Vortex, who have been around since, I was about to say we were young, Bricey, but that was maybe a little time ago. But these guys know exactly what they are doing. Experience meets, well, Team Ask, who have not necessarily been around for the longest of times. We have seen from Clousey in previous seasons. We have seen occasionally from some of the others. But as far as this team goes, if you don't know any of them, looking towards some of the results, they haven't actually been playing together for very long at all. The first tournament they played was the Cup 2, where they managed to actually finish top 8 and then, of course, go on to qualify only last a few days ago. So they did a really good job to get themselves to this stage. I'm just bringing it up who actually they went up against to try and get themselves through. I'm just scrolling through the very large bracket. So they originally got beat off Noctem in their qualification match, dropped down to the losers bracket, and managed to get themselves through up against Vibe, who actually went on a crazy losers bracket run. So getting through at the second time of asking. They are one of the lower end teams you would expect in this group, but I think Exception are a team who will not be underestimating them whatsoever. So Ask Esports, I think when you come into this side of the season, I want to say last year we had a team come through at the very beginning of the Challengers Elite who we hadn't seen much from, we weren't expecting a lot from, and then they beat Banson Co in their very first game. So there is occasions where this can go one way that you wouldn't expect. All things will be leading towards exceptional, but for Ask Esport, it is a free hit. This will be a very, very difficult game for them, one that a lot of people will be expecting them to lose, but there is no pressure on their shoulders.
No, there certainly isn't the pressure, but hey, it's always a good time if you can take down the team like them. But for me, Tan, I've always said this when we spoke about Vortex. I mean, I'm surprised Vortex is still playing, I'll be honest with you. I keep kind of hearing of it, not because he's bad, I just want to clarify that, because I keep hearing he's going to retire, and yet all he does is come back, find a new team, and then dominate challengers year on year. So we'll see if he can do it once again. But I also want to kind of jump back to something I said earlier on. This elite feels like there are a few, more than usual, good teams in the race to win this. Right, we've already looked at Katana and Notorious. Exceptional, another one I would put up there.
It feels very top heavy at the moment in Europe, and that's quite a strange thing to say early in the season. Sometimes it does sort of change as things go on. If there's a high performer on a team that's not doing much, and somebody's not doing too hot in one of the top teams, replacements can be had, and it gets worse as things go on. But realistically speaking, Exceptional have been around for a long time. They know exactly what they're doing, but it's curious to see how this series is going to go. We need the maps to see how it is going to go down. But again, same stories kind of be said of the maps for the entirety of this first day especially. But just curious to see what teams look good on specific maps, and it's going to be a good opportunity here for Exceptional to test out some maps that maybe they're not too hot on, or for Ask Esports to maybe learn a couple of things off some of the more experienced players.
Well, we'll find out. This is the map set as it has been picked. Hacienda, Hardpoint, Vault, Search and Destroy, Protocol, Control, Red Card, Hardpoint, and Skyline, Search and Destroy. You also see the map bands just the lower part of the screen. But for me, I don't see anything too egregious here from both these teams. You got to remember they're not only feeling themselves out here, but I'm curious about how well this Exceptional team is going to do. It's one of the question marks that we do really kind of judge as it goes through, whether or not this team is the caliber of some of the other ones we've seen. We've already seen Notorious and Katana, and they were expected to be kind of in the top here. The number one team that you would expect to take on Exceptional in this group is probably Noctum. So keep an eye on all the map results about where they stack up.
Yeah, so I mean, this Exceptional gaming team have not been together for very long at all. I think, these guys looking towards it, I believe it's pretty much, I mean, well, they were on the Adapt side of things, so they've not necessarily been together from the get-go. Vortex was teaming up with Super, Brezzy, and Cobra at the start of the game, and that wasn't going too hot for them. They didn't go too great, so Vortex leaves that roster and joins up with he's playing with Denza, so they can't beat each other as they so often do anymore. So that's one of the problems scratched out immediately for them. Harry has been in and out of rosters with Vortex for quite some time, but Mythics is a tried and tested with Vortex. It is a combination that works very, very well and has worked well in Challenger seasons over the last couple of years. There's a lot to speak on Vortex. I have that inside line, mate, so we can talk about him a little bit more. How much longer has he got left? I don't know. I'm not going to divulge into anything like that. I wouldn't like to be any breaking storylines here live on Challengers. That's not my case to do that. But the guy has been around for a very, very long time and has been the guy in European Challengers for quite some time. And is it going to be another year of Vortex dominance? I'm not too sure. Let's see.
That's always the question. I just feel like kind of a pain by numbers. We were saying it for such a long time that over and over again, oh, look, Vortex team is right next to the top here, and certainly got a good amount of talent around him again. That's the surprising thing. It's just a very solid squad. Will it be the difference moving forward as well? And just to remind you as we go through on what is happening today, this is our first two slots, essentially the first two games for each team. We've already seen the first slot gone, so we've had 4 games into that one, start populating the groups and everything else. And here's the schedule. As well, you can see Katana and Notorious were our first game in slot 1, and then in slot 2 we have Exceptional versus us, because we had to have a little bit of a change round behind the scenes. And then if you haven't got enough Call of Duty, if you still want more, well, North America is barreling down the pipe at 6:30 p.m. ET. You'll have YFP COD facing Omit Brooklyn, and then in their second game they're going to have Pioneers versus FC Stallions in the game called a 2-horse race.
Yep, that should be very, very interesting on the NA side. And of course, Jay and Shift will be bringing that one home for the Challengers broadcast for this evening. But we go again tomorrow, of course. Nice to speak to those two anyway. I haven't spoken to them in a little while. I mean, objectively speaking, I did see Shift a few months ago, but I'd rather know that. We missed the boys. It's nice to have a good chat. And they're looking forward to their games this afternoon as well. But we do still have this one in Europe to get ongoing. We've got most of the players in the lobby. We're getting things going in just a second. But I think, you know, when we talk about Exceptional, I kind of want to touch on this again. I am curious to see how they're going to do. As mentioned, they haven't necessarily been a team for too long. They haven't been together from the very beginning of the game. It was a team, actually, that was labeled as Adapt, if I remember correctly, having a look through some of the games that they played. So as far as some of the cups go, it was Aspect who was in with Harry, Denza, and Mythics. And I mean, there's been a few different adaptations of these rosters. It kind of feels like these have fallen into place together somehow. And they've just went, okay, let's see how it's going to actually work. And well, you would look at this team and you would expect they will be able to do something. They've got a very varied amount of experience and talent. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and again, it's just the questions here. We always say this. It's all about judging them when you get their eyes on them.
Yeah.
Right? Now, the game has been out a little while. I know we spoke earlier about a couple of players that maybe haven't played as much as some others, but we're now entering the part of the season where you should know what you're doing. It's not the absolute peak as we get towards the end where everybody's played 10,000 hours, which is the number of hours you need to become an expert at everything. But this is when you should know what you're doing. You've been playing for this. You've been making sure that everything is locked in, as you know that you are going to have to, several times a week, 4 games a week, get into a very intense competition to make playoffs. Then you've got playoffs and, of course, the championship game at the end of it, as well as everything else on the Call of Duty schedule. So there aren't really that many excuses you can keep throwing around. There's a lot of big games, from practice to tournaments to the Elite Series and all the fully competitive games you can swallow. So realistically, these teams should be putting on an incredible show.
Well, that's what Exceptional Gaming will be expecting from themselves here as we go into... I mean, it is Call of Duty Heritage. This is a Hacienda Hardpoint. One that, if you don't remember too well, it plays as brilliantly as it used to. Go towards P1, it's Mixie around the fountain, then we got P2. What used to be called, did people used to call it McLaren? Was a garage? I don't know, it went through a few different names. Lambo was one of them. It's never been a Lamborghini. Yes. I'm pretty sure it's never been a Lamborghini. I mean, people obviously clearly don't know their cars. Exceptional Gaming know their Call of Duty, though. Well, and they're set up for P2.
I think it looked like a Countach at some point.
People don't know what that is. Come on.
That's a very old Lamborghini, but it is still a Lamborghini.
But I would say that, you're a very old guy.
Okay, all right, well, let's get into this game. Right now, Exceptional doing a great job, you know, striking for the older among us, but Vortex has not missed a step. 5 at the moment, streak for him, 5-1, and now backing up, ready for next.
Now you can tell he's getting on as well. AR in his hands. I don't know if there's this much happening. Has, on occasion, slipped its way into Vortex's fingers, hasn't it? Typically not SMG player trying to make those plays, but as you so often do see, as time goes on, these more experienced players dropping into the AR role. Happened to me about 15 years ago. Vortex now inside of the point, and Exceptional Gaming flexing their muscles right now. 62 and rising to Ask Esports 7. But that's what can happen when it comes down to Hacienda Hardpoint. Time being locked down over towards P2. It is a hard break.
Oh, not allowed to get away with that one. Vortex caught with the wall bang before they can do any more here, but that killer side, not smooth saving here for Ask. They're going to have to really back up and lock this one in. Opportunity to get a lot more points on the board, of course, but as the hardpoint shifts, they've got nobody on it yet. Eventually they will do, and here comes the pressure.
And they've went for the P3 rotation. And it needs to be solid because Exceptional will be setting themselves up pinch. Although saying that, it seems one-dimensional at the moment. I think they're waiting on Harry getting himself into a position. Can he find a kill? He cannot. The rest of the team are probably now going to start moving. Oh, no, that's what they were waiting on. There you go. Missile comes in. Clousy dealt with. All of a sudden, that break is just looking a little simpler until Blade absolutely guns Denza. Sensational work, but the inevitable looking like it's going to happen. A bit of a split spawn coming on through. Still holding on. Blade was alive for a very long time, but eventually Exceptional will get themselves through.
Mythics Just back and forth here to try and make sure he cuts down the numbers as he gets his 7th as well. And it's starting to feel a little bit like a mismatch, but Ask Esport can still fire back. They just have to get the kills rolling, just have to get the rotations right and tight as we go into this next one. But Harry isn't letting them slip through. Will eventually. And look at this. They've managed to get themselves in a good position, Ton.
Done well. This is a hill that you really can get a good amount of time on, but you need to clear everything. You absolutely have to clear everything out to get that time. And what you don't need to happen is to get full man wiped. And there the kills starting to come through. Exceptional gaming now. And total control. Ask Esports did threaten a decent amount of time there, but there's a couple of angles you can be watched from walkway, from inside on the door on the left hand side. You can jump up from water, but they managed to break back here. Exceptional game, not getting the setup that they would have maybe liked, and they have been broken a little too easily.
Still, decent share of points. It's Jamal trying to find it, and, well, Blade's going to get it. And now, one more time. Ask Esport. Looking to lock in some time here. They have advantage of positioning, but need to win the gunfights.
I mean, that's always the difficulty, right? If you're not winning your gunfights, it makes things, a lot more difficult. Especially up against a team like Exceptional, who are going to punish you with every single ask. Mal trying his best to try and find something here. The kill feed is a little messed up once again, but we will ignore it as best as we can. The main line that is working is the score at the very top of your screen. It is a solid 70-point lead for the side of Exceptional, who would arguably just be disappointed with that after their electric start. Ask are picking up some good time over towards P1. Possible to do so. They got the rotations over towards P2, but if Mythics guns you like that, it's going to make it difficult. 16 and 7 eventually will fall. Ask Esports still in a relatively decent spot to control P2 here, but they need the numbers, they need the bodies.
Harry all the way to the back, all the way around. Ask have been doing a fantastic job of clawing this game back. We're a little bit like a blowout, but this is where it's important. Can they break this?
It's a really hard break. You need to try and pick them apart from the outside and then go from there. One player comes from a jump up. He can find 2. I think that's Blade over there. He's found 3. All on his own. And those are the kind of plays you need to happen if you want to find it. The 4th falls his way. Blade putting on a show there. Give him number 5. Number 6 and 7 may well be on their way. Sensational work from Blade, who, unironically, has his knife out ready for the push to come through. Needs to find some more. That is 6 in a row from Blade. Gives Ask Esports a route back into this hardpoint.
We said they need to break it, and break it they did. Amazing in the end there. They hit as a team.
Go back to back.
Now Clousey doing just the same thing. Looking for another one. Will eventually fall. A little bit of scrap time there for Exceptional, and they'll be kind of ruining the fact they let that go for as much as they did. Rotation in the hands of Ask Esport.
I mean, that's just one of those moments. You need to maybe get the wind beneath your sails. I've been trying to lock this one down, can only find one. There's that answer back. Kills falling the way of Ask Esport. Exceptional gaming. Starting to struggle a little bit here. They're being pinned back, and I mean, this is the main difference that you wouldn't have seen for some time. Or if you watch mobile, you don't have those windows up towards the top side, and it makes it a lot easier to hold over towards P3. But Vortex and Mythics combining well. They're looking for the route around the outside of the map. He's going to get it as well. Finds one. Rest of the team spawning backwards. Exceptional gaming in control of this hill and chipping away as best as they can.
And again, a bit of scrap time. Exceptional. No longer their namesake. Ask Esport. This could be a monstrous hole, but they have got a little bit of a split hitting them now. Got to be careful. Denza trying to make a way into this one. Does win the gunfight. Big gunfight to get bodies in. There is going to be a flank as well. It's not really going to matter here. Mythics can't get it. Huge kills flowing through them as well as Vortex tries to get back into it, but is a solo player. And Ask Esport now have control time.
Got control. Still finding themselves about 40 points behind. A lot of work to do. That's going to make it easier, though. Vortex has stuck a grenade on Mythic's forehead. He's able to answer back, but it does make this push very, very difficult. What's going to help, though, is that split spawn that came through. Denza's going to come from one angle. Everybody else from Lambo's side. Harry will find one. Denza did get dealt with The rest of the team not moving at the same time, though, but the contest has been coming through. It's making it difficult for ASK Esports to do anything. The positioning is there, though. Exceptional. Can't quite find the kills. They forced them away, though. ASK Esports still in a position to try and fight back, but 25 seconds remaining here on this hill, Brycey. Exceptional have done a good job.
It does feel like the same story, though. Just scrap time for them. I don't know whether it's put up the gas or ASK Esports starting to really perform, but a corner has been turned. Bullets will find one. Doesn't need to find the second. Teammaker's taking care of it. We'll pick up a little bit of time as he goes on to another route here. Denzer, that's a very good shot in the end. You can see them just picking up the kills now. A little bit more control for Exceptional.
I mean, they struggled a little bit over towards P1 last time, so they'll be making sure they don't let that happen again. A couple of players combining well from ASK Esports. Still find themselves about a hard point worth of time. An entire hill behind at this moment in time. Exceptional game starting to find some kills on the rotation over towards P2. That's a big one from Mythics. He read it. It was just a little bit too late to the party. I mean, sorry, taken down. Those are big kills coming through from Wyvern, I believe. Vortex has slipped in at here, though. Can find one. Can find the second. These are big kills. And all of a sudden, things are falling apart on the other side of the map as well. Exceptional Gaming can win it here at P2.
Oh, and they are now taking them to task. This is where it gets important. ASK Esports did it last time. They're going for a different strategy since they don't have big rock control. You see them already trying to push through different directions. Volix will call that one out. There should be guns aimed at that door, and they will not let Clousy in at all. And they should have completely shut them out here. 25 seconds left to go, and it's going to be a headbutt. They are going to have to go through the front door.
It's a really tough one. It worked last time. If you can get Blade over that jump up unscathed, then maybe this job can be done. The car spinning around is going to give Denza the perfect cover. It's 5 in a row. It's looking like a full 60 about to be locked in for Exceptional Gaming. Yeah, you might as well call it in because this game is done. Exceptional. A minor scare throughout the middle of the map, Brycey, but pretty much in control from the get-go. ASK Esports, good account of themselves on occasion, but Exceptional always looked like the team that were going to win that one.
Yes, except I will say this realistically. You say take the foot off the gas. I'd say almost lost it. Realistically, you got to say, you know, they were only getting scrap time over and over again. They were over 100 points up. They let that bleed down over successive hills. If they hadn't got that scrap time and started to lose their rotations as well, I don't know what they would have done, because realistically, I have to give full credit to ASK. They did the job they needed to do. They fought back over and over again. They got the majority of time, and it's only the lead that really saved them.
Well, yeah, I know, but that is ultimately the problem. If you find yourselves that far behind at the beginning of the game, though, right? It's always a mountain to climb. Tough position. Look, I mean, look, they were within 40 points at one stage. You are right. They did kind of bring this one to a decent enough level, but when it comes down to those P2s, ASK did really well the second time of asking, but they needed to find that big break. I mean, those are the kind of plays you have to make against teams like Exceptional, and you have to make them count. They did, and it still wasn't quite enough, unfortunately. Exceptional do really well towards the end. Vortex finds those kills over towards the defensive side as his team breaks through the front as well. Job from them. I think you're kind of right, though, in the sense that, you know, it felt like they almost lost it, but at the same time, I never felt like it would happen. It was one of those moments where ASK Esports were coming back into it. But did you ever feel like it was going to happen?
One of those hills at the end, if it had flipped, it would have been very different. Don't get me wrong. The scoreboard is 251-46, right? It wasn't like ASK Esports were that close. But there was a point, you were right, you know, they brought it down to like 177, 140 something, and I was like, you know what, they brought this really close considering how it started. They just needed to maybe have one more good rotation, and we would have been talking about a tie game, and maybe the momentum would have shifted. You got to remember that last 50 points as well on a P2. If you lose that rotation, it's a hard hill to retake. While they did it on that first set of rotation, it's not easy to do. And they almost got through. It was just, I think it was Vortex that spotted the players hitting that flank. He got one. The calls were made as well. They just locked it back in so nothing else could happen. So essentially, you just had a good amount of free time there off of one push. So, yes, Exceptional were, beyond a doubt, the better team in that game. But I will give credit to Ask Esport. I do think there were moments where they did shine, and maybe against a team lesser than exceptional would have flipped that map.
Yeah, potentially. I think, you know, you think about Blade finding the 4, 6, nearly 7 over towards P2, that giving them that moment, and it's about having players who can do that. If they can find 3 or 4 and break a hill for you all on their own, yeah, fantastic. It makes the rest of the teammates' job that little bit easier. And Clousy is a player that we have seen before as well, and he performed relatively well throughout that. So maybe look towards Search and Destroy if they can get anything going here. But yeah, some potential positivity to look forward to. Hacienda is a very mixy hardpoint though, but I do really like it. I think it's going to take some teams some adaptations for those windows over towards P3 that look over fences is a little bit of a curveball. It makes P3 maybe a little bit of a harder break, especially if a team have early rotated. I think, you know, what we typically do see over towards P3 or had seen in the past is that it can be a bit of a 50-50. It's a hard one to find some good time on. I think we'll maybe see some more time on that specific hill. The teams who rotate early, more so than we used to, at least anyway.
Yes, anyway. Well, while we're talking about that and waiting for the S&D to start, let's take a look at the standings so far in Elite. Obviously, only a little bit of kind of population going through, but Inglorious at the moment at the top, and Avenge Esports. Team Notorious, 1 win and 1 loss.
They've lost already. I mean, that obviously
that must have been unbelievably fast.
I mean, that must be right. But at the same time, looking for a result there for Avenge. I'm going to presume it's Avenge Esports. It's a new team to my mind, at least anyway. So for them to find a win, I'm just actually going to check who they did actually play up against. Just to, I wouldn't want to lie to anybody of who they beat, but they were a team. They were a team that. Yes, it's gone already.
Led astray.
1-0. Notorious Avenge won 3-2. I'm just going to see who actually went up against. They went up against Notorious Org. So there you go. That is actually a really big result for them. And the reason I'm talking about Avenge is, again, I was speaking to Vortex. He's the only player that will speak to me. Who said that they are potentially the next ones up. It feels like the ranked kids who've just come through. And they've got their first win of the season against Notorious Gaming. And to remind you, Notorious Gaming are not a team that are new by any stretch of the imagination. There are a bunch of lads who have been around for a long time. So looking towards that, if you are Avenged, they are a team to watch out for in the weeks to come.
They certainly are. Well, a lot of context given there as we start to see everything kind of get populated. I think that Notorious issue that they were 1-1 is probably, like I said before, there are 2 Notorious teams in the same group, so
yep.
it's gonna happen. You know, one Notorious won, the other Notorious won and lost. It's all happening. It's all happening here in the Elite Series. But at the moment, 250 to 146 has to have the hard point onto Vault Search and Destroy next here. And I will give this caveat that I have given 1 million times before, because that's how long we've been doing this. S&Ds are the great equalizer. They always have been. You always find S&D specialist teams that could take S&D team games away from, on paper, better teams. But COD isn't played on paper. It's played on 1s and 0s.
Thanks for that. I feel like you've said that like millions of times in my ear. Like I have heard that. Like the
paper one and the 1s and 0s, or
the search and destroy thing.
Yeah, that's because it's true. You have to say it because it is very much a fact of this game. S&D is the great equalizer between teams.
Well, I'll tell you what's a fact. A lot of action going to happen over towards the A-bomb site on this map. It's pick your poison. It's like Marmite or Vegemite if you're from Australia. You either love it or you hate it. Vault Search and Destroy. For me in ranked, it's a bit of a tough time. And right now, it's potentially looking like a tough time for Exceptional Gaming. Denza and Mythics. You have that bomb down. Mythics will find a kill over towards the back. Denza trying to survive. Jamal just trying to find an angle in from pool. But that bomb is down. You typically do expect players to be inside the vault. They've given that up. And Jamal is saying, yeah, cool.
Well, they don't have the angle for this. They don't have the angle. Jamal's just going to go for it. He's got it as well. And it's going to be a defuse.
Okay.
They stretched that to put it by the door. And because he stretched it back to cover, he's just managed to defuse it.
Well, that is absolutely a fumble from Exceptional. That's one of those rounds you get the bomb down. You have even numbers on this map. You typically don't lose the round. Especially with Jamal just able to sneak on through. Teammates offering the cover. Round goes their way. One of the production members just point out we have Notorious, and Inglorious. That's going to hurt my brain later on in the season so much. When Notorious play each other, what do we do?
Well, watch it and enjoy it mostly. Oh, Mythics goes for it. Not going to be able to do anything there. And this is what we were talking about earlier with this map. It's an interesting one. I don't think we've ever had a map quite like this in the way that the S&D plays out. Oh my god.
That's not
nades everywhere.
Exception need to get in. Need to find a defuse. It's looking like we're going to have another one. Jamal now trying to find the angle from the outside. He's got it as well, but Denza knows exactly where he is. And already Harry is pushing out, and he will find the gunfight. The team kill inside a vault is not something you take into consideration. And Within, well, not ideal. That's one apiece. It's a fumble each, actually, if anything. So he said S&D's the great equalizer. Brycey, I think you're right. Equalizing each other's mistakes out.
But that's the thing, right? Especially on a map like this. This map may be working a little bit differently. Normally it's about breaks and responses, right? And then manipulating the fluid situation as it develops. This map has a very clear do X, get Y. It's all, basically go pull, get bomb down, right? You can get there first. It's very much just play by numbers. You give away an advantage if you don't do it. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah. You give it up, then what? B? Yeah. Imagine.
This is a little bit different. Here we go. There's a plant again.
Yeah, Tense is going to get this down, but for ASCII Sport, they have given it up, and they are going to trust in their ability to break back. Vortex might get caught out and needs to find this gunfight with him. Didn't see him. As he's also fallen. Yeah, just trying to get some control over towards the backside. Just appreciating the fact that the flank may well come in. Jamal dead, and that is the first clean round we've really seen. Exceptional gaming. Do you want to the good?
This is going to be a lot of the same thing. It's almost retake simulator, right? It's like the bomb's going to go down. It's almost impossible to stop from the defender's side. But how do you deal with that? You kind of play almost ignoring the bomb, but not quite. It's like a TDM with map control, right? You need to take control of the map. You need to try and make sure that you can get in a position to get that defuse going down, which means you need numbers. So you have to push things like you saw ASCII Sport. They're going for the spawn, right? They have to do it to try and get some of this control back, because essentially Exceptional Gaming are playing defense from the start while they're on attack. And I say that, and ASCII Sport have flipped the script.
Went over towards B, but is it the Lions then? Mythics will find one. Harry will flank around and find another himself. Ends up now making it Clousy versus the world. He did get the bomb down. This is gone maybe a little bit easier. Ends it. He will fall. Odd gunfight to take though, and yeah, that's just the right thing for Exceptional to do. Make sure you have the numbers. You could jump it, you could trust your teammate, no need to do it. When it's a 2 versus 1, they get the job done. Exceptional starting to get a little bit of breathing room now here in the search and destroy. And I wonder if this was an ask pick when it comes down to the search. When it comes down to vault, I'm not saying it's a coin toss, far from it. You can see 3-1 now to Exceptional, but it does somewhat have that small amount of cheese. We're not talking about my fridge during Christmas. That's a lot of cheese. It has that moment every now and then where you can find those bombs down. You can just try and play your life as long as you can. You can find moments like you see in round number 1 where they were able to steal it away with a slight stretch on the bomb. And that gives them some opportunity here in the search and destroy. Not being taken right now though, Brycey. 3-1 to Exceptional.
Watch. Long range gunfight. Didn't hit a bullet, but doesn't matter. Already a bit more of a contest here. They're going for a second one. Denza says thank you very much. There's a third one coming through. Easy peasy. I'll plant this bomb. Clousy in a 1 versus 4.
The only plaudits that Denza doesn't get is in the kill feed, but we got to see it. We know he made those kills. Denza, sensational job. And there's that little bit of talent we said is very much there for Exceptional Game. And 4-1 to the good now in the search and destroy. Starting to run away with it. Shame the final kill comes in here. I would love to see it. Play of the round. It's locked in now for Exceptional. You are really looking like their namesake in the moment in time here on the search and destroy.
Now as we move, we'll see whether or not ASCII Sport can work out something different. I don't think they're going to go B again. I think this will be a standard A hit. They'll try and get it locked completely. Here we go. Mythics, though, finds one on the Klausy, and it should be a big push from Exceptional. Dender's going to be holding this pinch. The rest of the players are going to hit Paul at a rate of knots, and Mythics has done exactly that. That is how you defend it. It is not easy to do, but that first pick could have changed, but Blade might have magic.
Well, we've seen a big moment from him in map number 1. Tried to find the play over towards P2 and got his team pretty much a full 45 seconds. And he did it. Pretty much all on his own. Problem he has is he's attacking, but it does not matter. It is a 1 versus 3 from Blade. That gives Ask Esport a glimmer of hope here in the Search and Destroy. Looks at talent.
Actually unreal. I thought it completely collapsed there for Ask. They lost first blood. There were players ready to take them down, but Blade, with a quick 2-piece, said, nope, not going to happen. And now for Exceptional Gaming, I think they should really go back to a standard play. They should go A. It's worked for them before. But they aren't doing that. It looks like they might wait for this push.
And that might be why. Missile coming in. Don't know how much it's going to get him. Just going to slow things down through the window. See if you can pick anything you do. Denza pulls it in, finds the kill. Wyvern gets taken down. Oh, 3 versus 3. Split the map. Weird, though.
Well, they're expecting this to be a B push. You remember, if the Hellstorm's up, it's outside.
Excuse me?
Blade apparently loaded some very big rounds into that gun. Klausy could have an angle here. Going to as well, but just a split second too slow and gets taken down as well. Back down to a 2 versus 2. Bomb down.
I mean, Blade's alive and on a 5 spree. But the problem is that this bomb is down. Vortex is alive nearby. Denza just trying to cause havoc. They've chosen to forget about him, and Vortex is just going to try and stay alive here. Finds one on the outside. Blade will answer back. Denza left in 1v1.
Might not know where he is. He's checking the corners, and that's the right corner of the check. Blade. Over and over again. That's 2 rounds he's won now in a 1v1 with Denza.
I don't know if there's a Blade fan club, but I'm starting one right now. That's back-to-back clutches. A 1v3, a 1v2. This game should be over, and it would be if it wasn't for Blade. Corner, yeah. I mean, it's one that... It's a deep corner as well. It's not one you can check from the outside. It's just to send in and pray that they're there. And you can catch teams and players off if someone is that deep in that corner. He finds the gunfight, and another clutch for Ask Esport.
This could have been over. This could have been done. But Blade said no. 2 rounds in a row. And while they've lost, Vortex wants to go for this. We'll be alone. Blade needs to get into position to cover.
This time might be great. It's absolutely exceptional. Oh my goodness me, Blade. Can you find anything he does, but eventually gets cut down? Wyvern now left in a 1 versus 3. Make it a 1v2.
The defuser's coming in. He's going to have to just go for it as well. Dives through the door. Isn't going to get it. Could have been so much more. And Blade, who's played so well, like, will be still kicking himself over missing that 1 kill that may have helped him out a little bit more. But Exceptional get another round on the board eventually, stopping the bleed.
Been one of those moments there, though, for Blade. Vortex is sitting in pool just as the bomb goes down. Knows nobody's pushed out from there. You'll be calling that pool is free. Teammates starting to come around as Blade is just on the rotation back around from P2. If he was there a second earlier, he maybe picks up 2 kills and it's a very different round, and all of a sudden it's 4-4. But as it goes, Exceptional find the round 5-3 up now. 1 round away from going 2-0 up in this series, Pricey.
Straight in here as well. Denza just checking his corners. Almost been made to not go for it, but Eventually they get back down, and Den's still planning, so there's a 2 versus 4 on the map technically. Now he'll rejoin the fight, but down he falls. 2 versus 4 to try and end this one for Ask. They have all the advantages. He just can't thread the needle. Jamal is just going through the defuse again. Same corner, same angle, same result.
That's one of those moments there. Again, same position. If he's there a little earlier, or if he finds the shot on that first player, different round entirely. For all that, this map is, I mean, 99% of the time very one-dimensional. We're playing everything over towards this pool side. It does have those moments with timing. That really can make the difference. Throw up a little bit of variety. It's a big push over towards the top stairs from Exceptional Gaming here. This is a massive moment for Jamal. Can only find one. Gets cut down. Within, he can find something not. His Mythics is now left in a 1 versus 3. We're heading to round 11 if he doesn't clutch this.
Oh, and down he goes. Round 11 it will be. What looked oh so simple for Exceptional has completely fallen to bits, Ton.
I mean, there's been huge clutches from Blade on 2 different occasions. I've kept them in this game. A little bit of sloppiness creeping in here for Exceptional. But it's the kind of map where it can happen. Ask Esport. They force around 11.
Well, well, well. The great equalizer. As a wise man once said, search and destroy. How does this fall in the end? Are they going for? They are going for the plant here. Women on Overwatch also going to join them into the bomb site. 3 of them are going to be in here in the flooded room.
That big flank through B is going to be the real tell. See, Mythics is watching it. Expecting it to come through. First blood's going to be massive.
Vortex waiting. They are waiting for this play to happen. Trophy system's down already. A kill gone forward. Ask Esports though still in a very good position defending this one as well. But all the kills flow the wrong way. It's Blade. Can he be the hero again? That bomb has already been defusing. He has to chow. He has to go for it. Guns on him. Finds one. Finds the second. But it doesn't matter. Too many bodies to defuse. And Exceptional Gaming win it. Even after a heroic attempt from Blade.
This Blade kid can play Call of Duty. But that is unfortunate. Just not enough time. You can't get broken like that. It's just a perfectly executed from Exceptional. You see one covering and one pushing forward. The one covering finds the shot. And just combine their shots, team shots across the board whilst you enter into the site. Really, really good work from them. I think it was Mythics who found the opening blood on to Jamal, I believe. I mean, can't trust the kill feed. But at the same time, when he finds that kill, it just puts that pressure on. And the pressure would have been mounting on Exceptional. That time starts to tick down. No kills have been made. The bomb's down inside of A. Nightmare fuel, to be honest with you. The fact that they just find 3 kills as quickly as they do. Heartbreaking for Ask Esport, who really did fight all the way here in map number 2. Find themselves 2-0 down.
And you have to say, I mean, this could have been over so long ago. We said Blade pulled out some unbelievable, I mean, I don't know what he was using there for a weapon, but unbelievable. Ask Esport on the cusp of getting what done. You've got to remember that was a 4v4. And they had control of the bomb and the time was ticking. The only thing that went wrong is maybe they were too compressed. It's sometimes difficult when you have essentially no map control and you are in a very tight bundle. Things go wrong very, very quickly, and that is what happened there.
It's so tough, isn't it? Like, you're covering everything you can. There's two entrances into that bomb site, Brycey, and there's 4 of them. When you lose those gunfights like that, it's tough. Blade, a valiant effort. Honestly, at one stage, obviously because he crossed over, I know there's a pillar in the way. I thought he killed the bomb diffuser. I was like, how has he done that then? But obviously he didn't. Yeah, that's unfortunate for them. They did offer up quite a bit there in the search and destroy, but could not find the dub. Find themselves in a super, super difficult position.
They certainly do. Well, wouldn't be the first reverse sweep we've seen tonight. Will there be a second? That is the real question. Ask Esports have done a good job so far on the maps, but just don't have the score to account for it. pretty much what we expected, though, from Exceptional, right, Tam?
Yeah, I would say so. They've been clinical when they've needed to. They'd be a little bit disappointed to have to go to around number 11 in map number 2, but solid so far.
They certainly have. Well, we're going to find out how map 3 goes right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with all the action. See you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're jumping straight back into map number 3. Control is upon us, and the players have already captured a point. It's all go here in Elite.
Oh god, it's went from bad to worse. Ask Esport as soon as we come in, and already things are looking kind of slow on the Control. They are down 9 lives. They are down a point on defense on Control and Hacienda. It is a rough showing so far. A long road to come back on this round in particular. But there is time. There's capturing time in the middle of the screen, but we figured that one out. Mythic's now just trying to get something going. Vortex will be the one to find the second kill. A really good job from Exceptional. Fantastic attacking round to kick things off.
Vortex moving madly on the map here. Gotta get his health back, though. I'll be able to take out any more gunfights if he challenges again before it does. Here it goes, 100 health. His teammates flying backwards through there, firing. And he goes for another chow, gets it, has to back off again. Still wait one more time, but reinforcements in abundance. And that has been a slapping. Exceptional Gaming take first round.
Yeah, if every other round goes that way, we could be heading to the secondary game sooner rather than later. It's about the opening break and Hacienda. You cannot let it go wrong. 50-50, it's fine. But if you all get smoked off it, which is the presumption based on what we've seen on the life count, things can go from bad to worse very, very quickly. And that's exactly what happened. Same can be said, though, for Exceptional. If you don't win in that opening break, you all get dropped off it. All of a sudden, you can be pinned back in your spawn yourselves. So, for Exceptional, it's a good start for Vortex. 9-3 from him. 8-2 from Harry. Not fantastic for ASCII Sport. They need to find a good opening break here.
That's what it is about. A big break for them, and Clouds will take down one. Unfortunately, on the other side of it, they've lost a few kills, and it does mean that while they might get onto B, they probably don't expect it to hold it for very long. Although they're doing it. He's made a lot of kills here, but Will still somehow getting these kills. Everybody's tried their luck against him and have failed repeatedly.
Blade finding another as well. Good pressure from ASCII Sport. Jamal with a really good gunfight as well. Mythic's not quite having the right gun there. Clousey will find another beat. Is locked in pretty much here, Bryce.
They've done an incredible job there. You have to give credit to Clousey. Kill after kill, gunfight after gunfight. I kept expecting him to go down, but just refused to. In the spawn. Incredibly deep in the spawn. They are being a problem. Unfortunately, Exceptional will find the kills, and Clousey will have to back up.
Staying alive is good enough, though. What was his issue? They know he's in and around it. Oh, did they? Vortex will get taken down. Jamal will find one, and I mean, it makes it a lot easier for Jamal because everybody else has to turn around. Clousey can just hop on the point. 6 spree for him. Has a little bit of help. Brilliant attacking rounds coming through. Not much good defensive work being done by either team. Exceptional. 2 lives down. A control not quite there yet, but ASCII Sport are asking questions.
They weren't able to capitalize too much. ASCII Sport now going back to spawn. This is where it gets a bit dangerous. You don't want to get trapped back into it as well, but Vortex is running against 2. And they've got it. Blade is out as well. Keep it on that minimap. Bottom left-hand side. He's going towards the spawn. He should be able to find a kill off the spawn here as well, but timing might be just against him. Blade's been called out onto the minimap as well. Mythics has to turn and burn. It's chaos now for both sides.
Chases the kill down. It's going to make things a little bit more difficult. He would have been the linchpin at the back of the spawn, expecting this push to come through. There's one player left. If they can find it, they can push forward. Starting to converge on the position now. Wyvern will find a kill, though, if Mythics takes him down. Could be hard for them to get through, but all of a sudden, just staying alive from within there in that scenario makes it more difficult for Exceptional to get a bit more map control.
33 seconds left. 2 ticks to victory. ASCII Sports looking for a little ray of hope. There's one. Mythics has fallen. Looking for another one. Wyvern's got one. Harry will get Wyvern. Denza trying to move mad, trying to keep himself alive. 5 health, waiting for it to regen. Knows there are players hunting him down, doesn't care. Denza finds another one. Trying to go for the shoulder, but he has to be a hero here. More players running through. Mythics will get one. They have to basically go for this. He goes for the wall bang. Still ticking. Harry for reinforcements. And this is coming down to a knife edge. Still players alive for both sides as Blade falls to Mythic. 16 seconds to reset.
Vortex needs to find a couple of kills here, or even just keep them at bay. Shots are in, but they're not good enough. 4v5.
They know where they're coming, though. Harry is ready for this. He knows. There's going to be one, but doesn't get it. Clousey gets it, done it into the point. Mythics will find one off the second.
2v3.
Harry comes back forward as well.
2v2.
And he's coming down to an unbelievably tight fight. Oh my goodness, Exceptional Gaming. A gunfight there at the end goes the wrong way, Ton, and they lose the round, but they don't in the end. I think that's 3 kills in a row with the kill feed going wrong. I'm not entirely certain who got it.
It was Denza. Picks up 3 towards the end. It was his POV war on. This kill feed bug be damned, I swear to God. Oh. Treyarch, please fix that. Anyway, here we are. Exceptional Gaming. 2 to the good, but just, by the way, under their attacking round. And they made it look so easy. Ask Esport, though. Whatever happens in this round, whatever happens in the rest of the series, they have a fan named Chris Dunn.
They're probably feeling the pressure now. They've done so much work. They've done so much right, and Exceptional haven't allowed them to have the luck they wanted. And with 1 tick done, they will have to reset. You can already see players pushing forward. Mythics going deep, looking for a play off the spawn.
The problem is here, though, Ask Esport maybe being a little bit too passive on their defense. They're really sitting in, and look at where Exceptional are. I wish I had a telestrator that can just highlight. Look how deep they are on this map. A couple of kills causes absolute havoc for Ask Esport if they're not on the right end of a trade. Vortex will find one at the wither, and all of a sudden they can just rotate straight onto the point. B should be gone. Not flank, though. I mean, ridiculous from Denza. He is absolutely skating around the map right now, Bryce.
17 health, and still was going to go for the chow. Health back now as well. Here comes the push, and just hold that down, Mythics. Eventually will fall. Has been having a very, I think it was 21 and 13. Vortex finds a kill himself now. B point secured. They have the life advantage, and a minute 34 on the clock.
Look at this map control. They've had this, well, for at least the last minute. Eventually we'll start to gain some of it, Ask Esport. Denza is still here. That's 3 dead. Got your eyes and cross your T's, though. You didn't get rid of everybody. Yeah, okay, you can lunge forward, but there's somebody going to be flanking. You know it's going to happen, and there it is. Information gained. What do you do with it? Well, enough. Blade will deal with him. He'll start to be traded. It's mean you've had to turn around. It's mean you have to do something else. Distract yourself, and the rest of Exceptional Gaming can just come cruising on out. There's 2 for Vortex, and they're on to here now. Exceptional Gaming in prime position to close this one out.
Got 2 on, and Vortex is going for a chow here as the hip fire works. They have just enough. Keep an eye, though. Jamal is going to take down Mythics, keeping them off the point for a few more seconds. They also have to now start thinking a little bit about these lives. 51 seconds left on the clock. Denzel will hunt this player down. Should be easy in the end. Klausy will fall. And back onto the point. Stop the clock. Look for the second tick. Aggression from Denzel. He just wants to kill off the rip here. Finds one. Checks another angle, but he's alone. So it's going to be a bit of movement. A bit of more kill hunting, as there are no respawns for Ask.
9v3. It is a seriously tall order now. Exceptional Gaming. They don't even need to jump the point. Klausy is dealt with. This game is all but done, Brycey.
Jamal for a 1 versus 9. He has to do it in about 3 seconds. Isn't going to happen. Isn't going to work. Exceptional Gaming will take that win. A 3-0 in both the control and the series. But you have to say, outside of the control, Ask Esport really did shine in terms of at least competing with Exceptional, who are one of the favorite teams in the Elite.
Yeah, they showed at least a little bit of promise throughout. I think, you know, if they can take some of those learnings from that game into some other series against some of the so-called lesser teams, then they may well be able to do something. We're talking about qualification. That's where they need to get to. But ultimately, it was Exceptional who managed to just about turn the screw when they needed to. Round 11 in Search and Destroy. They were made to work for map number 1. They were made to work for round number 2 in the control, and all of a sudden we're heading into a very different game. But 3-0, they will eventually get the job done in the control. And, of course, in this series. Sensational work. They'll be happy with their performance, but with some things to work on for themselves as well.
They certainly will. Well, there is going to be a silver lining there for them, but let's look over to the other game we are looking at. This is our Bravo stream at the moment. Vault Hardpoint 250 to 64. Noctum have destroyed Twisted 6-2 on Vault Search and Destroy, and now we're back to Vault for the trifecta. It's Vault Control against these two. The Twisted have a little bit of, oh goodness, no. It's 2-0 to Noctum. I tried to sell the dream, and it didn't look good as soon as we loaded in.
Yeah, well, can't set up these dreams if we don't speak of them at the time. Oh god, okay, the dream's dead. Never mind. Henry's on over towards B, and this one might be locked already. Disarray trying his absolute best to get something going, but B is locked in. Knocked him. I mean, we haven't get to see much of them, but this looks pretty good so far. Small sample size, albeit.
Wow, we sell the dream, but Twisted have been eating cheese before bedtime because it's all nightmares for them. This could be over in just a couple of minutes. Right now, it's all about control. Noctum looking for some kills. Back toward the bag is going to go down as well. You can already see them slowly trying to just get a bit of time here onto this point. It's a horrible one to sit in because there are so many angles they can come from, but if your teammates are making the kills and getting your cuts, you feel a little bit more secure.
Going up against Bansinko is a difficult task. Oh, not when you get gun like that, though, Ben. We'll get traded out. Noctem's still in a really, really good position here. Lives on this side. Rounds, maps, ticks, everything in their corner. And we will find another 4 in a row from him. Oh, it's just an exciting player to watch as well. And so we'll find another gunfire for his team. Still capturing over towards this A side. Looking to just keep that pressure on through the doors. That's all you have to be able to do. Lives have become a little bit tighter. This is going to find 2, though. That's going to make things easier. Those lives were tight. Now it's going to be a little bit more difficult to just defend the point. It's only Connor who can answer back. Doesn't find a second. This game might be done. And it isn't. Oh, it is.
No, it's done. Well, we only saw them for a brief time, but the scoreboard has not gone well for Twisted. Noctum 3-0 in the control, 3-0 in the series, and it was one-sided. We didn't get to see the other 2 maps, but when it's 250 to 46 and 6-2 in the S&D, probably wasn't an awful lot of map to look at.
Yeah, not a great deal, but I think you alluded to it. The player who's only been back for a week was Pac. We've seen some, I want to say, some impressive performances from him last year. I think for these guys, it's going to be a learning curve over the rest of the season. If you only had a player who's been playing the game a week and you managed to make elite, that's already a really good achievement. It's going to take them time to really start gelling together to get themselves in a position where they're going to be able to take maps, series of teams like that. It will take time, but they have some players who've been around for a good amount of time. I mean, Disarray, Dizzy, these guys have been around for a long time. So if they can get things going, they are a team who could potentially do something.
Yeah, I think, again, we've spoken about this before. Marathon, not sprint, right? We knew Nocturne were one of the biggest teams coming into this. You have to accept that they are going to be a difficult game regardless. Still plenty of other games for Twisted to have a better showing. But we haven't seen a lot of them. We'll probably see more of them either tomorrow or next week, and we can give a real good look at their gameplay and see what's working and what's not. And of course, we'll see Nocturne again, and they probably won't have a game like that depending on who they play.
Yeah, I mean, that was supposed to be our alpha game. That would have been over just as quick as the other one. So a couple of 3-0s, that'll give some of the teams, you know, some confidence heading into tomorrow, where we've got more games to come as well. But it's setting itself up nicely, I want to say. I think what's going to be really interesting, I know we're going to cover some more stuff here, but I think what's going to be super interesting for me is that battle for the top 4. We know there are going to be some games where there are very dominant teams. It is going to be top heavy. But for me in this one, it's about finding that new talent. It's about finding those teams who are going to come through in that top 4, finding that next Hydra. That's what we want. There's a lot of French teams and all French players in and around Challengers Elite, and that's what we are looking to find, these tried and tested, these new players up against the tried, tested Challengers players who've been around for so long here in Europe. The old guard is very much still guarding at the moment, and I'm looking to see if somebody can upset that.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, realistically, finding another Hydra probably is not going to happen that quickly. You know, it's, you know, the guy's been phenomenal since, but, you know, the next Ben Bance, maybe you're probably more realistic to try and grab.
Put some respect on Ben Bance's name right now.
You've just ruined me joke. You've just ruined my joke. All right, I was going to say I've been keeping an eye on this Bance kid. He could be next, and you've ruined it by jumping in. But it has been a wonderful day here to kick off European Call of Duty in the Elite season. And the games have been pretty good. We've had the reverse sweep and we've had some 3-0s, Tom.
Yeah, and look, we've seen some questionable plays. We've seen some reverse sweep already. As mentioned, that was a really, really good game between those two teams, and teams who we will see towards the top end of things in both the groups. So we've got a really good broad look of what we are expecting to see in only one day. So yeah, we've got more of it to come tomorrow though, Bryce, and we'll see how things are going to transpire there.
We certainly will. Well, We've had Europe. North America is calling. So we're going to take a quick flight across the pond, see what our North American brothers are doing, wake them up in the case of study, and get them ready to go and cast even more Call of Duty. So if you want more, stay here, just chill, and I'll be back right after this. But thank you for watching Europe. Have fun watching North America.
can't stop us. all you crazy COD fans. Welcome to another year of Challengers. EU started us off earlier today, but we've got North America, the highlight, the star child, all the things that people want to see right here, right now. On my whole ship, with me, I've got Jeremy Stud. For some reason, I look like Jerry the Giant compared to Jeremy right now. So we'll hopefully get that all settled out. But Jeremy, you're looking fresh, my man. How you feeling?
Thanks, baby. You know, I'm feeling good. I just went and got a haircut today because I had to make sure I look good for the broadcast to match your energy, Alan. But I'm excited to get into this season of the Elite because obviously last year we had a whole bunch of different winners every single season, never getting consistent with it. Even the team that was the most successful team throughout Challengers all last year in FaZe Clan Black couldn't win one at all. So I'm really excited to see what this year has in store for us.
This is kind of a weird start to a CDL year because, like, the last 2 years, we had a lot of players that were previously in Challengers get picked up, whether they were previously CDL players or brand new. We don't really have that this year. Yeah, you've got maybe a couple of players to keep your eye on. Of course, the whole Vegas team is brand new, but for the most part, this is one of our softer opening parts of the season when it comes to true rookies. And the fun thing about that is not only do we have a lot of tenured players that are returning into the Challenger space that didn't make a CDL roster, but we have a lot of young guns that just turned 18 in the offseason that are looking real nice. So let's go ahead and take a look to see what we have to offer for all 12 of our teams for this upcoming stage. Again, we're going to play 3 weeks worth of games, Wednesdays and Thursdays, group action to kick off. Group A, Group B, each team will play 5, and then we'll have our top 8 between the two groups finish off in a double elimination bracket. Jeremy, just give you some names right off the top here in terms of teams to keep an eye out, though, for both these two groups.
Well, SGB Syndicate, for some reason, they always have a stellar roster. This time they're coming in with this season with a couple players from the FaZe Clan Black season last year, Exceed and Dylan Rex. So I'm excited to see what they're able to bring. Omit Brooklyn alongside Tyler Fellow and my Call of Duty son in Craze Gun. They will be on that team, so that one's going to be fun to watch. And on the opposite side, for Vegas Academy, you got Hamza, Mr. Glow Frosty, joining up against some of these guys that you weren't probably expecting him to team with, but he's in the Elite. And then, who else do we have? We have Mr. Arcees, the Houston Spartans. Who can ever forget those guys? Royal Spartans is what they go by now. Arcees, Spark, Capsule, and Prolute. That is an A team.
Yeah, you've also got YFP, that's Cruz with Big Head, Dak, and Wiz. That's going to be a pretty solid team you'd expect over in Group B. And don't sleep on Rally Esports. Neum, he really surprised us. He played with 04 at the very beginning of the year last year and was a player that we definitely had our eye on before 04 had gotten picked up. He's playing with Phantoms. Haven't seen him kind of, up to the top of the lists in a while, but definitely has the potential with Flames and Fire. So again, a really solid team there. But let's take a look at our schedule. We'll dig more into these rosters and these individual teams as we go. We already had EU play, like we already see at the top of the schedule there. Katana Gaming and Team Notorious, the first reverse sweep of Challengers Elite coming through thanks to the hands of Team Notorious. Exceptional Gaming and Ask Esport was anything besides a video game. It felt like it was pretty much a wash. So we're going to get things kicked off with North America and a highlight. You already kind of talked about this Omit Brooklyn squad. They'll be playing up against YFP, COD in the opening round, and then we're going to get a first look at KC Pioneers and this young FC Stallion squad that I really have my finger on in terms of a team that could surprise early this year.
Yeah, you've been telling me all week about this young squad in FC Stallions, so I'm excited to see what they're able to bring because you have a couple of new guys that I barely get to know so far, like Encourage, like Abe, so I'm curious to see what they're going to be able to bring here. But our first matchup is nothing but a banger. Like Omid Brooklyn going against YFP. We're talking about Craze going against some of his former teammates in the beginning of last year's season in Dak and Wisdom, where they went to that Boston opening. They got top 2. Unfortunately, we're the team in second place. But now you have to start off your season playing against some of your homies. That's kind of tough.
Yeah, I mean, really, both these two opening focused matches that we have very well could be the determinant of who finds themselves at the top of their group. It's often the way that we kind of shake things out. I think the thing, though, it's interesting to kind of go into this first season of Elite because it's 32 total teams that have a chance at qualifying for the top 12. So technically speaking, it's the biggest breadth worth of actual talent we have to kind of get an opening look, to try to give yourself a chance to prove yourself early. But that often leads to some teams kind of sneaking in based on how their bracket went. We also had a couple of notable squads that we really thought were going to just cruise their way into a qualification that didn't. So it's a really interesting opening to this year for Challengers. And this is definitely, again, where you want to kick the year off. It's the beginning. So yes, of course you want to kick your year off here.
Yeah, you're talking about players like Asum, like Major Maniac, like Tuber, who did not qualify for the Elite. Yeesh. And it is a roster in Luxury Exotic that got a guy that I've been knowing for quite some time in Hitman, and a bunch of these other young guns that were able to take them down and take their Elite spot right from them. So just talent coming up every single year. I'm excited to see the new guns.
Yeah, the new guns is, I think, often where we put our focus on, because let's be candid, when you talk about players like Exceed and Diamond Con and, you know, all these guys like Spar, like, we've seen them in and out of the league a handful of times. And often the conversation point is, will they possibly fulfill a vacancy or a vulnerability in the CDL rosters that currently exist? Often the answer is not for long. Sometimes it's like a, let's give them a go. Never mind, didn't really work out all that well. It kind of feels like their lease on life is starting to expire a touch. But when you start to talk about players that have not gotten a shot yet, that are in their first Challengers Elite, that's where you can have a story like an 04 did from last year, where it's just like, yeah, he's a wager kid. We didn't really know about much of his experience because he had just turned 18, and then all of a sudden, he shows up in the first weeks of Elite, steals the show, and then immediately gets picked up as a major asset for Seattle last year. So it'll be really curious to see if we have another one of those stories here brewing, just kind of waiting for them to kind of get their chance on the stage. But let's get to know our rosters just a touch, because we are close to our first game. Let's start off with this YFP roster, which is relatively proven, Jay.
Yeah, no, I love this roster. We know what Cruz is capable of. We saw him all of last year being able to slay with the best of them. And then you put him alongside Mambo, who I'm not really familiar with. I'm curious to see what he's able to bring. But Dak and Wiz, I love these guys as a duo, man. Even in the beginning of the year, they always show prowess in search and destroy. We know the aggression that comes in out of Wiz and the patience that comes out of Dak. So a very well-collected squad here. I'm curious to see what they're able to bring in our first match, because their opponents on the other side are not going to be an easy team to take down.
Not at all. And we'll have to see if Mamba's going as Mambo or if he's going as Big Head. He's switched his
okay. I know
a
Big
couple
Head. That
different
guy's
times.
disgusting. All right. Yeah, I know that guy.
He's nasty. And then you got to remember that Dak was like rumor milled halfway through the year last year of like trialing for a couple of CDL teams. So that'll be interesting to see what kind of a start he gets in this opening matchup. But yeah, let's take some time to talk about the roster on the other side of the field, loading into this first overall matchup, because it's just as good. I think the only real thing is you kind of talk about, you know, the long-standing players that we've seen. We know what they bring to the league. You're going to get a number of players that have long tenures and challengers that have yet to get a look. I know that you're obviously kind of keeping your eye on Craze first and foremost, but Lunars was a player back in MW2 that we really looked at and said he very well may be the best AR currently in challengers that has yet to see the CDL. Didn't turn into anything last year, but he was solid, looking to try to improve upon that here in Black Ops 6.
Yeah, it's just tough when you're one of these challenger players who are stuck on a certain role, either being a main AR or main sub, because then some of these teams who are dropping players, you have to be able to fit that role, or you're not even up as an option or potentially join that team. So for Lunars, had a phenomenal season last season. Now you're going to spawn into this elite stage with a little bit better of a roster with Tyler Fellow. We saw what he was able to do last year with Carolina, Neptune. He's been in and out the league, but with that time off, I've been watching his streams. He's unbelievable with that submachine gun, and then you put him against my son in Call of Duty in Mr. Craze. The only thing that truly does scare me about this team, Alan, is the amount of aggression that they can sometimes have. Because Craze and Neptune, I feel like they only have go mode. They need to have slow mode sometimes if they really want to succeed.
Yeah, we talked about that a lot. I think we're both thinking back to like Craze on High Rise last year. He was
My
just
God.
deep, bro. He was getting in there. But yeah, I'll be curious, I think, to see what that duality looks like between him and Neptune as the expected SMG duo. Their Fellow will likely flex with Lunars as the main AR. And I'll be curious to see what kind of year Tyler Fellow brings out, because he's always, I felt like, kind of gotten the short end of the stick when it comes to his time through the CDL. I thought he played really well at the end of last year for Carolina. You also got to go back to when he kind of filled in for Dallas a couple years previously. I thought he actually played pretty well back then too. So, you know, you got these moments where you've had good opportunities to see Tyler play at a high level and succeed. Just comes down to what can he do to get over the hurdle of what has been a very long-standing competitive career and still be known as kind of like a slasher this year, where he's not too old yet. He's still just as good as the rest of the CDL pros that are out there.
That's crazy that you say Slasher, because Slasher was the main AR that took his spot in the Pro League on Carolina. But if you're Tyler Fellow, I just got to tip my hat to the guy, man, because we're talking about playing competitive Call of Duty for 10 years, getting gold to the pro scene, coming back down to challengers, consistently going back up and back down, but still having that same drive. And this is the thing that allows these teammates around him to develop a lot quicker, because the guy has nothing but experience. Every time I'm sitting there and I'm watching Fellow stream, he's the vocal leader. He's the guy that's keeping these guys in track. So I know I said something about the go mode and the slow mode, but Tyler Fellow, best believe he's going to have that in check.
Should be interesting to see. Let's take a look to see where exactly we'll take this battle in this best of 5. We're kicking things off with Skyline should be fun to see, especially considering that you talk about Tyler previously in Carolina. Carolina currently looks like the best Skyline team in the game. You also have Hacienda Search and Destroy. That'll be our first taste of it here on the North American side with Protocol Control, and then a Hacienda Hardpoint afterwards with Protocol possibly to finish. Any thoughts here, Jay, on the map series layout?
So we're starting off the series with an all-out mix fest, and then as we go forward, we're just slowing down the game every single map after that. Skyline is going to be all about the SMGs, making sure you're controlling the spawns, not allowing pin spawns to easily happen with being too aggressive on the map. Those little mini mistakes you cannot do because Skyline, it'll come back to bite you. Then the Hacienda Search and Destroy. You guys been around since Black Ops 4. You know what that map is like. That one's a very textbook search and destroy. But the Protocol Control, I feel like Control, whichever team we're watching, whatever series it is, it's always going to be that map and mode where it can instantly flip the switch. Once you get some momentum in Control, you start spawn trapping, guns get a little bit hot, everything starts to flow for that team that walks away with that map. But this should be a fun series for us to get into off the rip.
Jay, I need to ping your memory here because I'm old. You're not as old. Do you remember when Hacienda Search and Destroy was in the pool? Was it EG or was it Envy that went on like the 18-game Hacienda Search and Destroy loss streak? Do you remember who it was?
I would say it definitely couldn't have been Envy. It had to be EG. It had to be EG.
The fellow was on that team.
Damn, that's tough. Damn.
Do you remember that though? I was like,
no,
Major
I don't.
4. Oh god, I remember there was this whole thing. I remember making a meme of it, like the warehouse, like X amount of days since injury, and it was like X amount of days since EG had won a Hacienda Search and Destroy or whoever it was. Dude, it was mental. It was just like, can these guys please figure this map out? Because they played it every single series.
Now we got a secret hallway, Alan. We got a secret hallway though, so Tyler Fellow might use that to his head if he went 0-18 a couple years ago. That's tough.
Yo, someone in chat, please fact check me on that because I want to say I remember that, but I'm not as young as I used to be. Let's take a look though again on what we have as we're getting close to game again. We will also have a secondary matchup going on at the same time, so if you want to watch on multiple tabs, which you should, make sure you do so by going over to the youtube.com/COD Challengers page and making sure the Bravo stream is also up. But I believe I just heard from production that we are still waiting on map number 1 to get loaded up for lobby. So Jay, I believe we're going to go on just to a quick little break. When we come back, we'll be digging into our first best of 5 right after this. Welcome back there, friends. We're gonna have some fun. I've made that an executive decision. We're gonna have some fun with this Challenger season this year. I think the biggest thing about it, we've already kind of hit it on the head a couple times, but you're dealing with this cycle of those who have and those who have not when it comes to having seen the CDL at this point. I think the most exciting part, we talked about this, you were just talking about being on break a little bit, this is where we get to start building these career stories for these recently turned 18-year-old kids, and we have a handful of those here in this Elite, Jay.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fun, man. The start of all these guys' campaigns, not even for the young guns, even for the guys that are trying to work their way back into the league, you want to start off because, you know, all the pro players are already done with scrims. All the coaches are already done with scrims. Everybody is going to be tuned in watching this Elite to try to scout out talent because we haven't even got to Major 1 yet. We've only been in 2 weeks of the CDL. So you best believe these roster changes are going to come, and they're going to come quick. So for all these players throughout this Elite today and the rest of the seasons, it's going to be, you have to make sure that you're locked in from start to finish because you never know who's going to have their eyes on you.
I think the interesting point, in not to play like second fiddle, because I think a lot of the anticipation does look at that FC Stallions team, some of the players from Luxury Exotics, for instance, that are kind of newer. But how about this Vegas situation? Like, the team itself, not good. Like, we know that. Like, Hicks is now no longer there. The team is suffering in a major way. They have 2 players that Clay kind of tweeted about when Breaking Point was doing their average age of the squads, and I was just like, who the hell are these guys? But now you've got this Vegas Academy squad where Hams is in the mix. He's had a great handful of years as an AR. He's gonna be playing with King of Body and 2 other players that initially you're like, who are these guys? But they qualified, and they didn't just qualify. They did it through the upper bracket. So these guys are good, man. I'm excited to see what they have to offer later on this season.
Oh, I'm very happy to see Hamza with this kind of roster because we're talking about King of Body. He just got to the States recently. You're not practicing against the best competition every single time you're playing. So adding a player who does that on an every single day basis for multiple years now, it's going to give you that experience. It's going to give you that opportunity to play a bunch of these matches that you didn't think were possible to even be close, very, very close, and eventually start winning them. So this Vegas Academy roster, the Vegas Falcons in the CDL, they might be really honed in on this team to see what they got.
And they beat that team you were talking about with Major Maniac and Asim and those guys in the upper bracket in 5, dude. So, I mean, these guys got some ice, brother. Well, it'll be interesting to see. I'm excited to see those guys. I think just kind of, and maybe we could pull up the graphic again while we're waiting for the map to come through with our 2 different pools and our 2 different groups here in terms of maybe some early anticipations on who might finish at the top, who might be fighting to try to stave out of that relegation period. Again, just kind of as a reminder, top 4 from each group will make it into the double elimination bracket. I would say Group A, just looking at it, just off of the names on paper, feels like the more stacked of the 2 groups.
Oh, yeah.
Again, hard to say that because, again, they qualified in the order that they got placed in. So it's one of those situations that's kind of the order they came in through. But, you know, I'm looking at the FC Stallions team, solid squad without question. And that Paranormal team is not bad either. That's Dark Side with Bink, Adam Assault, and Gunzy. So, I mean, that's a stacked Group A there, Jay.
Oh, yeah, nah, Group A is stacked from top to finish, man. Like the Spartans, you got Syndicate, you got the Pioneers, which has Illy, Brack, Johnny, and State. But this whole left side of Group A is actually insane because when you look at all the rosters, it's a bunch of nothing but top Challengers players. Group B, okay, you guys can sit there and relax yourself a little bit because Group A, that's the big dogs for sure.
Yeah, and the other side, just again, we talked about that Vegas Academy team. They made it through the upper bracket in their elite qualifiers. YFP, we're going to see them here in a little bit. The other side of this, though, we talked a little bit about Rally Esports, rather, Neum, Phantoms, Flames, and Fire. But the rest of this group, it does feel like there's an opportunity for players individually, if not collectively, to really show up and make a name for themselves. That Cabal team, Shoxy, Manny, Cowdy, and Rooper. I will say that a couple of those guys have been in and out of the elite handfuls of times before, have not made waves. And then the bottom side of that group, Loyalty Inc., Mock, Cryptic, Pro MR, and John Exotic. Those were 2 different duos that played separately last year throughout pretty much every single elite, and they're looking pretty nice on this title.
Oh, yeah, and I'm pretty sure it was Elite Stage 1 of last year where they were able to at least get top 2. Unfortunately, fall short in that grand finals. John Exotic, he's been around for, oh, my God, so damn long. And then Pro MR and Mock, those guys are putting on shows with the AR, so really curious to see how they're going to be able to bring it. But the one team that I'm really curious to see is Luxury Exotics because these are the guys that everybody was telling me throughout this elite, all the Challenger players said these guys were able to manage to sneak their way on in. Don't know how, but now that they're here, show me why.
Yeah, Ecstasy's on that roster. He's definitely a player that I think has kind of taken some of the recent, I won't say fame necessarily, but he's definitely taken some of the storylines. And then on top of that, you still have a number of players that are new, but still a chance to prove themselves. Hitman, you already talked about, he's kind of been in and out of the scene, but Driz and D'Lo, the other ones that are part of that roster. So it should be interesting, because I don't really know much about those guys at the moment. Their experience in challengers, I think, is limited to maybe a cup or two last year at best. So again, it is a recent squad that is filled with some players that we have yet to see. It should be fun. I'm excited to see it, but it definitely feels like we know what we're going to get in Group A, because it's a lot of former CDL pros. On the other side, it's a lot of the prove yourself group in certain ways. So it's definitely been interesting, I think, to see, especially with how the schedule's mashed up, because if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure the way the schedule is working is that Group A is playing Group B teams, I think, this stage. So that's going to make things a little bit interesting in terms of how the matchups go.
Yeah, because Group A doesn't have to play each other, so that's phenomenal. If you don't have to play each other with the top dogs on one side, then you're going to be feeling great. But this match number 1, it's going to tell us a lot about how this is all going to look throughout this entire stage, because obviously it's the first time we're going to be able to see a little bit of Hacienda, at least on the NA side. If you were on the EU, you saw it for Control, and it was mixy as hell. I didn't think that you could even get spawn trap on your attacking side, because you're consistently spawning on the back side of the boathouse, and you're just lining them up. All right, we'll figure that out eventually. Hopefully something changed there, but we're going to have a good time. This game is very, very fun to watch. Gunplay is amazing, and I know everybody's excited to see what the beginning of 2025 is going to have for us.
Indeed the case. Should be fun, without question. No idea where we are. Oh, I know where we are. I'm sitting here comfortably in my home. I know Jay's doing the same thing. You're looking good in the suede jacket.
Thanks,
I don't know
Pop.
where you got it, but I'm going to need to get me one of those,
Gotcha.
especially when we go to Madrid.
Gotcha.
And, well, we're just waiting. So that's all we have for the moment. We're just going to kind of keep this little podcast rolling after the break. We're going to step away for just a moment. Hopefully we'll have gameplay for you. If not, I don't know. Let's talk about Hacienda some more in the comments. Do that. Be right back. Welcome back. We are close. Hopefully we're close. We're getting there. Getting there. Fun little 30-minute podcast about challengers, though. Hope you guys enjoyed that. We tried to get our players in a little bit faster, but Jay, you know how it is. Challenge players. Man. There's no such thing as a timetable. Are we kidding? What are we talking about?
It's a straight troll out here, Alan. These guys would rather just sit there and scram versus pro teams to make sure they're warmed up rather than just instantly spawn into the elite match. What criminals? Really, what criminals?
That's funny because I saw tweets from like an hour and a half ago. It's just like scrimming before the elite. It's just like cool. Can you show up on time?
Every single map. They must have played every map, had a delay, someone lagged out, hit a restart. Something must have happened, but I think we're almost there, Alan. We're almost there.
Love it. Let's try to get a recap, though, a refresh. We've got YFP. We've got Omit Brooklyn. My hands are backwards. Let's take a look at the best of 5 layout, though, just to give you guys a refresher since we looked at it about half an hour ago. We've got Skyline for opening Hardpoint to come, and then we're just a back and forth between Hacienda and Standoff, or pardon me, Protocol, the rest of the way. Why did I say Standoff? That hasn't been in the game in years. We kind of hope it would be, wish it would be, but we got a back and forth between Hacienda and Protocol.
Yeah, it should be fun, man. Obviously, we're starting off with the non-stop progression on Skyline. I feel like the team that is going to walk away victorious here is the one who can thrive through the chaos, but also slow down the game. When the game starts to get slowed on a map like Skyline, you already know you're spawning all the way across the map. They have a full setup. They're probably getting clean forward then, and you're just simply not having a great time. But then the Hasi Search and Destroy, textbook S&D map. We have one site all the way at Fences, the other one over at Rock. Early aggression through the middle of the map is going to be the key, and then the protocol control. I just wish whoever's going to be the team on the attacking side that you're able to get out of spawn. Because if you instantly die off the rip and you have to run around right off spawn looking for SMGs that are already in your face, you're simply not going to have a good time. But then Hacienda, Hardpoint, and Protocol need to end this one out.
Yeah, Hacienda, Hardpoint, I selfishly hope we get to it just because I'm Hacienda, I miss you. I miss you,
It's a classic,
bots.
baby. It's a classic.
Wow, so good. But the Search and Destroy is something we haven't seen in quite some time, so I'm excited to see a little bit of a refresher on how our teams try to play that. You already kind of mentioned it briefly in our podcast, about hour 1 of our 2-hour podcast, about how that open hallway is open, which is, again, that's the way the map was built initially during Black Ops 4, but like a week into playing it competitively, the whole community was like, yo, can we close that? Like, and we have not heard the same clamoring about that here in this title, so it'll be curious, I think, to see how that bomb site in particular plays as we get into map number 2. I imagine we're probably going to see a lot more action over towards Rockside, but we'll see. We'll let that conversation fester and marinate for a little bit as we get our scenic overlook at Skyline, our first map of Challengers Elite for North America in 2025. YFP taking on Omit Brooklyn. Pumped to have it, pumped to see it. Let's get it out.
Oh, yeah, this one's going to be a banger right off the rip. An all-out mix fest on a map like Skyline where it's non-stop aggression at all times. Who is going to be the team to spawn over towards P2 side? Because that's the side that you definitely want to hold for the first 2 hard points. But I'm expecting non-stop action with all 4 SMG players that are spawning in on this map. Probably a little bit of bad blood because, you know, you change teams left and right in challenges. But let's get it on, Alan.
Let's do this thing. See what we got going here as Neptune is going to show us, again, a little bit of early cheeky nade action towards topside hall. It's not going to land. It's Wiz for first blood. Omit Brooklyn will try to get their work over to the kitchen side. That's completely shut down. Wow. Okay, this is really cute for Omit Brooklyn, but it's not working out whatsoever. YFP off to the races.
And now Fellow is at least in a position to now set up a pinch spawn, but he's just hoping that his teammates can still hold down that back end. But Dak is here dancing with that SMG, is able to find a double, all 4 dead, and you are not aware that the spawns are still going to be behind you, and that's due to the fact that Mamba, a.k.a. Big Head, is still pushed out towards the top side of Plaid. He rotates his way on back, but now you have to fight another wave of kills to try to hold down those spawns.
Nice finesse, though. Cruz providing some oversight for Wiz, who can now get to work trying to flip the spawns, and he will at least block them. The rest of our lovely shade of orange of YFP trying to make their way through piano side. Doesn't fully work out with conviction. Leaves Dak by himself to a 1v1 with Fellow. Shots are less than clean. Fellow puts him down. It will be Omit Brooklyn who will hold on to P2 to open.
Yeah, now it's Omit Brooklyn's opportunity to get themselves back into this game. Fully set up here at P2. You're showing presence towards top hallway. But Mama's able to find that opening. Lunar also falls, so both players are going to spawn all the way across the map. Crazy's thinking, how the hell did everybody just drop around me? He falls. You spawn all the way across the map. Easy break right there for YFP.
Dak, though, on 3. Trying to hold on over towards kitchen side. Omit Brooklyn definitely surprised by the rapid way of how that hard point was broken up. So they're going to try to get back into this, especially with 23 seconds still to fight for. But it's just not working out whatsoever. Last player up top was Fellow. He will drop. You're looking for Lunars now off the backside of the staircase. He's just trying to be annoying, but the time is convincing here for YFP after they get the initial and, of course, get the break.
Yeah, that's not what you were looking for right there if you were Omit. Because now you need to make up for it here at a more difficult hill in P3, where there's multiple different angles they can attack from. But they find the initial kills to start it off, so they're fully set up in towards the nuke. Crazy's on 3 in a row. Luna's holding down that middle of the map, and the whole kill feed is lighting up blue. So Omit Brooklyn, first wave of kills taken care of.
Looking decent. Trying to hold this out as there's a bit of a pinch happening on the backside. Wiz able to find the first 3 now from the front. Fellow was in trouble, and he's just got nowhere to go. The health of the map is just not there whatsoever. Wow. YFP, just really good coordination break instantly.
Yeah, and that was an individual play out of Wiz right there. The solo player flanking towards Cobble, wins the one-on-one, instantly spawn those guys behind him, but then does not stop the aggression. He was able to find 3 that leads to the break for YFP. Now Neptune and Fellow combining for 3 of their own for the potential final 20, and this is the side that they want to hold. And win this next wave of kills, you're going to win that rotation over towards New to try to get yourself back into this game because you're down 50. You need time.
You definitely do. Cruz making life difficult, does take down Dak, but the long-range shots towards Fellow were decent. Can't quite finish it. Mamba able to follow up to make sure the backside of P4 is where YFP will spawn. Follow up from Dak, just kind of pinching through the middle of the map. Lots of shots towards Lunars. Can't quite finish his food, but still YFP controlling the macro elements of this game, Jay.
Yeah, it's just when Fellow thinks, all right, I'm going to get 1 kill over towards kitchen side. I should be good on the back spawns. There's a guy flying from the top plat. Takes care of him, and that 1 kill now forces all of Omit Brooklyn all the way across the map. So another break needed, and they need it quickly because this game is starting to get away from them. Big Head, a.k.a. Mamba, on the hill, on 3 in a row. Trophy down at the feet. He's getting an indication that someone's in front of him, but his teammates are watching over him, continuously just soaking that hill time.
Yeah, decent hit markers, pushes off the threat for now. Dak,
hello.
A little bit of a weird omni movement slide, still makes good on
it.
For 2. And now all of a sudden he can clean out the front, bump the hard point, and turn this into a 100+ point game. Yeah, you can see it, I think, just in the tempo that YFP are playing with. The SMGs are dominating right now.
Yeah, they're playing really quick. Dak is setting the tone early on. He's switching to ARs when he needs to, but already in a 100-point lead at the end of the first rotation of hard points. Omit Brooklyn have a tall ladder to climb to try to get themselves back into this game. Has to start with this P1. Initial gunfight goes to Wiz. Second to Cruz. That's already 2 dead in the feed. Trying to make it 3 on towards Crazy on top flat. But again, YFP are in the hard point, but not for long.
Yep. Will be at least a moment for Craze to soak up some much-needed time. Fellow just trying to see if he can catch him when crossing from Piano, but YFP just doing their diligence. I mean, we are just taking high ground away right now for free if you're YFP. Secret route being hit by Cruz. He'll pop up with Wiz, and that'll be enough to break the hard point once again. Just really good patience from YFP. Omit Brooklyn could only find 10, 15 seconds at a time.
Yeah, that's coordination that you see out of a team that's putting in a lot of practice. YFP realized, okay, we're up 100. It's still 35 seconds to fight for at P1. There's no need to completely just head bash the hill. Someone can try to hit a route, and Wiz goes right through underground with his teammates winning a couple gunfights to keep Omit Brooklyn off of that time. And now off the rotation, the new Lunars finds a double, but you have to find a couple more because your teammates are going to be here to help you, but you still got to locate a couple more players, and he at least finds 1.
5 in a row. Could possibly be building towards a Hellstorm. 2 members for YFP waiting
Big
for
kill.
Winners. Good for number 6, but loses his ammunition, and that'll be enough for take him off the streaks. But the gap starts to tighten up just a touch. Hit on the way, though, for YFP. Felony dealt with quickly. Here again comes the team in orange from the low ground. Simultaneous hit in the pinch up top. And once again, it leads to a very convincing break.
Just way too easy. If you're Fellow right there, you don't want to be the player to die in towards the hard point from Piano side with your teammates watching over, because then eventually someone has to fill that spot. As soon as they move, there's already pressure on them. You're instantly spawning out. So every time YFP have set up and coordinated their early breaks, they have been successful on it. Still an 100-point lead. YFP currently have Omit Brooklyn again, are going to be early off the rotation over towards P3. You're able to take care of Mamba, and now you need to set up. You need some time.
Yeah, this game's over pretty much at this rate unless Omit can get the full 60 and win the rotation to new. And it's interesting, keep your eye on what Neptune's doing on the map here. I've been kind of trying to watch him over the last couple of lives. He's 9 and 19. He's the rogue SMG, but the problem with this is he's not finding value because YFP is just grouping up and snowballing. He's just finding these individual 1v2 moments, and it's just not working out. And that's one of the things we talked about kind of in the pre-show here, Jay, is sometimes Neptune has a chance of just kind of overheating and doing his own thing. Yeah,
the aggression sometimes comes back to bite you. And right now, the aggression is not leading to success for that young man. But you still try to keep the guns warm. Still contesting here at this P3-2-2 split. Neptune and Lunar's able to get the final 2. So they're going to be able to hold on to this final 15. And one thing about this Omit Brooklyn squad, it might look like they're out right now, but they can flip that switch in an instant. They just need to hold the spawns for next, but already they pushed up too aggressive, and Wiz is going to be able to block that spawn at Cabo. Now they should be in the lead again.
Yeah, but the kills are good for Omit around the old time of the hardpoint. One more member in Cruz will spawn in, and that's all they need.
That's unacceptable.
2v3 situation. They find every single gunfight. Fellow will also drop, and that will likely be the game. Can't win here, but it's going to be too far gone here for Omit Brooklyn. And again, you can see it on the minimap, Jay. It's just Omit Brooklyn's just running too rogue.
Yeah, that's what it is. Sometimes it happens on a map like Skyline. When you're feeling like, all right, gunfights aren't going my way, I need to play a little bit quicker to match their pace. But their pacing is leading with teamwork that is completely countering everything that you're doing. We're trying to find a couple kills. We're pushing out spawns. We're not doing the little things correctly, and YFP are taking full advantage of it. Still 20 seconds here to fight for.
Lunar's in for now. Omit Brooklyn still spawning close. YFP just trying to test every extension of this time. And will make things a little bit messy for Omit Brooklyn on the exit, but all things told, Omit Brooklyn will technically win that hard point, even if it's by a slim margin. Fellow down low in the elevator shaft. That'll work out. Maybe an opportunity to flip the map around as he hits the high ground and has a nice angle over towards the hill. So here we go. Nice moment here for Omit Brooklyn.
The Wiz at least wins that one-on-one. Able to keep him off the time stall enough time for his teammates to get back into the play. Now instantly the numbers advantage in favor of YFP. Back into the P1 we go. They can still win it here. They're realizing where the pressure's coming in. And look how patient they are. They're not sliding around. You might think that they are, but they're just waiting for you to cross in their frame for a couple freebies. There goes another one for Mamba.
Just really good playing off of one another for trades, legitimately. So now it's desperation time for Omit Brooklyn. It has been for a while, let's be candid. As Fellow tries to hit a bit of a pinch from around the back. He'll find one taken out pretty quickly. Craze will hold on just in contest time. Dak with the pistol back and forth hit spread kill feed. And how about it? Omit Brooklyn will actually exit with successful kills, and now a chance to get themselves primed and ready to go for P2.
Yeah, this is the first time, well, they're actually going to be fully set up off P2, not worried about anyone sneaking behind, so let's see how long they can hold this one now, because every time YFP have gotten close and have found that opening kill, it's been an easy, successful break for them. You have Neptune trying to set the tone over towards Kitchen, at least applying the pressure to keep him away, but he falls. Cruz with that double. You're already in their face if you're YFP. Cruz finds another.
And the SMGs from Brooklyn do fortunately spawn up around the backside of the staircase, but they're under threat immediately when they get up spawn, and they're already gone. Yeah, that's just too aggressive. Again, another moment where you've got Craze and Neptune who are playing past the 50-yard line. Sure, they spawn up, but it comes after they give away so much ground, and you're just fighting after you respawn immediately. So not great conditions to be fighting off of, and YFP just need another 7 seconds to put this one away, and the SMGs continue to rip apart this Omit Brooklyn squad.
Neptune found the double, though, still trying to keep the wholesome dream of an insane comeback back in this map number 1, as the final 10 is going to go to them, but you got to get a move on it. YFP only needs 7 seconds. They're fully set up. You have P1 control. Mamba going to give the comms. Mamba with the shots, able to find the double, and that might be just enough to call game.
Yeah, if your SMGs are already sitting in P3 and you're an AR over towards top tub, you're loving life. So, great stuff here from YFP. Just better macro game through and through. There's the final kill needed. And Omit Brooklyn just could not quite get things together. I think it does start with just the simple fact, the matter of, yeah, the macro sense of the game got out of hand quickly, not rotating all that well, losing sight of different moments, and then it just got hairy, where you'd had too many individuals try to make plays where they didn't really have the availability to do so.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough, especially when you start the way that you did. You're talking about giving up 40 seconds at P1. You're rotating over towards P2 and instantly get broken. You can already tell your SMGs are starting getting a little bit flustered because Neptune was running around trying to win a couple one-on-one gunfights. When he's not finding success doing that, being the aggressor, past that 50-yard line and getting the kills, then it's way more difficult on your teammates that are trying to hold that setup, because if someone slips on by, he blocks a spawn, now you're all the way across the map and you're instantly in a man advantage for the other team. But YFP just had, like you said, a better micro game. Omit Brooklyn, I expect it to be a lot cleaner when we're talking about holding down these spawns, blocking the spawns to make the game easier a lot for yourself. But Skyline, when it gets away from you, you can never get it back. YFP take map 1.
Yep, Really good stuff. Again, the duality between the ARs and SMGs really tight. Tempo looking solid. And at no point did it really start to get kind of too loose or off the rails. So really good stuff. I think, again, the mantra from that first set of hills was simply that Omit Brooklyn, even when they had a successful rotation win, the P2 and P4, they only got 10, 15 seconds before they were instantly broken. So setup things definitely need to be talked about just a touch as we look over the stat lines. How about the 33 and 27 from Dak? 3,900 damage, 24 of those kills non-traded with a sub. Yeah, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, he was doing his thing, man. He was doing his thing early on in the game. He was the guy setting the tone with the SMG, even picking up the Amos at certain times to pick up the third or fourth kill. He was that guy in that map number 1. And in the opposing side, obviously, we already talked about it. Neptune just not finding his rhythm in that map number 1. 2,600 damage alongside Crazy puts up 3K. The SMGs simply were not in sync. It was just a lot of individual play, and you cannot have that on a map like Skyline.
Yeah, it happens. Again, it is one of those things that it sometimes turns into it is what it is. But that's one of the things, and I hate to just sit here and harp. I mean, it's match 1 of the elite for this year, but that is one of the things that has often been kind of a criticism point when you look at players like Neptune. And look, let's be honest, Jay. We talked about it a lot from Craze last year. It's like the individual skill is there, but he's kind of like a Snoopy-esque player where the POV is fun to watch, but boy, you need to slow down sometimes. And we'll see if you can kind of get that as a learned lesson as we jump into a second year of Challengers Elite. Getting into the rest of the action, though, again, we've got our Bravo channel that is still on, so if you want to watch multiple games, please do so. YouTube.com/CODChallengers. Bravo stream, the second one you'll see. And then on top of that, of course, we've still got a back and forth here between the Hacienda and the Protocol. We'll have Search, then we'll have Control, then we'll have Hardpoint, then we'll have Search, switching between those two maps. Should be fun. I'm excited to get this Hacienda Search underway.
Yeah, this one's going to be fun, man, and I'm honestly a little bit nervous now for Omit Brooklyn because I was expecting them to be a well-polished team when you talk about the respawns. Now you're going up a team on the opposing side in YFP who have nothing but S&D players. We know what Wiz is able to do early on with either his first blood or his aggression with that SMG. Him and Craze are going to have a lot of battles, and with the way that Wiz and Dak were playing in sync in that map number 1, you best believe they're probably going to be an army of 2 walking around that map on Hacienda, so be prepared for duo chows. Don't commit on solo chows. Just play around your team if you're Crazy because you were letting me down. Don't get first blood here, kid. I'm watching.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, here's the other point, and, we saw a little bit of the Search and Destroy, the Hacienda be played in EU, but you got to remember that this was a 5v5 map when we played in Black Ops 4. 4v4 now. Does that, in your estimation, I mean, you're an SMG pro, does that give you more opportunity as a sub in this map? Because if you think back to Black Ops 4, SMGs really didn't get a chance to do much on this map until a Maddox or an ICR opened with the first blood. So what are you expecting here from a tempo standpoint for those subs?
I feel like the subs are going to have a lot more of a field down now simply off of the secret hallway. That's all that it comes down to, because we're talking about when you're the team spawning on the attack towards the backside of P2, you're instantly going to work your way into lobby, work your way through bottom secret, and then that staircase instantly leads you to that hallway without being seen from top plat. So the SMGs have different routes they can hit. They can push their way aggressively up the rock, but I think middle map, when you're talking about the windows, is going to be the ARs. The SMGs just have to try to find those routes through secret hallway, through bottom connector to try to find that timing on a map like Ascenda, because like you said, you go from 5v5 to 4v4, something is now going to be open.
Yeah, and it's, again, reflecting back, if I remember right, which I often don't, so don't, use this as a state of fact, but when we watched Search and Destroy this map, it was 2 ICRs, 2 Maddoxes, and a SOG. At least a lot of the time. I'm kind of remembering some of the strategies that, Optic had played where they ran a couple of subs, like they just ran them through Fountain. I remember some of those plays back in the day. But, again, very different dynamic to this map, even though, of course, it is kind of a fan favorite from that 2019 year. It is still a map that is going to play very dramatically different than when it had previously. And I think, I heard Chris talking about in the EU broadcast, we get the treat of kind of casting over this map in COD Mobile, but that's still 5v5. So we really don't have a true estimation in terms of what this map will look like and feel like in a 4v4 title. It'll be fun.
You got the thing about both of these bomb sites that is going to be completely different, because over towards the bomb site over at Fences, that top window, you can now contest it from it. So you can't sit top plat, you can't sit towards back 10. On the opposing side towards Rock, you remember when everybody used to jump in the water, hit the side, hop up to catch that timing? You can no longer do that. You have to work your way all the way around through Garage if you want to try to at least execute an early break over towards that site. So I'm curious to see what the strategy is going to look like now in a 4v4 with a completely different game plan.
How do you feel about that, not having the water jump up anymore as part of that, P4 bomb site area?
I I don't know. It's like a mix of both emotions because I love the fact that you're not going to get caught off guard if someone just randomly hops into the water and catches a great timing on you. But then I also love that surprising factor of that actually happening because now you're just thinking, okay, we're running 2 trophy systems because there's a maximum 2 that you can only run per team. Everybody comes off spawn and chucks a stun or a nade. You're probably only going to be able to shut down that one wave of kills, and the second time should lead to a break without that hop up. So it should be a lot different this time around than a couple years ago.
Do you remember back in the day early, I think they had like made the water more murky, but do you remember the ICR battles that would happen in the water in Search and Destroy?
Yeah.
I remember like Jordan General would have like a 2-time scope on. oh man, those were the days.
You can't even shoot under the water now either, Alan. You can't shoot out. You have to go out of the water, literally be swimming on top to actually put a couple bullets in.
Well, let's see how this one unfolds as Omit Brooklyn will be on the offense first with early eyes over towards B. Again, no trophies means that stuns and nades will be extra effective. Craze also very aggressively through the open hall, and this is a wide open B site. Look at that quick wrap from Wiz. Oh, mercy. It's quick, it's fast, it's furious, and it's already a 4v2.
And it's already because YFP were able to gain that early info. There was no stuns, no nades, no presence over towards that A side at fences, so you instantly commit on that pinch. You get the read that they are showing nothing but aggression over towards Rock. You find the early first blood. You set up the trap. And that was a very clean round right there for YFP to take round 1.
Yeah, love the commitment on the quick wrap like you'd mentioned. It was aggression from the subs on our POV, but the same could be said for YFP, just right around through Fire Hall. Oh boy, not a good mental start here for the side of Omit Brooklyn. See what they can do as we swap the sides over for their first defensive effort. And again, I think the other part about this, and you're right, Jay, and we talked about this a lot during the first 2 weeks of our CDL season before the holiday break. No trophies until like round 4 sometimes makes Search and Destroy feel like a total mystery at times.
Oh, without question. So that's why YFP decided to say, screw the trophies. Let's answer with aggression to set the tone early on into the Search and Destroy. And now they're going to do the same exact thing Omit Brooklyn did, but this time Omit Brooklyn are not as fast on it. Craze finds that first blood, Cruz with the trade, and you're still going to plan it for an angle at top bar thinking that Wiz was going to be able to cover you in time, but it turns into a 2v2 now.
Yeah, bomb just barely not planted. Wiz getting frisky bottom bar. These doors make things a little bit more challenging in terms of how far can you go towards this back office position. The rest of Omit Brooklyn running together. Mamba, does he get an angle here? He's backed up for Trekkers, but Neptune will find Wiz first. Mamba caught on the mantle. Deals with the first. Mamba! Oh my goodness, how has he pulled that off? I thought he was dead to rights, but instead he gets a little bounce back, a little YY, and how about the 1v2?
And that's where, like, it should not even come down to that. Like, if you're Neptune in there, you throw that shoulder, you gain the info, but you chow before your teammate is instantly there to go for the trade. That allows Mamba to hit a little bit of a repositioning, set up that Omni movement for that slide 2-piece. We just don't have to commit as hard on that first gunfight if you're Neptune. Just wait for your teammate to get a little bit closer before that happens, and Mamba makes you pay for it. YFP take the second round on the back of Mr. Mamba doing it all.
Damn. That was nice. That was one of the nicest 1v2s we've seen this year so far.
Backslide hitting him with the we won't.
Oh, it's mental. Here we go again, though. The double SMGs for YFP's defense playing up towards this outer fire hallway and then right down through Secret again. And this is the information that they need. Nades can go over the top to delay the plant. Craze has gotten over to 10. Good nade. It does land, but doesn't test his luck, and instead will just hold the backside position at this A site.
Yeah, now Omit Brooklyn are pretty stuck here because you don't have any top secret hallway control, and every time you try to go for that bomb plant, you potentially get picked off. But Mamba might have found an opening, just sneaks right by through 10, able to find a double, almost gets out with his life, but that's already job well done. Man advantage, YFP.
You know, Mamba's sitting here like, yo, these kids are buns, bro.
They're not looking at nothing, dog.
Oh, my God. Lunar's in trouble. Backside cottage. Has to worry about this open hall. And again, the bomb is essentially committed to having to play around. Hey, you're not going to get time to get over to B. Not without having any office control. So Cruz is going to play a little bit of standing defense. Well, prone defense here at the patio. Could catch Lunar's for free, and he does. Second on the way. Tags are in, and that is way too simple. Holy cow.
Nah, yeah, Omit Brooklyn, we need to go back and work on some Search and Destroy, because these strategies ain't it. You realize, like, okay, we're going to work our way over towards Fence's site, and we have no top hallway control. And instantly, as soon as you try to attempt to work that bomb plant, someone is shooting you from that window, and then you're wasting 20 to 30 seconds thinking if he's going to move, and you just allow Mama to sneak his way on two for a double. Just got to commit more on these plays, or at least cover the right angles, because that's something that you cannot commit on A if you don't have top secret hallway.
Unreal start here for YFP. All right. See what they give us for their second offensive attempt. This time, Bomb is heading down up towards Spiral, and this again, full floods. AR's watching windows and long hallways. Yep, stun your back. Just make sure there's no quick pinch. And this is going to be a little bit of a hold them in place type situation. Neptune opening cross.
My!
What are we doing? Have we ever double chowed before?
I don't know what that is. That's both SMG players as well getting taken care of by Cruz. So now Lunas and Fellow left to try to clutch on up. Get a little bit of information. There's a crossfire potentially set up over towards the rock, but Wiz is able to take care of Fellow. Or Fellow's still alive, and he eventually falls. Kill feed is juking me out, but YFP are guaranteed up 4-0.
Wow. I mean, wow. It's just another one of those moments where, guys, 3-2-1 it, something. Just anything with that little slide over towards the fire hall. It's just, oof. Not what you want to see. Not a good opening look for Omit Brooklyn in any form. YFP more than off at the races. Neptune 1-4. We need this. We need to just pause.
1-4.
Just a pause.
2-4. And 2-4. All right.
Yikes.
Nobody over 3 kills. Omit Brooklyn are not having a good time on this search and destroy, but still time to turn it around. You're down 0-4. Now you're going to take a page out of YFP's book and take top right hallway to work your way through mid connector, but Bomb Carrier is actually going to sneak his way through bottom line. Neptune finds the first blood.
And we're just, again, not aware of the fact that the defense could wrap back on this quickly, so the trade is out. 3v3 will go. And Omit Brooklyn once more kind of find themselves a bit stuck. Forced gunfight coming through. Nice snap from Neptune, traded by Dak. Free fire, decent. Lots of damage tally, but can't quite finish anyone off, leaving Cruz now for a 1v2 of his own. A couple of follow-up tags, but both Omit members will get out of there.
Yeah, once those tags come in, you instantly switch your way over to the opposite bomb site, so Fellow's just going to instantly put this bomb down. So if you are Cruz, you're going to have 45 seconds to try to work this defuse. Try to clutch up on the round. Might have found the timing, but at least has the info on both.
Brother, are we joking? We're keeping that wide angle? And now it's Cruz versus one of his former teammates in Lunars.
No tax.
Patience. No tax. Lunars. Is he? Wow, he's going to chow this?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
This is one of those moments where it's like 1v2, and then you insert SpongeBob. You want to see me do it again? 1v2? You want to see me do it again? That's 3 different 1v2s so far.
That just shouldn't happen. Again, another round where that should not happen. You already gained the info on where Cruz was toward the backside of Fountain. He has your teammate trapped in the corner, but does not have any stuns, does not have any nades. All you have to do is wait for him to slide through the damn arch to find that kill. But when you commit on those gunfights, you turn it into a one-on-one, and then Lunar's thinking, all right, no way in hell he's just going to be here still. He had to be wrapping towards middle, and he just plays it super patient, saying, I know the way that you play, pal, and gets the better of him. Now YFP up 5-0, game point.
I'll say. And this is the we're just better than you strat. Just run it down. Wiz does get caught. Okay, that's Neptune for first blood. Dak able to respond onto one for felony. Does he get in and out of the window? Doesn't see anyone on the cross, so we'll stay 3v3, and this is really good patience from YFP.
A minute still to work with. Omit Brooklyn seem to be spread around the map, trying to gain a little bit of info, but Fellow finds the timing. I think that was crazed to take care of Cruz. But Dak instantly is able to turn it into a 2v2. Bomb's still going to be down at that B site.
Moment of panic here, it feels like, for both squads. But again, like you mentioned, the bomb being down means that YFP will default towards trying to get together. For the most part. Timing here has done something. Oh my mercy.
God.
Are we joking? And now it's just down to Neptune. 1v2 situation. Needs to have it. Has to have it. At the Bellagio fountain here, already queuing up Claire de Lune. Nade cooked, bomb planted, and he's going to miss the timing on the nade. And that pretty much puts this thing a little bit further out of contest. He's going to have to world star somebody.
Yep, here comes the shoulder. Double chow is going to be in, and Neptune does not stand a chance. That's what you do right there if you are Omit Brooklyn. You chow like that. You shoulder. You wait for your teammate to be near before you commit on the gunfight, and that's exactly what YFP did all of the map. Just completely taking control of the Hacienda S&D, taking the map away from Omit Brooklyn, taking the souls away from Omit Brooklyn, because you just got smoked in map number 1, and then you get 6-0 in the S&D. I thought this was one of the top teams that we had in this elite, Alan. They ain't showing me Nathan yet, brother. This is not good from Omit Brooklyn.
I'm sitting here saying, look, we had the choice of, like, who do we want to watch? And we were like, give me a bit Brooklyn and YFP. These guys look nasty. Not
and
so
then,
much.
I don't know what the hell's going on. These guys are, they need to put some more practice in. It's not looking good.
I'll say. Okay, let's reset. Mentally, we need to reset because holy cow, that was a bloodbath. YFP had to be feeling, I mean, this is like career building game where it's just like, oh, we're the greatest. Like, this is unreal. Like, you kidding me? So for YFP, he's got to be feeling uber confident about how things have gone to this point. And again, we've already told the story, it feels like 15 different times. It's just bad challenges coming out of him at Brooklyn right now.
It's just not good teamwork also coming out of Omid Brooklyn. Not good strategies. It's not anything good so far in this series for them. SMG's not having a good time. You're not finding success in the early first blood. You're getting picked off, and the map is getting flipped on its head because you're not controlling your priorities on a map like Hacienda SD. Previously, a couple years ago, it was played in a 5v5, but in the 4v4, you can already see the openings, the strategies from the team, realizing that, okay, you cannot have everybody on one side of the map. You need to spread, and what YFP were doing so great, team chow after team chow, team push after team push, and Omid Brooklyn did not have anything to stop it. So now they're down 0-2. You got to try to complete a reverse sweep. We saw it at least in the EU side. Can they be the team to do it? I don't know. We'll have to see.
I don't know. It feels like the roster is built to be able to at least be more competitive than this, without question. So it just may be one of those things. You get yourself onto a protocol, control. This is a map that you could expect. If the SMGs can be rogue and wild and wily, they can flip this whole series around. So it hasn't been very great for Omit Brooklyn yet. A couple of clouds passing over for them at the moment, but we are going to be heading over to the control where maybe things can turn around, see some signs of life, and get this thing kicked off a bit better. Head to a break. We'll come back. Map 3 right after this. Welcome back there, friends. We are in the middle of a series, and let me check my notes. It's not close. It's not close at all. It's been 2-0 so far. Omit Brooklyn have been blown out of the water for Skyline and the Search and Destroy. But protocol control. If the subs can just figure it out, wow, this can turn around really quickly.
Yeah, protocol control is one of those maps where you can instantly flip a series on its head, man, because you know how difficult it is on the attacking side to try to find success, especially if you don't win your initial breakoff. So for players like Craze and for players like Neptune, this is your opportunity to keep yourself in this series, because protocol, you know, if you can keep them off of those segments, if you can guarantee yourself a defense and control their tin, push out their back spawn, you can trap them for as long as you possibly can. You just have to make sure you're doing it in sync, man. It's very difficult sometimes when you're challenging these one-on-two gunfights, when you're thinking you should at least get one, and then you eventually fall, and then all of your setup gets broken down. You cannot have that on a map like Protocol, because it's punishing not only on the attack, but also on the defense as well.
Absolutely the case, but it is a map. Again, I think the easy way to frame it up is the SMGs can simply put get lost. And we're not even talking about like the 90s boomer get lost, you hooligans. No, it's like, oh shoot, they got lost. That's not a good thing. We don't want that. So we'll see how things kind of unfold. I think the other interesting part about this is kind of looking at how both these two teams have currently faced off. YFP have played very well coordinated with one another, so that is something to kind of keep our eye on, as it will be YFP on the defense first, and Omit Brooklyn taking the low ground route. They're going to try to go over towards field first. Seems to be maybe the option. Not a very orthodoxical play, and this is why Wiz is right behind it. Does get shut down, and okay, maybe first segment at B could be locked.
Yeah, that's perfectly played. If you can find early segments at B, that is chef's kiss, and that looks like the first one is going to be locked in. The entire kill feed is going to be lit up in blue, so Omit Brooklyn feeling themselves to start off this protocol control. They realize, okay, we find all these initial kills. They're going to spawn all the way across the map at back grandma's, but a clean 4 dead. Now for YFP, this is where you are going to be in hell. This is not going to be a fun time.
Not going to be fun at all. Dak finds the info. Ooh, a little overheat there. Tries to chase down a player in front of him. He runs into the majority of Omit. But still a moment of pause here. 2 seconds, still locked. Wiz holding on to Spiral Staircase, just making life miserable for Omit trying to get out of spawn. And yep, this is the definition of the HE double hockey stick. They are in hell. Not looking fun at the moment, as the rest of YFP are having a good time.
Oh, but at least they're able to find a couple of kills on their way out of spawn, and at least the 3 dead. They are still committed over towards this B point, as this third segment is about to come in. You take care of Mama through top mid, and that should be time being able to be extended. As long as Craze and Fellow can combine for these final couple of kills. Last player sitting towards bottom com. Just need to slide, slippery slide, and you're still not able to complete it. So YFP not giving this up for free.
Not at all. First tick, though, over at A will be locked. So a little bit of split focus here for Omit Brooklyn, working out nicely. Wow, okay, Lunars comes back to the fight. That's good for an elimination. And he's got more in front of him. Clean shots from Lunars. I will say, talk about silver linings. Lunars had a good map 1. Not an opportunity to do much in map 2, but a solid start here as the contest is underway. Wiz is holding on by himself, eventually dealt with, and the second thing in progress that day is looking good.
Oh, and that player on A is going to be one shot. No one able to put down a couple of bullets to take care of him, but that third segment is getting worked on. So now if you are YFP, you're forced to give this up. You want to try to control towards bottom comms. Makes it easier to contest over towards the speed point, but a couple kills going in favor of Brooklyn. They already clapped A. Might be able to close it out here.
Been good for it, but Neptune shut down from behind, and Cruz will finish off the player up top. So now the depletion of that third tick will come through as the defense holds control. 10 plays 8, but again, Omit Brooklyn, after that little bit of a bounce back, now find themselves struggling to move their way out of spawn. So trades should favor that of YFP if they can hold this ground and make Omit really work for it.
Yeah, you have a minute and 15. You're currently up by 3 lives if you are Omit Brooklyn, so just take your time. Do not get funneled. Everyone don't fall at the same time. Then you lose that map control, but Wiz through the middle of the map, at least able to take down one. Effective trade coming in from Neptune. 7-5 in live remaining.
And again, if you're YFP, you can wait until the zone gets triggered. That'll be your indication that you get to make some sort of a defensive play. But Neptune has gone rogue over towards the backside at tower. That will make things difficult for YFP to deal with on this setup. Drew's trying to do the exact same thing. He's on 4 in a row, 63. This is very winnable still, especially with Wiz getting information that more players are nearby, but Omit Brooklyn have completely entrapped YFP, leaving Mamba now by himself.
Yeah, and if you're Mamba here, you don't want to give up this final segment. Just go out there and try to win every single gunfight if you possibly can, but Omit Brooklyn with the perfect strategy. They've realized, okay, we can find a couple early segments over towards B, and it helps when you have that initial push, 3-4 kills go in your favor. And then when you secure those early 2 segments, you rotate over towards A, which is the easier point, extend the time, and then with the lives remaining, just able to isolate these players coming all spawn. Like, Wiz was spawn trapped in the back of his base by Neptune and Craze
Yeah.
for like 45 seconds there. You saw him lay all the way in the back because he realized, okay, there's going to be pressure on me, but Omit Brooklyn realized, okay, we get this 1 kill, they have no more respawns, we can set up a pinch, we can still close out the round. Way to start, and the opening control round for Omit Brooklyn as they go up 1-0.
Yeah, really good stuff. Not easy to win an offense. Made look a little bit simpler by that opening start. Bruce, backside heli. A couple of players trying to make their way through the
Shots.
sidewalk like Neptune. Okay, starting to get himself involved in this series. Now on 2 in a row. Looking for more. Finds it
Okay.
cleanly. Okay, this is a little bit more like it for Travis. Let's get shut down eventually, but still the defense in all the power positions they could possibly want.
Yeah, he's having the flow state right now. This version of Neptune is very scary to deal with. And now when Neptune falls, the other SMG is already in your face in Craze, able to find the first one for free. Second one over towards Sidewall. Thank you very much. And now you're just consistently keeping them in the back of the spawn. YFP cannot try to establish a push here because every time they do, someone is falling by themselves.
Yep. Craze, 4 in a row, slip in around, trying to keep his life, and he will find an exit over towards turret, and that's enough time for Lunars to come up from behind and deal with that YFP offense. So yeah, really strong stuff here from Omit Brooklyn. This is almost exactly what we called for, right? You want to see these SMGs just kind of get rogue and find success individually, and this is exactly what the doctor had ordered. So 25 plays 16, Craze is on 6, and YFP, I don't even know if they're even holding on to their controllers anymore.
Yeah, this round is shocked. Yeah, you're just not having a good time. You are trapped in the back of your spawn. Both the SMGs is already in your face. Craze on 7 in a row. Now going to decide to play his life. Another freebie right in front of you. 2 more seconds. Can he try to stay alive to potentially earn himself the cruise? And yes, he does. So Omit Brooklyn started to gain a little bit of momentum. This is usually what Control does. But when you're spawn trapping a team like this on a map like Protocol, you're only feeling more and more confident as this series continues to go on.
Absolutely the case. This is much better and much more like it, I think is the better way of putting it here. As we did not expect this matchup to be as one-sided as it has been to this point. So it's good to see not just some signs of life, but some domination from the other side of the field here. So, okay, 2-0 up Omit Brooklyn. This very well may be a very quick Protocol control if this keeps up. Craze is, what do you call that? An objective kill away from a Hellstorm by the look of it. Pretty darn close to it, maybe 2 total kills. And he's been all over the place, 15 and 9. Is Dax 2 and 11 accurate?
I have no idea. The scoreboard's got to be broken. Yeah, you just never know. You know, but accurate. It seems to be accurate. All right, Dak, you got a phenomenal map number 1. You need to try to turn it around here if you want to at least force that round number 5. But you have to try to set up this spawn trap, potentially earn yourself a little bit of streaks, and that's going to be a clean 4 dead. Can you turn and burn onto Neptune? Yes, you do. And now Omit Brooklyn just need to take a breath, push out one side together, and open up with that first kill.
Yeah, this is where the discipline has to be really executed on. Nades and stuns trying to open up things over towards bottom side locker, but no one's there. Cruz is just hanging onto a ledge, quite literally. Back next to him. Oh, big shutdown by Craze. Wiz trying to follow behind the play. He will be good for 1, but not the second. So a little bit of ground here for Omit Brooklyn to work with. Cruz following up as he's found an SMG to run around with. But he, again, gets traded back, and this is good. Omit Brooklyn have a chance to stop the clock here if they can get onto a B.
Yeah, but now route being hit out of Dak. Is Luna's going to be able to pick it up? Actually, Fellow was going to be ready for that. So Dak was thinking, all right, I'm going to set up this pinch. You guys just work the front. But one key gets taken care of. Now Omit Brooklyn have an opportunity to slowly work their segments up over towards A. First one comes in and now puts them at 6. Couple kills coming through top mid as well as the second segment is getting worked on.
Will be locked. Gray's holding at the mid. And this might have to be some sort of talk situation here for YFP. They're struggling to get some ground to work with. They will commit over towards A, but take a look at this. Omit Brooklyn have slipped the map over, and now all of a sudden they're at B. And my goodness, this has been a really clean attack from Omit Brooklyn. They're going to run out of time here if they're not careful, though, so they will eventually stack over towards A. Extra 60s looking likely unless Dak can make something happen.
Yeah, Dak's the last one alive, so time should be able to get extended. Perfect plays right there from Omit Brooklyn to just dominate that top mid control. And now you take care of Dak, who you were looking for. That leads to 3 dead. Neptune on 5 in a row. The stack should be in because you know all of YFP are going to be spawning all the way behind backside Grandma's. You already have players cutting that off, and Lunar and Fellow. That's already 3. This might be GG.
It's sure feeling like that, Jay. Fellow holding on to the clock at 103. Second tick of progress. Likely to be secured here as YFP are not spawning anywhere nearby this B zone. Craze trying to be the cutoff man at mid. Shut down immediately by Mamba. Now it's just down to who else can follow up behind this, though. Fellow still dealing some work over towards the backside at B. Neptune surprise from behind, but again, the damage has largely been dealt here. 12v5. Omit Brooklyn can just TDM this last 45 seconds.
Yep, you can just take your time, and every single time a player is winning a one-on-one gunfight, even better. Now no more respawns for YFP. Wiz is able to get one, but he falls 11v2, make it 10v2. Omit Brooklyn are going to be able to force game 4.
Yeah, good night. What a protocol this has been for Omit Brooklyn. 20 and 11 Lunar. Woo! Yeah, that'll play. Okay, 3-0. That's a little bit more like it. I was expecting this match to be like a bunch of tight maps, but so far it's just been domination on one side of the field or the other. So Omit Brooklyn, it's taken them a while, but hey, they've arrived and they look good when they're fully there.
Hey, they came back to life, man, and it started through the SMGs. Neptune was really the early on rounds tone setter with that SMG in hand. Works his way through underground, gets himself in towards top 10, roams around mid-gun, and he was just in that flow state. And then when you're allowing an SMG to do that in one side of the map, eventually he's going to fall. But then the other SMG is able to push up. Lunar is also picking up an SMG in hand as well to be the aggressor. That was just a very well-played protocol control right there from Omit Brooklyn. When you talk about the slang, when you talk about the teamwork aspect that they have yet to show us, at least in the first 2 maps, they show it there to keep their series alive. And now going into this hardpoint on Hacienda, this is where Tyler Fellow with that experience, you know, playing Call of Duty for, 20 years. The guys played Hacienda for quite some time, so textbooks, the fundamentals should come out, and I think Omit Brooklyn really stand a good chance now at least forcing game 5.
Yeah, I like that call a lot. I think especially if the SMGs can continue to just be as individually dominant as they are. It's so bizarre, and we got like hints and glimpses of this in the first 2 weeks of the CDL, and I think kind of watching over some scrims and now kind of seeing the game be played competitively again in about a month's time. Like, we really do have some extremely polarizing maps where you've got small maps that feel like it's kind of like a Bocage situation almost in a way where it's just like, oh, tons of gunfights, it's gonna be mixed, it's gonna be crazy.
Yep.
But like, really, you snowball. You just play as a 4-man group, and that's how you play the map. And then you have these maps that are a little bit more wide open, your red cards, your protocols, and that's where the subs can just run around. And if you're great individually, you could do essentially what Snoopy was doing for Boston in the first 2 weeks, which is get out of town, get lost, play your life, and when you've got the individual talent that players like that do, you can single-handedly essentially win maps like that. So it'll be curious, I think, to see how Hacienda fits. Will it be more of the co-eccentric 4-man type of play style that we see in Skyline, or are we going to get more of what we expect from like a protocol red card with this 4v4 being introduced to what was previously a 5v5 map? So we're going to find out. I'm excited.
Yeah. Nah, Hacienda is going to be all about the fundamentals because we're talking about every one of these hills are very punishing, besides probably the P1. But as long as you are controlling the top side of either rock or the top side of spiral steps, you're going to be able to dominate P2. Just need to make sure that you're doing the little things correctly that Omit Brooklyn weren't doing in map number 1. We're talking about someone just simply sitting in the back to block that spawn because those spawns can be very, very sticky. But on a map like Hacienda, you out-rotate, you out-fundamental, you spawn them where you want to, the game should be a lot easier. So I'm expecting the SMGs not to get put into a cycle early on because Hacienda, it's literally impossible with how big the map is and where you responding for some of these hard points.
It falls into the predictable sense, I think, of what I think a lot of people were kind of clamoring about when it came to Rewind is like, yeah, the map can swing quickly, but it's a predictable map in terms of how spawns work. So that I think kind of, again, interchangeably has a 1-for-1 on it. Let's take a look back though, in case you're just joining us. Which seems like, looking at the numbers, a lot of you guys are. It was a pretty convincing affair here early. 251-88 for YFP. The score was tighter than the game felt. And then the 6-0 was, it was a 6-0. Put it plainly, if you want to watch some 1v2s, go back to the 7 minutes that we played Hacienda Search, and you'll probably enjoy 3 or 4 of them. And then, of course, the protocol control we just came off of. Very quick, very convincing. 2 offensive wins for Omit Brooklyn to get themselves swinging as we now approach that Hacienda hardpoint we were teeing up, with potentially a protocol search and destroy to finish off our first North American series. Any other thoughts here, Jay? Just kind of any other than like big macro points you want to look at as we potentially consider the reverse sweep for a minute?
Yeah, the team that dominates P2 and P4 is going to walk away with this map because those are the two money hills that can be very, very punishing at times. When you're the team controlling on the backside of P2, blocking those back spawns, you're consistently spawning them over towards Rock. They either have to front it through the front or work their way through mid-zig, and that's basically impossible to try to do. And then for P4, if you're the team spawning over towards Boathouse, you have a lot more successful chances at trying to break in than when you're spawning over towards Lambo. So both the money hills that we have on Hacienda, obviously you've been seeing it for quite some time. Let's see if Omit Brooklyn can try to force this game 5 here.
Should be interesting. Keep an eye on that Lambo.
Is that a Lambo? Because I heard
not,
Bryson
but,
Tunn
like,
talking about it, like old school Ferrari. I don't like they were saying a whole lot of things. People don't know their cars. I definitely don't know my cars. What kind of car is that? It's kind of dope.
It's not. I don't think it's a Lambo. But we call it Lambo, and we know that those Brits are going to try to find something to talk about.
Yeah.
That thing is 1990 Ferrari. True. Little pop up. Flash headlights, things of the nature. Craze looking to get around the back here. The opening first bloods were good for YFP. Early time already on the fountain. Not the greatest stun. Banks off, and Wiz is on the hunt. Well, not anymore. Teammate comes out from Cruz, and that leaves YFP a little bit more stranded on this hard point.
Yeah, you're not going to stand a chance if you are Cruz in that scenario to keep soaking up that hill time. But now if you are Omit Brooklyn with only 20 seconds left, you want to try to control it over towards Lambo, and that's exactly what they all do. You want to keep them off that P1 as much as you can, but control the spawns over for the next. But the route right there from Mamba is now going to allow them to flip this spawn on its head. You're still going to be contesting around that middle map. If you are Omit Brooklyn, with that double through mid connector, you're going to have the man advantage off this rotation.
Almost a little bit too soon, it almost felt like here for YFP, because you don't get those backside driveway spawns.
Big two.
Unless the hard point opens up, but Mamba gets a double. Fellow's been stunned backside statue. Help is on the way as the well spawns are in for YFP. And this will just be, again, a battle for the back the whole way through. Dak, the lone man, on the pinch. Finds two, opens up the hard point, and YFP used that as a chance to get into the hill.
Instantly you're able to break in. Slowly work their way through the back. Still a lot of time to fight for. Mamba in towards the hard point. Unfortunately, gets some bad timing there. And now it's on Dak's hands. Can he find a double? Yes, he does. Now you have the reinforcements in Wiz. Can you hold it down? Because those close spawns for Omit Brooklyn are going to be towards the back. With 20 seconds to fight for, you already have a player off the rotation. YFP not making any mistakes so far.
Yep. And I would say, just kind of reflecting back to Black Ops 4, the teams that were most successful on this map did this, where you get the spawns early and then you trap them for the last 30.
Yeah.
So now you've got Well locked in, the old time locked in. You got a player deep towards Flower and Wiz, and you have to know if you're YFP, there's only one spot that Omit can be coming from. That's patio.
Yeah, this is Hacienda Hardpoint, where you have to be able to play ahead. When you're playing behind, you're not going to have a good time. This is one of those maps that we had back in the day, that if you tried to play into that cycle instead of rotating early and setting up at new, you were instantly going to come back to bite you. But at least Omit Brooklyn are finding these kills to go with it. Still those back spawns, still trades going abound over towards fences, and still holding on to the hardpoint is Omit.
Nade over the top, reduces this play just a touch. Stack will clear out topside patio. Neptune, this is not a spot you want to fight from, I'll tell you that much.
No.
Kind of has to keep his head in a swivel a touch. Cray's going to free him up just a moment, but he gets shut down, and now YFP again. Look at the map. They're going to flip him around. Keep him in Brooklyn, spawning behind the old time. You know they have to hit through open water side, and YFP are fully prepared for that. Cruz for another double, and it's just walking multi-kills for YFP.
Yeah, and instead of, I'm pretty sure Fellow rotating there, he fights back for that final 10. He's not thinking about that rotation, and YFP are now fully set up, but at least if you're Omit, you're fighting over from both sides. Trades are abound. 2-2 split. Wiz with a nade through the middle of the map. Can it connect onto anyone? No one does not, but your teammate falls. You have to try to make a play, and Omit Brooklyn holds strong.
A nice moment here for Omit Brooklyn. Craze around the back. Nice hit fire connection leads to more numbers for Omit. Hello. The reload. Help nearby. That will work out for Craze's double. And now YFP all of a sudden are completely trapped over towards Lambo's side, but look at the spawns. No one's even prepared for this. YFP from the front have hit the deck. The trades are in. Wiz for the double. Dak off the pinch, but Omit still respond and hold on.
Oh, they were able to hold on because no one read that spawn. Thankfully, someone turns around and at least able to get one to start off those gunfights. And at least the Omit Brooklyn successfully dominating over towards that P4. Now we hit the reset. Very tight game that we have on our hands, only an 11-point difference, but in the second half of the game, Omit Brooklyn needs to be better on their setup around P1. They need to start with the slaying and at least find all 4 now. So now you hop into Hardpoint.
Yep. A tough transition from 4 to 1, but if you do it like this, you can get some great time on this Hardpoint. Winners, 4 in a row. Nice snap, but can't quite finish off the follow-up. Fellow behind the play. Sees one hop up and over. That should work out for not just 1, but 2. Oh, and Fellow nearly put him into a blender, but only got 2 of them. Hardpoint cleared, and we've got a tie game at 83.
Oh, and this is where Craze is trying to make the individual play. Flip these spawns on his head and also help my teammates secure this final 20. He's able to catch that double, but now we have to work our way over towards Lambo. There's going to be a couple players who are able to slip their way on by. So now you got to slowly wait for your teammates to secure the back before you attack through Zig.
Yeah, I kind of like this, though, from Craze. Just hold on to this Zig trophy position. Wait for your teammates from the well spawns to clear things out. You know if you're spawning well, they're not in the back. That is indeed what's happening. So that confirmation's good for a minute. Now they're all trying to hit their driveway side, though. There's no pinch from that mid-Zig position. YFP are holding comfortably for now. The reads are decent, but Neptune opens up with a double. Fellow following up finally from that Zig place, and that'll be enough for Omit Brooklyn to secure the break.
And now Omit Brooklyn can run up that score because there's still 40 seconds here at Lambeau. You watch one player hit towards the water. He's not going to find a lot of success or any action in the next 10 seconds because it's going to take a little bit of time to work your way on that side. But Craze still has the indication. I know where you are, buddy. He's sitting 1 shot. That's 3, almost 4 dead. Last player Zig. And that is going to be a flawless hold there from Omit Brooklyn. Yep. Fixing their mistakes off the first rotation have now grown themselves almost a 50-point lead.
And YFP going to take their medicine here, not even bother with the old time, just get themselves over towards Office. Lunar is very aware that this is likely the play. There's the slide out. Lunar's holding on to Office for now. Dak not wanting to challenge as YFP know that Omit have to make the first move. And they're happy to do so. Neptune, the opener. Now looking for more action over towards Fire Hall. Craze finds the kill. That's a Hellfire that gets pulled in. Trying to dive into the hard point after that. If they got all the information they could possibly need, and there it is. Omit Brooklyn once again quick to find their break and build their lead.
Yeah, that's beautiful coordination right there. You were making sure that you were controlling towards top plat. The fellow blocking the Lambo spawn so they can only spawn over towards arches. And once that Hellstorm gets invested, you know that they pushed out towards thin. You clear out the back spawns and no longer spawning behind you. And that leads to a very successful break here for Omit Brooklyn. 25 seconds still here to fight for. Trades are abound. Dak trying to stay alive. Unfortunately, he's going to fall. And Omit Brooklyn, that flipped the switch, Allen. They're looking good.
Really, really good. Trades in particular, 21 and 13. Fellow now on 6 in a row.
Is that a gunship?
He's
frying.
I think it's a harp. I think it's a harp he's got
he's
right there.
frying.
Whatever it is, it looks like a freaking Star Wars battle cruiser. So now all of a sudden YFP in major trouble as we head over towards Rock. Good opening kills. Fellow still looking for this Hellstorm, though, and he will be shut down. So moment of pause here as YFP get the opening 15.
And this is what we talked about in our podcast before the match started. When you're swanning over towards boat, you don't have any top mid control. Try to use your gun, but use your stuns and your nades to work your way on in. They find 3. Last player alive is going to be Dak, and that's a very successful break there from Omit Brooklyn. Take care of Wiz, and the setup is even stronger.
A little bit of an overheat there from Wiz. Getting 1 is fine. Holding out of that open hallway is more than okay to wait for teammates. Now all of a sudden the numbers back in favor of Omit Brooklyn, and they're using them beautifully. Yeah, it's one of those tough moments where you're going to get the 4 members back first if Wiz just gets that kill and just holds on to his life, but instead he charges into a 1v4 and loses it out, and now all of a sudden Omit Brooklyn can get past the 200-point mark, especially with Craze finding the final kill on the scrap.
He's sitting at 26 and 15. It's now his turn to take over, just like Neptune did in that last map. They're almost up by 100, trying to force the game 5. Neptune in flow state is able to find that 3rd before getting traded onto Dak. But now Omit Brooklyn, they can no longer win it here at P1, but you can get pretty damn close. Let's just hop into hell.
Yep, absolutely case. Taking the methodical approach, though, is Omit Brooklyn wanting to clear off these upper hallways, and doing so beautifully. 3 for 1, the exchange. Mama, last one left. Neptune, no problems there, as he's starting to really put it together. 26 and 20. Into the hill for some more time, over a minute on the objective to this point, and yep, YFP just cannot get themselves together. Too many scattered spawns is what it feels like in these last 4 hills.
Yeah, but that's due to the way that Omit Brooklyn are playing. The SMGs are controlling the pace. They're blocking the certain spawns that they need to, and they're realizing, okay, as soon as you spawn up, you spawn there, I'm instantly turning around. That's the kind of hard point that Hacienda brings. Is they're already up 100. Your window rotation over towards new. You do have one player who is going to spawn out, so you do not have the numbers advantage in this situation, but Fellow should be able to get a freebie onto Wiz. You have back control, and it's only a matter of time before they force game 5 now.
Yep. It's the exact opposite of what we saw in Skyline. It's just, you can see YFP's trying their darndest to do the right things, but you hit it on the head there, bud. At 28-19, 28-22 for both the SMGs from Omit Brooklyn, they are just making a mess of these spawns, not allowing YFP a chance to get together until really this moment right here in the last 4 or 5 hills. Fellow around the back from his well spawn. Should put a block onto this. Where will Mamba spawn here? Wow, he's in Bufu, brother. Oh my god. He is going to be running for a while. He may not even get here before the game's over.
He's just hoping to God that his teammates can find a couple kills so at least keep this game alive before he sets up this pitch to the front. But Lunars already has a read on it. Able to hit the turn for that kill. They can no longer close it out here, but 249 is basically GG. We're going to have a game 5 in this one.
Mamba literally spawned off the map, it felt like. Runs for 45 seconds and then just runs right into a death. That's gotta feel terrible. YFP will get over to fences first here, but like you said, it is just all Omit. Just so much spawn control. They'll get back in the hardpoint. Craze will put an end to this one. So still, we have yet to have one competitive map between these two. Oh, man, it's just colored me surprised. Skyline, all YFP, but the opposite hardpoint here in Hacienda, nothing but Omit.
Yeah, off the first rotation on the hardpoint, I thought YFP stood a great chance because they dominated at P1.
Yeah.
They found an early break in towards P2, but then when you got to P3, you kept it mixy with the P4 not leading to a break. That's when it all changed because Omit Brooklyn were now able to chain that P4. So a little bit of P1, win the rotation over towards P2 for basically a full 60, and then the game started to get away because Fellow started streaking. You're soaking up that score on the hill. That's also going to allow you to earn that Hellstorm a little bit quicker. That was just a textbook Hacienda right there from Omit, because if you have a tie like Fellow, he knows how to play the map. We just got to make sure we micromanage, block the certain spawns, control it. Even that one opportunity where you saw one player spawn out boat, 2 players spawn out boat, and they instantly were able to pick it up and at least find the trades to hold on to the hard point. Omit Brooklyn just seemed a lot more in sync. They dominated the money hard points, and now they dominate in that map 4 to force game 5.
Really good stuff. I mean, it's a tale of 2 different cities right now. It's just legitimately, if the SMGs can run and gun and find individual success, you're going to make a mess of these spawns, make things difficult for YFP. But they attempted to do that at Skyline. It didn't work at all. So it's, again, hot and cold situations. But now you got to look over towards what is to come, which is map number 5, Protocol Search and Destroy. Very different map than Hacienda, without question. However, Hacienda showed a lot of really poor stuff from this Omit Brooklyn in Search and Destroy basic fundamental mechanics. That is going to have to be better regardless. Now, again, I don't expect to see as many double shells coming out of Omit because they can run the map a little bit more freely if they want to. It just kind of, again, harkens back to what we talked about from some of the things we saw from last year out of players like Neptune and players like Craze, where sometimes they just try to do too much. So will it work out or will it not? It's kind of live and die by it.
It's going to be tough, man, because a map like Protocol, it's all about dropping down that zip, dropping down Spiral, and having an absolute blast in towards bottom comms for those initial gunfights to control that site. So we'll just have to wait and see who's going to be successful in that aspect.
Need the case. Small break. When we come back, map 5 of our first series for North American Challengers. Don't go far. We'll be right back. things off with the bang. EU had a reverse sweep map 5. Who's to say that we won't get the same thing here for North America? YFP out of the gates hot with a 2-0 edge, but then Omit Brooklyn 3-0 on the protocol control, and a dominant Hacienda Hardpoint brings us back to protocol for map number 5 and maybe a reverse sweep of our own. But nothing but stops though, Jay, so it's kind of hard to put a finger on this one because who knows?
Yeah, it's been an absolute smoke show from YFP in the first 2 maps, and then the last 2 weren't even close for between Omit Brooklyn. So now we're going over to a game 5 on protocol search and destroy. We know how this is going to play. There's no trophy systems early on, so you're probably not going to find a lot of success if you're trying to be the aggressors through bottom comms to work that bomb site. So we might see a lot of P2 presence, a lot of top mid presence, a lot of building camping with the ARs. I think these early rounds are going to feel a little bit slower than it did in that Hacienda.
Indeed the case. Or it might just be the SMGs just running each other the whole time.
Yeah, or that, yeah.
Who knows? I mean, it's always so funny. I don't know if you felt like this at all last year. We didn't really talk about it, but it was like one of those things we would get off of like doing like a major for CDL, or like we get off doing like CDL on like a great CDL Sunday. And it's just like, yeah, here's all these things that we know about how this map should play. And then you get to challengers, it's like, nope, never mind. They're going to do whatever they want. So it'll be really interesting, I think, to see what we get for both these 2 squads. I have a feeling it's going to lean more towards Neptune and Craze trying to run, take some aggressive ground, force a very early 1v1, see if they can just dominate the map in the first 15 seconds. And if it works, they very well may just run away with this map. If it doesn't, it very well may be a runaway the opposite direction. It's just... Yeah. Flip a coin, it kind of sometimes feels like.
Yeah, between them and Wiz and Dak, the aggressors with those SMGs in hands, the tone setters in these early rounds, that's going to be a battle to watch. But to start us off on the NA side of the Elite, like Alan said, we already saw a reverse sweep from Team Notorious versus Team Katana. On the EU side to start it off, shout out my guy Afro. He had a phenomenal series, but here we go into the game 5.
We also talk about how this is a bold choice to rock the Squid Games cameo, because like the green is just so easy to see with like flutters around corners with like I don't know. First blood good though for Wiz as the bomb makes its way very quickly in towards bunker, and Wiz almost finds timing on more, but instead we'll go 3v3 early.
Yeah, and I love the play right there from Omit Brooklyn to attack through pre-2 side. No one had to worry about any stuns or nades coming in to take care of that first blood. So now, even though you have bottom comms control, it's going to be very difficult to try to work this objective, but bombs getting planted and Cruz trying to hold strong on his position.
Oh, the timing just not quite there. Lunars looks up, finds the headshot. And so now this becomes a very formidable host plant setup for the side of Omit Brooklyn. Someone is going to have to do something bananas, and we've seen both Cruz and Mamba provide that. Opening shoulders. Why are we challenging that? Follow-up is decent. Trade is there. Mamba can't quite get there to follow up. Turn it into a 1v1. And that may be about it on this attempt. One more good old college try, but he gets completely crossed up, and Omit Brooklyn will take the opener.
Hey, fantastic plays by Omit Brooklyn. No trophy systems. No one's going to drop down over towards Zip. We're going to take control of bottom comms through P2 side at boat. Even though Wiz found that initial first blood, it was instantly traded in. Lunars with that one-on-one gunfight on the top side of Zip was the gunfight that won him the round. Because you keep control of bottom comms. You have the man advantage. Every single angle is still being watched. And Omit Brooklyn in the man advantage are able to close it out for the first round.
So it was a little bit of that opening aggression. Omit Brooklyn really just flooding on into bottom side of A. What does YFP want to offer us this time? Nades going over towards the outsides at A. Wiz down and in. Oh, and there's just a world of people here. Okay, that doesn't work. Dak does follow, though. 2v3 situation now down to a 1v2. Dak working on the ace, but gets caught through field side. Omit Brooklyn up 2-0 early.
Yeah, that's great plays right there from Brooklyn. Dodging that nade over towards both side. Pretty sure it was Neptune that opened up that first blood, but they were instantly able to match the aggression of YFP in towards this site and just trading effectively, even with Dak finding 2 there. Still no chance when you turn that into a 2v1. They had you trapped. They set up the double chow. And Omit Brooklyn now right in the wrongs off of their map 2, up 2-0.
See what next offer is going to be. Omit Brooklyn looking like they're going to pull the exact same setup. the most part. And, oh, Cruz in the helicopter should be a free.
He's going to get
All of a
ISO'd.
sudden, he's ISO'd for sure. He needs help, but he needs it quickly. If he's getting stunned, he's getting nades thrown at him, and he's got nowhere to go. Wiz trying to follow up, but instead he gets picked. And Omit Brooklyn flip a switch somewhere in the control, and now they're going to be up 3-0.
Then the last nade, all the hit markers going down from Mambo. Info already gained in the 1v3 over towards this B site. Well, it all has to start by taking care of Neptune. Over towards Chopper. But you can see on your minimap all of Omit Brooklyn starting to rally around to try to trap Mamba.
Yeah, there's no time to make this play happen either. So,
No.
wow. Yeah, messy moment right there. I just don't think Cruz is expecting to get ran at that quickly. He's just trying to play for info and trying to see if he can call the defense back over to help him, but instead he just gets ran at and he gets, like you mentioned, completely isolated. So, wow, Omit Brooklyn. All right, this works. Lunar's at 5-1. Again, even in the first two maps, or at least the first map, Lunar's played well. He's had a really good series so far, but it's been the difference of what Neptune and Craze have been able to bring in these last three maps so far.
And you saw what they were able to do in that round previous. So Craze just simply slides down, is able to keep his life from Cruz, and then Neptune and him combine for that double chow to isolate for that first blood, and then Craze finds the second, and they instantly work that objective. So it's scary when this SMG is able to be in sync the way that they currently are.
Wow.
So now YFP are going to work their way over towards B site, and it should be an uncontested bomb plant.
It's really going to be down to what does Neptune find on this long flank. Instead, actually, it's Craze who runs forward to try to find the exit off the plant. He'll get taken down. Mamba's got a freebie onto aforementioned Neptune, and that will be the round. There's just no way you break this. Surely not.
Yeah, Lunars and Fellow left in the 2v4. Lunars putting down shots into someone towards top grandma, but Fellow's able to take one, get isolated, and pushed out. So Lunars now in a 1v2 with 20 seconds left. Yeah, this is not going to be easy.
Bruce once again playing backside helicopter. Couple of weapons for Lunars to use. Has to go to the SMGs. Giving himself a hell of a try, but again, it's just such a tough post plant from there to try to break apart. So, yeah, that's just YFP pulling out a little bit of a wild card. The counter was an attempt at a blind counter from the defense to play deep into the bottom side of A. Just no one was home.
Yeah, they got a read on it, though. They were able to put themselves in a position to potentially contest as soon as that bomb goes down, but when Craze loses that gunfight to Wiz, you're already in a man disadvantage. Wiz is able to get out, back over towards P1 gun side, and then you hold on to Heli. It only makes it more difficult in a man disadvantage because someone has to try to hit a route, try to make a play. They all get picked off. So YFP secure their first round of the map. But back on the defensive side they go. Omit Brooklyn, this time a different strategy right through the zip.
This is legitimately what they had done in round number one. Neptune has to hold off. He does secure the trade. Bomb, though, down. Trophy system keeps them safe from incoming nades, and Lunar somehow finds one over the middle. So now you can try to charge this a touch, but once more, Neptune gets caught fishing, and that'll get us to a 2v2.
And now you just work this bomb play because Neptune was, even with his death there, is able to gain the info onto both. But you don't want to catch bad timing here. So Lunas is going to work his way back towards top grandma's, and he might have got a couple sounds because they're nearby.
Oh, he gets one. Cruz, no idea where Fellow is. Does he hear that zip? Probably not, but he is turned for it. Hold on a second, and there's the information gained. So Fellow will be blind. Cruz will have a small advantage. He's missing his window, though, as Fellow has moved over towards A. Timing here, timing here. Uh-oh, Fellow slips up and over. Fellow! Oh! Not quite able to connect. It's Cruz to put it away, and YFP will get another.
That's a big round right there for YFP, more specifically Cruz. You lose that gunfight and lose track of Fellow. If he would have hit you from the top ropes of the computers, that would have been a devastating round indeed. But AR, SMG, doesn't matter, long, far range, that thing still is ripping. As YFP able to stop the bleeding now, 2 rounds in a row. Starting to build some momentum is Cruz, who finds himself on 3.
Yep. This is a pivotal round right here. For what does YFP want to call? Again, they had the free B plant in the last round. Omit Brooklyn stacking towards bottom A. And this time it'll be a mad dash through the elevator and right on over. And the opening shots are waiting for it. Lunars, wow, tried to bite off another one. Doesn't work out. Neptune in a position to maybe surprise, but it turns into a trade favoring YFP Fellow for the 1v2.
It's all about catching the time and to work your way in the comms, and he might have just done it. He's going to be able to find that first blood. You know the pressure's still going to be on you. but you were sitting at less than 50 HP. The commitment, the trade was going to be abound. Mamba said, okay, this is what you did to me last round. I'll do it to you. As he jumps on the top of the computer, is able to win the one-on-one. And now that's 3 rounds in a row for YFP. Will look to be Omit Brooklyn starting to pull away. They're right back in this game.
Yeah, that was a really key round. Both teams, really, but for YFP in particular. So now
it's been the clutch, Alan.
Yeah,
it's been the clutch. Even in map number 2, YFP just have that clutch gene in them.
Yeah. But now you've got a situation where Omit Brooklyn have to make a decision after what has been a lot of aggression on their offense. Looks like they're going to take a little bit more of a passive approach towards both sides. Mamba just going to play for info off of his nade. It does land, slows down this hit. And Wiz is already behind this play. Oh my goodness, wait a second. Omit, a little bit of Spidey sense. Take some shots, push Wiz off, and they're the ones to find first blood.
Yeah, that's difficult because Wiz is their island player, is their aggressive SMG that usually finds a lot of success. We talk about SMD, but getting picked off all the way across the map by yourself is not the ideal situation. Mamba tries to make up for it. He also falls, so Omit Brooklyn now in a 4v2.
Cruz follows up on Wiz's initial route. That limits it just a touch more. Bomb will be planted, though, at A. And unless there's isolation
he's coming.
To Lunars. Yep, that could make things a bit more interesting. Last 2 defenders of this post plant are inside the site. So the long-standing duo of Cruz and Dak, do they see the name tag of Fellow there? Doesn't matter. Fellow still finds the kill, leaving Cruz to have to try to force this one in. Not going to find entry as Omit Brooklyn break up the YFP straight rounds.
And YFP were really hoping they had either a stun or a nade to try to initiate those gunfights in towards bottom comms, but Fellow and Craze were able to work their way, realizing where the pressure was coming in through a big door. Fellow finds the first, and then Crade instantly there for the second. As Omit Brooklyn were able to stop the bleeding. It all starts with finding that first kill onto Wiz, because you saw that they were trapped over towards P2. But once they kill Wiz, they were like, okay, that's the most aggressive player. He pushes right up the map. No one has to be on that side. When Mamba tries to fill it, they also take care of him with a good timing. So Wiz, if you're going to make those kind of plays, you got to make them big, or they're going to come back to bite you.
This is a very similar look for YFP when they got the free entry towards B. Fellow playing on top of the helicopter has avoided sight for now.
Love
does
this.
see the player on the slide. Does he get the angle? Sure does, but doesn't finish the kill. And uh-oh, now Fellow's in trouble. Craze tries to run up to save his life, but he instead gets punished. Omit still follow off, though, and will get the bomb planter off the site, leading us to a 2v2.
There was a whole bunch of individual players making individual gunfights matter. As Neptune worked his way through Zip, found that kill over towards Grandma's. Able to put this into a 2v2, but Lunars, the finesse over towards Heli, gets the better of Dak. Now Mamba, left in the 1v2, has info on 1, but that bomb being down at that site is going to make it even more difficult.
Has to force this. And now the information's mutual. Bomb collected. And he's out.
Movement.
I'll say. He's going to try to stick this, see if he maybe could have baited Lunars. I think he went the other direction. Not the case. Gets the plant, gets away. Still full HP. No immediate hop here. Omit Brooklyn trying to play for the kill at the moment. Stun does not land.
Wait a minute.
This might work out actually better for Mamba, although timing here is everything, and Lunars will find him with an SMG in hand.
I thought Mamba played that beautifully, man.
Yeah.
He was able to gain the info, use the stun, obviously plant the bomb at an angle that neither player was ready for. And he got it down to about 25 seconds before they were able to locate where he was. And that's Omit Brooklyn. Even off the first blood coming in favor of YFP, with Fellow not being able to secure that kill on towards the site. It's just individuals making individual plays, and Lunars makes the best as he finds 3 on the round for game point.
And reverse sweep point. What a weird series this has been. Omit Brooklyn, though, in a power position. Gonna try to play this over mid-gun. Lunars looking for a window peek. Cruz nearby, does not get the timing on it. Stun back towards helicopter, also not going to land. Omit Brooklyn trying to feel out maybe a delayed B hit here.
Also potentially trying to play for the aggressors, because you know if you're YFP, you want to try to make up for it. Cast them off guard with a couple of these play calls, but they are prepared for the aggression. Now across the minimap, you see Neptune slowly working his way Over through P2 side, but I'm pretty sure info gain. He tries to commit on the one-on-one. 33 HP, able to get out with his life.
Yeah, Neptune tried to bait a little bit for Craze to jump down to the elevator shaft. That didn't work. Dangerous call there from Omit Brooklyn. Nearly works out, but just not quite the right circumstances. So now 2v4. Lunar's at 13 and 5. Don't rule him out for beaming someone, especially if that player happens to be Cruz. Wow, okay. Problem is, Wiz is staring at the bomb, and someone's got to drop down and collect this thing. And here comes the move.
Here we go. Oh,
Toe
he
tag.
hit the zip to try to grab it and get out. And that's exactly what he's able to do. So still an opportunity here. If you are Omit Brooklyn with 10 seconds, you got to sprint, haul ass over toward the B site, but you're not going to have any time.
No, fella was on a yo-yo, though. That was hilarious. Wow. That was one of the funniest things I've seen in a minute. But YFP, yeah, it's just simply put, it comes down to that little Neptune Craze duo play. Just doesn't work out for them. The little bait situation it doesn't really pull off the YFP focus.
Yeah, you can tell that Omit Brooklyn, they were expecting for YMP to literally be the aggressors on that round. And once that didn't happen, their strategy completely got taken away from them because Wiz was sitting towards low. They've been working that low A site like 30, 40 seconds into this round to see if they can catch someone off guard. But that time, no one from YFP gave up their life for free. So now we go into a round 10. YFP on the attack, and this time they're going to go over towards Ellie again. But 6 HP in a dream, Wiz is going to fall.
Yeah, bold route. Doesn't work out. Fellow will also get away from helicopter, so they'll keep the 4v3. It has to be Mamba to make a play. And I have to imagine Q is our observer because he has not missed a kill yet.
No, he is not.
Back
Nice,
around the back.
in.
That'll work. And now a 3v3, and all of a sudden, Omit have to kind of deal with this. They can't just really sit and hold. I mean, B's open all of a sudden again.
You were able to recover that bomb if you are Cruz. So B side is completely open. You can work that objective. You already have heli control. You're just now relying on Dak, who's the sole island player across the map, to gain a little bit of info.
Love this.
Potentially find one.
Yeah, I love this. He does not have to do anything until contact starts to be made over towards the middle of the map. But Lunar is still holding in a little bit of a wiggly moment there. Has both players kind of fending one another off. Over to Mamba. Watching for the long play around the defensive spawn. Doesn't see anything yet. He may catch this contact sooner than he expects. But it doesn't matter. Huge 1v2 for him there. So now it's just down to Lunars. 1v3, trying to avoid the reverse sweep round 11 situation, but we're going to have to go the distance to figure out if it's going to come true or not.
Oh my, what a way to start the Elite, man. Our very first match. A beatdown in the first two maps for both of these teams. A beatdown from Omit Brooklyn in the previous two. But a round 11 coming in, and that's Mamba with the ace. In the 3v4, you get picked off. You find a freebie onto Fellow. You take control of the site. That was all Mamba that round. And now he forces the round 11.
Massive. Okay, what's the play call here? YFP on the offense. Omit to defend. We've seen aggression for Omit on their defense before, especially over towards A. It looks like we might get that again through boat side. And whoa, Cruz takes a nade and a stun to the face, but it's Fellow for first blood onto the bomb carrier of Wiz. Bomb collected, no problem, but this is already a very tough 3v4 for YFP.
Yeah, that's great plays. A great angle as well from Fellow from top 10. He's able to spot over towards P2 for that first kill. Cruz at 13 HP. Able to play his life. But in a man disadvantage, no map control, someone has to try to make an individual hero play.
He's in a good spot. That's the only thing that you have to kind of worry about here for Omit is that you don't want a player sitting in your top windows. But the problem is you really can't do much with that except for maybe work an outside angle onto Neptune, who, wow, great snap onto Cruz. Trade is decent in the follow-up from Mambas there. Craze gets caught once again. The SMGs is not able to hold down their ground, and we're going to get a 2v2 post-plant.
Yeah, I was going to say Neptune is going to have his hands full, but at least getting one, that's already job well done. If you're Crazy, you don't have to commit on that trade, but 2v2 with 35 seconds left. Omit Brooklyn, Lunars, and Fellow, the ARs for that team, going to rally up, work their way through Big Door.
Wow, the nade actually lands on a Mamba. They back up, find the kill. So now it's just down to Dak for the 1v2. 23 seconds. He's going to see some on the cross. Good trigger discipline from Dak! Oh! Unbelievable! Doesn't take the bait on the first, jumping over. Clean shots deep. Follows it up for another 1v2, which YFP can once again utilize as a search and destroy winner, this time avoiding the reverse sweep in round 11.
And that's what they had all series, Alan. The clutch factor in these moments when you think these rounds are stacked against them, they somehow make it happen. We're talking about Omit Brooklyn finding success to dominate bottom control over towards that A site. You get the opening kill. You have the man advantage, and Neptune turns it into a 4v2. If you're crazy, you don't have to commit on that come fight. It's way better to play the 3v2 retake than it is a 2v2. But Dak with the repositioning, also great shots on Tavella for that first kill, and allowing Dak to walk, allowing the other player to walk across for free, committing on the second gunfight, and then setting up that second kill. It was just clutch. It was just the clutch for YFP in the search and destroys. And even though it goes all the way to a game number 5, they were even icy in those final moments, as they are going to be 1-0 to start the elite. That was a great series.
Wow. I mean, we had more 1v2s in these two search and destroy maps than I think we've seen all year long in the CDL. Yep. I mean, some of them are just unexcusable, but regardless, still fun to be sure. At least for one of the two sides. Wow, what a series. Very, very strange to say the least, with the YFP opening being as convincing as it was. Omit Brooklyn respond in kind with the control and the hard point. And it looked like things were going to look good for them here in the search. But another moment where it's just the fundamentals not coming through when they need to most. Oh, boy. I mean, wow. What do you say?
I guess the only thing you can say is this is our first match. This is our first match. It's a long season. We can make up for our mistakes because some of the plays that Omit Brooklyn were making were completely egregious. Like this final round, it should never come down to this kind of moment, especially with Neptune, the soul man in towards the site, finding one before falling. You have the numbers advantage. We have to play our numbers to our advantage instead of trying to compete always for a trade. And that's something that I try to teach Craze. I've been teaching him Call of Duty for quite some time, and he was the guy who gave up his life for free, forces his teammates to turn into a 2v2. But then it's all about Dak at that point, man. 1v2, icy moments with that SMG in hand, is able to get it done for his team.
Wow. Crazy scenes, man. I mean, what a start to this elite, though. Straight up. This group is going to be a fun one.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, to kick it off like that is different, to be sure. So there's a look back. We've already kind of talked about it verbally, but there's the visual representation for you of how this first series has gone. The rest of our first games, I think most of them are actually still ongoing, or they haven't fully been reported yet. The Rural Spartans have defeated Rally Esports by the look of it. And then the only other games that are reported, Vegas Academy beat either Loyalty or SGP Syndicate. I don't remember who they played. And then Standy's team beat the others. So we've got some results over in Group B. Only game still going on is the Stallions versus Cabal game over there. And then, of course, we need to figure out what happened with Luxury Exotics going up against Paranormal in here. But that's just our first overall matchup. We've got more to come, a second slot of matches. We've got Pioneers coming up against the FC Stallions when that match is ready to go. So don't go far. We got more Challenger Sleep right after this. Welcome back there, friends. We are through our first series, getting ready for our second. It wasn't just us, though, that had Map 5 affairs. We had a couple all over the place, including one of the teams we have coming up, Jay. The FC Stallions, FaZe Clan Stallions team, did secure their Map 5 winner to get over their first hurdle before they now go into an all-pony battle. Stallions versus Pioneers coming up next for us.
Yeah, no, I just watched the end of that FaZe Clan Stallions squad, and they just clutched up. More specifically, Lurch, to close out the Skyline game number 5, close it out 6-3, just 1v3'd them. So I'm really excited to see what they're able to bring in our next series. But let's talk about our old series, Alan, because that series was unbelievable. It was a smackdown, beatdown on the first 2 maps of IFP. As we're taking a look at the highlights here, it was the SMGs clicking early on. Wiz and Dak really set the tone in that map number 1. And then we went forward into the Hacienda Search and Destroy, where it was just a dominant 6-0.
Yeah, I mean, it really wasn't close whatsoever. And a lot of it was for the same reasons that we were talking about in the Skyline. The SMGs just could not find any success anywhere. Looked like, looked like YFP were just out teamworking this Omit Brooklyn team until we got to this protocol control, and then the individual presence of the SMGs got to do what they do best, which is run around and be unkillable.
Yeah, they started to take over in that control. Clean 3-0, SMGs turning up, and then you take it to the Hacienda Hardpoint, where it's all about the fundamentals. You're putting yourself in a position to win the rotation over towards New, and you successfully dominate that on that map is Omit Brooklyn. But then when we get to this game 5, Omit Brooklyn, we're at game point. You're up 5-3. You get to a situation where, okay, we put it into a 2v1, but then we get to this 5-5, man. I wish we had the clip for a little bit more behind from when Neptune got that kill.
Yeah.
Because once Neptune gets that kill, it's a 4v2. But then Craze instantly flies on in to try to play for a trade, which was unnecessary, and unfortunately gets taken down and turns it into a 2v2. And then we know the final moments. Mr. Dak. I'm going to call him Dak Prescott. I'm a Cowboys fan, so why not?
Here we go.
He was able to clutch on up in the 1v2. Lets the first guy slide, finds the second gunfight, and then times that second kill to close out the map. They just played phenomenal. It was a great series to start us off, but I'm excited for this next one.
This is a dangerous affiliation all of a sudden, because now I feel like every time that we're going to see Dak on POV, I'm just going to hear a, "Here we go," from Jerry. I would be here for it, though, I'll be honest with you. I'm here for the craziness. Speaking of craziness, though, that's what we got still on the docket here for us. KC Pioneers, FC Stallions. The 2 teams that are obviously coming up next year for us. A lot of anticipation, I think, about these 2 teams for different reasons. For the FC Stallions, this is essentially a brand new challengers team. First time they've mostly been eligible to play, maybe outside of a cup or 2 last year, but they've been exciting, I think, through the opening scrims. Obviously, Zoom has been doing a lot, doing these on-stream coaching things, watching the team scrims. Been really fun to get some exposure on these new guys. Whereas on the other side, this KC Pioneers team, again, just, talking about the majority of teams that we have, extremely well veteraned. You've got Standy, Brack, Johnny, and then the return of Illy's on this KC squad.
And the thing about this KC squad, just looking at the 4 players, they basically got Search and Destroys locked up, Alan. So if you are FaZe Clan Stallions, you need to try to come in here and take every single respawn. So I'm really excited to see what the young guns can bring. But back to the Pioneers, man. Standy, we all will know what that guy is capable of. Illy, world champion. Welcome back, man. I want to see you continue to have success. And then Brack, he's always been one of the most dominant players that we have in Challengers. Has yet to find really his footing into the league, back into the league. He wasn't previously, but he's trying to work his way on back. And then Johnny, we saw what he was able to do last year for Vegas. He was able to change a little bit, not really succeed where you talk about qualifying for a chance, but he's a phenomenal player. He brings it in every single respawn and also in Search and Destroy, so I really love this squad.
Yeah, Johnny's an interesting storyline, because when he initially got into the league the first time, it was on that Vegas team when they were unable to qualify for anything anymore. It was just like like he had a great challengers year, and it fell into the same category as like Havoc, for instance, where there's a lot of controversy, like, dude, why is he not taking whatever offers he gets? Well, sometimes being on a bad team, the CDL, is worse for you than being on a great team in Challengers. So it was definitely one of those interesting things, but you're absolutely right. It definitely feels like Johnny's a guy that hasn't really gotten a true look in terms of like, excuse me, hey, here's him for like a full season. What can he actually do to turn the team around?
Oh my God, Alan, take a sip
I'm
of water,
dying.
brother. I'll take
I'm
over.
dying.
I
I'm
got
dying.
you. Mr.
But,
Johnny,
yeah, I'm
though,
excited
I
for
really
it.
love him as a player, Alan. I really do love the way that he plays because obviously he comes from the S&D scene, so you already have that in your back pocket. But the tone that he's able to set with the SMG, and not only that, he's also able to pick up an AR. He's a beautiful flex player with the utmost confidence. Now, he just has to continue that forward with alongside a world champion in Illy. This is going to be one of those tough teams to take down if they're all in sync. And I even looked at Twitter. Illy literally tweeted, "No one can kill me, man." So I'm really excited to see if no one can kill him in this series.
Should be a fun one to be sure. Excited about this squad, man. They're going to be a fun one to watch. But let's talk about the other side of the field here because, again, this FC Stallions team, Abe, Lurks, Encourage, and Merc. Merc had kind of come in and out of a couple of different teams early, just kind of looking at the early cups and things of the nature, but has found himself now pretty much firmly planted on this roster. But you had already mentioned that Lurks kind of stole the show on the map number 5. He is my player, I think, out of these 4 that I think immediately has that kind of showstopper presence. All 4 are great. They all run their roles very nicely. But Lurks has got like that really fun POV that has been awesome to kind of spectate so far.
Yeah, he's an aggressive SMG. It's always fun to watch aggressive SMGs, especially if they're having a lot of success in that slaying department and all their timings. But I'm pretty sure we were able to spot a little bit of Mercury's last year throughout the Elite towards the ending stage, and I shot him a follow because of what he was able to do. So I know Mercury's. We had a conversation a little bit. He said, "I'm very young, stud. Don't worry about it. Next year, it's going to be my year." So I'm excited to see what he's able to bring, man. Show me something, Merc.
Yeah, it's going to be fun for sure. And, yeah, you're right. Stage 3 of the Elite last year, he played with Gus, Prod, and Hollow before they did not quite make it through the LCQ for champs. But let's take a look a little bit deeper at this series in particular because, of course, we need to talk about what our maps and modes are going to look like. But before we do, here are what the standings look like. And this is, again, you look at kind of, we had the YFP Omit game. Looking at the rest of the results, Paranormal was able to take down Luxury Exotics by the look of it since Royal Spartans took out Rally Esports. But Vegas Academy came out and found their first win, man. Again, it's just, don't sleep on these guys. They're gunning.
And it wasn't versus nobodies, Alan. It was versus that SGP Syndicate squad. We're talking about Exceed, Mr. Challenger, Yuli, who was one of the best SMGs we had all of last season, Diamond Khan, who just was in the league last season, and Dylan Rex, who was one of the best ARs in the game last season for Challengers. They were able to take care of them. So what happened to Syndicate? I'm really curious. I need to go back and watch that. I'm going to pull up some VODs later.
I know it, man. This Vegas Academy team are beating up all the former CDL pros
Yeah,
right now.
what the hell?
Definitely something to look at. Definitely something to look at. Other results, though, Pioneers took care of their business really quickly, 3-0. And then FC Stallions, of course, we talked about the Map 5 winner that they were able to find. So that's what gets us our opening standings to this point. Again, as a reminder, I'm sure if you're watching Challengers, you've seen it or you're familiar with it in some regard. But in case you're not, everyone will play each other once in their group. And then our top 4 teams at the end of the round-robin phase will go into a double elimination bracket as we look into the Elite Stage 1 playoffs. Of course, the news round challengers a little dismal in the last 45 minutes or so, but the elites always shine pretty bright. So again, what just kind of puts a little bit more attention onto our jobs here, Jay. We got to really sell a story because we're not going to get a chance to see these guys until maybe Major 3.
Yeah, that's tough, man. That is tough for all the Challengers players out there trying to make a name for themselves. If you didn't qualify through the Elite, if you were hoping on these LAN events to happen, obviously, there was some news that recently came out that there won't be one at least at Major 1 and potentially Major 2. So, I don't know. It kind of kills your drive a little bit, but you just got to stay committed to your craft, man. You show all the people that are watching these elites, or you show all the people that are watching throughout the cups and everything like that, you could potentially earn yourself a spot. You just got to continue to work hard, put your head down, and continue forward.
Better start streaming, too. Tell you that much.
Yeah. Make that content, baby.
Yep.
Make that
Better
content.
start streaming. Send a couple of gifted over to Shotzi to see if he'll watch part of you while he's watching Challenge or something of the nature. That might be your only play at this point. But let's take a look a little bit deeper, I think, at what this series actually is going to be built out to include in terms of maps and modes and things of the nature here, because I think that's going to be an important one. For FC Stallions, I'm thinking back to, like, the maps that I have watched them scrim on in at least the last couple of months or so now. They're really focused on playing good macro gameplay. You have the ability to kind of call on individuals to make individual plays, but I feel like this team is going to be a little bit more successful on maps like Hacienda, maps like Skyline for the Hardpoint. Expect them to be pretty solid on maps like Vault, I think, across all 3. So that's kind of what I'm looking at, or maybe those more central, medium-sized maps, maybe more so than like your red cards and things of that nature.
Yeah, and the good thing for them, too, that they won their first series the way that they did all the way to game number 5. We're talking about some really young players here who are in their very first opportunity in towards Elite besides Merc. So everybody else is getting those early jitters out, and the fact that you're able to walk away victorious in that series, you're only going to carry that confidence going into this next one. But you got to keep it because that other team on the opposite side is very experienced. You need to be able to bring it and show who you are.
Indeed the case. Man, I keep looking over at my second monitor and looking at the standings like, what happened with this Vegas Academy team, dude? I gotta find out.
We gotta watch it, Adam. We gotta watch it.
Where are these boys coming from? Well, we know where they're coming from, but what in the heavens is happening? Crazy scenes. But before we jump into talking more about the series, I think we are going to step away for a break again. The Stallions just got off their game, so I think they're probably still doing vetoes and things of the nature at the moment. So we'll step away for just a brief break. When we come back, our second match of the evening for our round robin for Season 1 of Challengers Elite comes back after this. Welcome back, everybody. I know a little bit of a delay, but we had to get the picks and bans done for our second series. They are done, and we're ready to jump on in. KC Pioneers, FC Stallions, Hacienda, Vault, Protocol, Hacienda. Interesting. We didn't get the Vault control. Opted to go to the Protocol again. So, again, man, Challengers teams, they just love to kind of roll the dice every now and again.
Hey, Protocol is a mixy one, and that's what we expect out of Challengers. But I knew before we got into it, there was going to be at least one fundamental hardpoint in here from the vets. And that's exactly what we get to open it up with that Hacienda hardpoint. The Vault Search and Destroy, it's all about that battle in towards A. Protocol Control, we know what that's about. Protocol hardpoint, a little bit mixier, but then the Hacienda Search and Destroy to close it out. I like this map set for both of these teams. We got the young gun maps in the middle, and then the veterans on the end.
Yes, sir. It's going to be a fun one, man. I'm telling you, I'm really excited to see what the structure of this young FC Stallions team is going to look like comparatively to the long-tenured veterancy that we're going to get out of this KC Pioneers team. And let's be honest, Illy is looking like he's looking like Pope Illy, apparently. Whatever, let's talk about it. The guy's unkillable, apparently. So we'll see. Hacienda Hardpoint coming up, map number 1. ARs to control, you would think, but again, with 4v4, we've already seen that the SMGs can get a little rogue if they find the right windows.
Yeah, and Stanley and Johnny, they're going to have a field day on this map. But you got when you have ARs like Brack and Lily watching over you. So here we go into the map number 1, on board with Encourage, who I tend to like his POV. He's one of those AR players who gets really, really mixy at times, so excited to see what this young man can bring.
Already off the rip, already finding the first blood. Illy next one in line, and ooh, a little bit of a consideration shot over towards the open halls, and Encourage will make good on it. So again, the awareness very strong in the timing of this opening, as FC Stallions will find the opening kills. Just not quite able to get into the hard point with any of this production yet.
Yeah, Spawn's already flipped, so they want to try to fight that out before they commit on some of this hill time, but Pioneers are just going to work their way on in for 2 seconds. Still 25 to fight for here at P1, but you can already see Stallions with the fundamentals and the coach and Zuma. How you done? Making sure that they're doing the right things at P2.
Looking decent, but again, this P1 has been empty, to say the least. Game clock is currently winning it. But over towards Lambo, things already set up. Shot through the wall, good for lurks. Double checks just to make sure no one's playing through the water. And that'll be enough for the Stallions to clean things up and get the opening time here at P2. Just comes down to how good is this control going to look for, again, what we often call Money Hill on Hacienda.
Okay, Pioneers are rallying 3 people to the front. I don't know how much success they're going to have on this break, but do have one player who worked his way up through the water side, and it's going to be Standy. Finds the timing for at least the first kill. Lurk there for the trade. Mercury's for the second, and that's why you don't hit through the front, chat. Right there. At least if you're Pioneers, you're not going to get the back spawn, so you have another attempt at this break.
Yeah, but that was kind of a dictated decision by Stallions. You kind of see Encourage as just watching the cross through mid-double stairs as if to say, you know, okay, if we can get this win from the front, let the Pioneers have the back, then we can try to spawn trap them for the last 30. Problem is they don't really find the kills they need to pull that off successfully. So we're back to a tie game. Follow-up break is good for the scrap time here for FC. This comes down to, will this last player in Johnny make much of a mess of the scrap time on the finesse game? And looks like no, he's just going to try to watch over through checkers, finds ones for his effort, and that'll be enough for a 10-second advantage for FC as they move over towards P3.
Yeah, he just wants to try to keep him away from that new hardpoint as much as he possibly can, but now Pioneers in full control. You have Lurk already finding himself in an aggressive angle. He works his way in towards 10. There goes freebie number 1. There goes freebie number 2. Almost turns the burn onto Johnny, but that leads to 3 dead. The Pioneers currently only have 1 person in the hard point, so now you got to apply that pressure.
Okay, see how this all works. Just gonna from the high ground down to the low ground. Mercury's good opening shot, but bested by Illy. And that is enough for actually 3 down in the feed. Lurik's just going to try to hold his life here. See if maybe he can catch someone on the bump, but Illy too wise to it. That'll be good for another follow-up as KCP will not just win this hardpoint. They will get forward around it. This has been a very good P3.
And this is where, if you are standing, and the opportunity that you have right now to work this deep pinch around Lambo. Because you know you're not going to win that rotation early on as they're fully set up for it. But Standy applies that pressure through the Lambo side. Is going to be able to flip these spawn them over at least towards fences. And now you have the man advantage. You just got to continue to work your way with your numbers. And also potentially read this guy that's going to go on that repinch.
Oh, nice shots from Standy. 7 in a row. Off the reload, had a chance for more, but shut down. And with that, the Stallions will get in for some needed time here. Try to get this thing back to level footing. Over the middle of the map, this will be the Pioneers trying to hit from the open side of this rock hill with a little bit of help from Lambo. Encourage taking his attention towards the aforementioned of the two. but a little bit of difficulty. Stuns, nades both landing, and that's enough for KCP just to brute force their way in from the front. Abe trying to do what he can as the last one up, but he will drop in the scrap 25, looking very positive for KC.
Yeah, it's good, looking good for Pioneers. Just one more wave of kills is all you need for all this time to be yours. Now you have a potential pinch being set up from Standy. He only finds one, but he's going to decommit. Unfortunately, get isolated. So man advantage in favor of the Stallions. If they want this final 10, you got to go now, but you got to get past Brack who finds a double.
Well, Brack, nice little turnaround.
Hello.
Last couple of shots will work. 4 in a row for Brack. And the KC Pioneers now all to the races towards new. I love the commitment, too. And Brack, again, a player very familiar with how this hardpoint works. You can go all the way through the exit time at 4 into 1. And that's exactly what's occurred here for the Pioneers. Johnny holding down over towards the fireplace side. Standy working with them on the opposite. And that, again, it's just like a little blender here. The Stallions just cannot get through into this high ground.
Yeah, that was a beautiful setup right there from Pioneers. Setup 101. You're watching every single angle. You're also having one player commit on the spiral steps and make sure you're watching the pinch on the overextension. And it leads to at least 20 seconds so far here at P1. A 50-point difference now. And if you're Johnny, you can start to hit a couple of routes. You know that the Stallions have to play a little bit more fundamentally sound, but that's another clean 4 dead. Your window rotation over towards new. You're spawning them all out fences. Pioneers in the heavy driving seat.
Yeah, I mean, you got 15 and 11 from Standy, 14 and 9 from Johnny. It's the same situation we were talking about in our opening matchup where the SMGs are just not allowing the Stallions to move around the map as fluidly as they'd like to. Need to take a breath here if you're the Stallions. Get something set up and then hopefully do the same thing right back to KC, but again, it's just taking a little bit too long. They can't quite clear the space the way they want to. And now all of a sudden, KCP right back into a position to fight off for this player on the back, and they're going to find all 4 dead.
Oh, that's tough. Like you said, it takes way too long. You already had yourself in back control and a 4v2 advantage. Just fly out and beat the aggressors, because if you trade it out, you're still going to secure those back spawns. But when you allow all that time to get away from you, the rest of the Pioneers players already worked their way through the front door. So this has been textbook. Illy, you cannot die, as that's now 6 in a row. Working himself towards that Hellstorm. They're already up by 100 points.
Oh, and the Stallions, boy, they be melting like butter on a hot day here at Hacienda. Absolute putty to what this KC Pioneers team wants to do. Over 100 points. They're even going to beat them to new. You've got Standy on the crossover from the exit through well. He even gets away from the trade. I mean, Pioneers, just absolute domination at the moment. Stallions trying to fight from the high ground. Not a bad place to do it, but boy, they need some magic, and they need it quickly.
Oh, yeah, they need it quickly, and it first starts by taking care of Standy. He's causing problems over towards 10. Finally, you take care of him. That's a clean 4 dead, but Illy was able to earn himself that Hellstorm. Hopefully, you got some trophy systems on the point to at least take care of these little missiles, because here's the big one in towards 10. Not able to connect onto anything, and it's actually Stallions still lighting up the kill feed, all red.
Yeah, Lurik's able to find some ground to work with finally. 5 in a row after a slow start. He just has not been able to find himself a position to do anything. Now, here's what he could do. A 6th before he falls. And Encourage around the back should be here to trail away on the final 2. A little bit of a swap, hot swap rather. Doesn't quite work out for him. And the KC Pioneers will get some more valuable scrap time as we head over to the Rock.
And this is the reason why Pioneers can play like this. When you're finding yourself up by 100, you can be late off the rotation. You can fight for the final 20. Because you're only getting closer and closer to that 250-point mark. One break opportunity is what they are looking for. They have the numbers advantage. Can you trade it out? Mercury's with a double, trying to make it triple. Can he find 04 with the pistol? Yes, he does. A little bit of assistance there from Lurk, but Stallions hold strong.
Yeah, I don't know if he needed it. That was as impressive as it gets, and he's not done. There's the 4th. Finally able to tally it up. And now it's just down to how do you get the other 100 points you're missing out on? And maybe a Hellfire could definitely help out here for Mercules. Kind of going rogue, playing through the bottom of the bar, trying to get a bit of a pinch on this last play. Catches a couple off spawn, but the timing, maybe a second or 2 away from being perfect. So now here comes the hit, amassing from the front. Abe stunned, can't do anything. Lurik's trying to re-hit on the pinch, also shut down. KCP just need to find the last kill from the front, but Encourage tucks himself in a corner, and the Stallions will get the final scrap.
Stallions do good enough to keep that hill scrappy. Try to keep themselves into this game, but those initial gunfights, losing that ending of P4 is going to allow Pioneers to take that top mid control away from them. As they should be in a position to at least keep them off the hard point for now. They do not have the spawns that they want for the next hill, and Illy getting taken down in that position is not going to allow the Stallions to hop the hard point.
Abe, nice little double. Okay. This is how it starts. And they focus up to find where this Pioneers approach is going to come from. If you can take this thing down before it starts to build, there may be a chance to get a free rotation back. You can see Encourage is a little bit shaky about, did they just run through open? And, well, that seemed to have been kind of where the play comes to a bit of an end. Pioneers will go 4 for 1, right back in the hard point with 20 seconds to fight, and they flip the map.
And you can just tell on Encourage's screen right there, he knows that he has to micromanage the little things in this game. It's very difficult to get all this P one time, but you also don't want to allow them to flip the spawns and get that P2 because it was a full 60 last go around. But Johnny from the tight ropes finds that kill onto Lurks. You already have players off the rotation towards New in both of your ARs. Now Pioneers are only 30 seconds away from closing out this map 1.
Yeah, and that kill right there onto Encourage pretty much puts this out of rest. Johnny, the off spawn, trying to stun up to see if he can catch this FC Stallions team from behind, and he will. Yep. And now you just have to hold him back here. And that's just enough to win the game. And wow, Johnny, a little finesse up and over. 2 pumps, maybe, but doesn't make a difference. The game is already done and dusted. Pioneers. It was a tight one to start. It looked like the Stallions had an idea of what they wanted to do, but flat out, it's just the SMG is just taking over the tempo again for KCP.
Yeah, man, the SMG setting the tone through the middle of the map, and then when you're thinking, okay, I want to get away from these SMGs, let me hit an early rotation, Illy and Brack are just already set up in towards one of the money hills that we have on Hacienda. A very, very easy one there for our Pioneers. You control the rotations, you set up flawlessly on the initial P2, you do it again for the second round. That's just clean work right there out of Pioneers to go up 1-0.
Yeah, really good stuff in what you would expect from 4 players who had extensive playtime on this map when it was part of the competitive map combo. So that's part of it as well. Again, it's one of those things, though. I think, again, we're going to see this a lot, obviously, be played in the next coming weeks before we get to Major 1. It's just a good map, friends. That's all we can say about it, especially when it comes to Hardpoint. And I'll be curious, I think, just to kind of keep an eye on how the SMGs are doing. Again, there's moments in this map where Lurks is just, he can't, there's no plays for him to make. And it just, you kind of feels like you're playing a 3v4 at certain regards. I don't mean that as like any shade or slander towards the fourth of the picture, but when your SMGs are just kind of looking to create routes around the complete opposite sides of where the play is happening, all it takes is a couple of bad 1v1s, and all of a sudden 5 minutes have gone by and you barely played the game just because of the way the map moves when a team is running away like they are.
Yeah, if you're Lurks, it's just difficult, Alan, sometimes when you find yourself early into the game down 50 to 60 points because you're feeling like you need to try to make these individual plays to get yourself back to the game, but sometimes they might hurt you. Like even with Lurks in the highlights that we just had, he found a 2-piece over towards Plat. That 2-piece over towards Plat led them to still hold on to the P1 time. There was only 2 players left still alive on the side of Pioneers, but they just hit that rotation and instantly flipped the spawns due to the fact that Lurk was on that side. You're spawning on across the map, and you're also blocking that spawn at the same time. So these are little things for the Stallions that obviously being a young roster, playing some experienced teams, you're going to learn a lot more as you play. But they still showed a little bit of fight there. Now they just got to show it in Search and Destroy. And it's not going to be easy.
No, it's not. And again, you talked about it. All 4 of these players on the KC Pioneers were stapled members of the S&D community before going pro, and then also showcased that if you build it, they will come. One of those type of situations. Very Field of Dreams-esque. You're good in Search and Destroy wages before you turn 18. Guess what? You're going to go to the league and you'll be good in Search and Destroy there too. Seems to be kind of a little bit of a recipe in a world of mystery when it comes to how you become a Call of Duty pro. So really clean stuff, opening things up for KCP, and it looks like the road becomes a little bit more arduous now all of a sudden for FC Stallions. But again, these guys grind, they play a lot together. I think the thing that's really fun about this FC Stallions team is that there are no egos on this squad based on like listening to their comms. They are a team that knows they're kind of quote unquote an underdog, undervalued team in the scheme of playing in North American challengers against 10+ year veteran players that have long-standing competitive careers. So it's one of those like don't count us out, but also don't sleep on us type things.
Yeah, and it's a good quote that my friend Rambo Ray always tells me, losing is learning, winning is teaching. And right now, when you're losing to these veteran squads, you're only going to learn what you need to do better the next time you go into the map. So now you're going into a Vault Search and Destroy, where I know everybody in ranked play saw this map constantly back to back to back to back, because it's probably the only Search and Destroy that you're going to play, but it's nonstop pressure in towards bottom Vault. The only thing that could catch you off guard, though, is when you're playing a team like the Pioneers, and Illy leading the ship when you talk about the comms, there's going to be a lot of different strategies they're going to throw to try to counter that A pressure. Either nades, opening nades for those first bloods, all-out aggression over towards pool to shut down that pool area and force you to be stacking towards the site, and even a couple sneaky B bomb plants I expect to come into this map too.
See what happens. Here we go. Perfect timing. Perfect segue. See how they go. We often see, like we talk about all the time, it's that mad dash into the vault. And I think the thing that's really curious, and we'll talk more about this so as the CDL starts to come back, is, you know, the first 2 weeks gives us like a, whoa, okay, here's what everyone's doing type situation.
Yeah.
And then you get into the game a little bit deeper, and there are set plays to counteract those things, and the map starts to adapt and develop. And, well, you can see here for KCP, it's just up through the top hallway, right on in towards A, trying to avoid some of these nades. Lurks, wants to fight this one off, and okay, 2 for 2, the exchange, bomb down.
It's fantastically played right there from the Stallions to realize there was no pressure towards the middle of the map. Let's just drop down Volt and rely on our SMGs to trade out effectively. Turn it into a 2v2. You have the info that the bomb is down, but Brack just slides on in for the bait. Also finds that kill and then sets up Illy for the final. So Pioneers, even after getting first blooded, still secure the round.
Yeah, really good 2v2. Just kind of, again, you talked about it. Illy just says, I got your right, you chow the left.
Yep.
Clinical. It's Navy SEALs type stuff right there. No worries whatsoever. Okay. Yeah, really good stuff initially, though, from Lurks, like you said. First blood, decent 2v2 situation, but it's just one of those things, the second layer, third layer. That's where we're going to start to see this KCP team have slight advantages.
Now, if you're the Stallions on the attacking side, do you match their aggression with the aggression of your own? You're going to have Encourage playing over towards pool, making sure no one drops on the backside. But the rest of the Pioneers, they said, screw Vault, we're just going to take your spawn.
Okay. Well, Hercules for the first bomb planted. And Encourage is around the back. There's no way you expect this if you're Illy. Yeah, really good stuff here. Just complete map control. All of it, just individual gunfights. Brack fights off one. 2v3. Some time to work with, but is going to need help from Johnny immediately. Here comes the play, and yeah, that's all you have to do is try to force it.
Yeah, now Johnny left in 1v3. It's your turn to drop them into Vault. Too bad. There's a lot of Stallions players pre-aim in that angle. Back-to-back attacking rounds. Stallions able to respond to tie the game up at 1, and I love their strat call right there. They realize, okay, we're going to take control of the site, but if no one's dropping in towards Vault, we are already reading the pressure that they have to be pushing through our spawn. At the same time, when they find that kill, Encourages realizes, okay, no one's going to be over towards pool. They have to be working towards Vault side, and instantly just sprints on through and finds that freebie onto Illy on the bottom side of Vault door. Greatly executed play to use the information gained and apply the pressure to secure the round.
Second offensive effort, same route. Although this time, Johnny's going to try to take a little bit of a route over towards the outside at Marble and watch for the play immediately to try to wrap this pool play. Illy will drop. That's kind of outside the play, though. So for the 3v4 post-plant, Pioneers will not be too shaky about this. It's going to really rely on what Johnny sees. It looks like the play is coming around the back.
That's exactly what it's going to be. Because Johnny's in position with multiple players ready to attack over towards poolside. The timing first onto Mercules. He's ready for the gunfight. Now the last two players from Pioneers are stacked in towards the bomb. Back-to-back, army of two. Here we go.
Yep, this is taking time, though. Abe the first one in, slides the corner. Standy finds the first pretty cleanly.
No way!
What? How does he get both of those? He's just underneath the bomb. Encourage. Oh, that's an impossible gunfight. Oh, my goodness. Both players for KC just in their snorkel gear, thrown inside the bomb. And somehow Standy gets two, and Brack comes around the back to save the day.
Oh my God, that was truly an army of two moment. I got your back, you got mine. And Standy miraculously is able to lay down on the site and walk away with two. Brack there for the trade. And then you see the beautiful heads-up play. We're not going to stay in towards the site. No, we're going to work our way out towards pool because we know we have an angle to watch over the site. Insane clutch right there out of the vets to go up 2-1.
Unbelievable stuff. That is a backbreaker early for FC. Right into A, because of course they do. AC Pioneers looking to play the quick wrap, and Standy's got all the intel in the world, takes his time, Clean on the first blood. Does he expect the second deep towards the oil tanker, though? May not matter. Ilya is watching for it, so Encourage's position's now known. He should be isolated here, and he will be. So now 3v2 onto the site retake.
30 seconds. You have stuns and nades to work your way on in. One is at least able to connect onto A, 55 HP. But he knows he cannot give this up. You're just hoping that this player going on a pitch can make a play. Lurks just flies on through and is able to catch a double. Brack left in a 1v1, and unfortunately, he is going to be able to fall short. So what was a clutch round from the Pioneers is responded by a clutch round out of the Stallions. Lurks finds 3 to tie the game up at 2.
Very similar to what we just saw from Sandy. Only gets to see most of the second there on that, but that's an impressive individual gunfight moment from Lurks. Saves the round because, yeah, the play around the back was coming quickly. So 2-2. Brack at 5-2. Other side, Lurks at 7-2. Your current breadwinners on this, and you may just do this ancient Greek style. You take out your best warrior, you'll send out our best warrior. It's just 1v1 for these rounds. It's pretty much been that. Whoops, off the side shoulder of the statue. And a little bit of friendly fire comes out, and that's not good because Merc will drop in. Well, Standy can now push forward.
Yeah, not the way you want to start around. Looking at your own name, bounce back and hit one of your teammates. Leads to the first blood for Pioneers off of their aggression through mid-map. It's now Encouraged, going to work his way up through B Street. That is going to be the bomb carrier into Johnny, but he's just going to put down shots, keep him at bay.
Don't need to do anything too crazy. A moving forward, takes down one. Good read on the second, but can't quite get the irons up. Now just over to Encourage, 1v3. And the play is directly underneath him. He may have seen Brack before. Hold up a second. Wow. Spidey sense tingling just as the bomb is being planted to hop off, and then you're just stuck in no man's land. Okay. Cleaner round coming through this time for KC. But both these two teams, Jay, a lot of focus around the outsides of the map here. Just playing retake is all this is coming down to.
Because they don't want to keep it, an all-out just rushing towards bottom all, which SMG is going to come out on top of those engagements. No, let's add a little bit of strategy into it. And that's exactly what Pioneer were able to throw at them. Obviously, a little bit of assistance from the Stallions as they were able to nade themselves and slow themselves down on their pressure through mid-map. And that led to the first blood, but after that, it was just teamwork, trading out, keeping the numbers in your advantages. Now Pioneers go back on the defense. Stallions, are they going to go A again? I think so.
I think so. Why not? This time, though, look at this. Hold on a second. KC, yeah, they're trying to get aggressive over the top of the pool. That'll work out for the first blood. Bomb cannot be planted here. Now all of a sudden FC's stuck. Oh boy. Yeah, that's just straight counter action. You play through Marble, you take a little bit of a battle early, leaves Mercury as kind of the rogue player on an island by himself. He's found the first one for this 1v3, but the next two would be much more difficult.
They're at least spread apart currently, but you see the rotation coming in from Brack. Should be able to get the info. If not, Illy just gave it to you, and he's going to have a freebie. Clean run right there from Pioneers, and I think you hit it right on the head, Alan. It was a beautiful blind counter. This time we said screw middle map, screw the overextension at B Street. We're going to instantly chow you over towards pool. And they found those initial 2 gunfights before anybody falling. You keep the numbers at your advantage. And eventually you sync up to close the round. Pioneers starting to pull away.
Small gap, but this feels like a must-win round here for FC. The old 5-2 curse, not as much so a thing as the 5-3 one. For good reason. Very difficult on this map, especially to pull off 4 in a row. And the Pioneers, well, same setup. This time, not going to bother with the upper hallway. Illy's already down and in, making sure no one's challenging from the vault. And this time, Brack is playing deep towards P2. Trying to anticipate if the Stallions are going to try to run right through poolside.
Yeah, Brack is reading this, though. He's gained a lot of info. Okay, they're going to try to push it out. There's a lot of stuns and nades that got invested on that side, so let's just play through the little map, give up pool. And I love this play call, but Brack is going to have quite some time before he's able to get back into the play. The stuns and nades are connecting, but the first blood in favor of Johnny.
Yeah, the Stallions just did not expect this post plant to be set up into the actual inside of the vault. They were expecting something over towards the pool side, and that wasn't the case at all. Yeah. Really good dynamic things. I mean, it's so small. I think if you're just kind of watching at a glance, you're saying, oh, another A plant, another post plant setup, but this one's very different than the one we saw earlier with Standy and Brack when they were laying prone in the water. This one's set up purely to play over through the middle of the map.
And I think the MVP of that round for me was Brack. The fact that he gains all that info over towards P2 side. And it makes it very difficult for the Stallions to even try to push up through pool as fast as they wanted to because they didn't know if Brack was going to re-peak or anything like that. He actually just gets out of the play, and they play from the complete opposite side. So Pioneers showing some great strategies on Vault as they are now at game point. Here comes the RCXD to clear out towards pool, at least give the info. And Standy now knows that they are definitely pushing over towards A.
Yep. And there's the follow-up. Johnny right through the middle. Oh, boy. All right, Abe and Lurks for the 2v3. And once again, they're stuck bottom side at A with no bomb plant. Stun does not land, though, so this exit could come to fruition. Standy aware of it, and yeah, he's seen Lurks, so that shot is all that's needed for the rest of the team to collapse, and there's nowhere to go. Yeah, that's just, you're going to look back on that if you're the FC Stallions and talk about a couple of different rounds. Obviously, the clutch moments we saw from KC were great, but just too many moments it felt like on their offense where we're committing for a hard hit, something goes a little bit wrong, and all of a sudden we all hit the brakes, and you're just stuck. As soon as you don't get that plant down, it becomes so difficult to manipulate from the bottom middle of the map.
It's just difficult when you don't know where they're going to attack you from because every single round they do something completely different at you. The first round it was everybody dropping down towards Vault. Second round we're working that overextension on the deep pinch through B Street. And in the third round we're challenging over towards Pool. So Pioneers just had so many things that they were throwing at them on the defensive end. But I think it also goes back to that 2v4. That's completely demoralizing round out of Standy and Brack. Like, that game couldn't have been completely different. Momentum heavily changes in favor of the Pioneers when they're able to clutch up this round right here. But the Stallions, again, just another map where you're going to be able to go back and watch this and learn from it because they threw a lot of things that you simply were not going to be able to read.
Yeah, it really was just, again, that second, third layer. When things start to go a bit wrong or imperfect, you know, there's just these cloudy moments where you get caught. And I think obviously the 2v4 round, that one's going to sting a lot. I mean, it's just one of those that you just, you label it as the it can't happen type things. But, you know, these rounds like that last one right there where it's just like, oh, that didn't really work out well for our A plant. And then we're kind of scrambling to get out. And then once you do, you're just putting yourself into a worse position than maybe where you were before, you know, trying to commit onto, you know, planting the bomb and try to take a 2v4 of your own, things of the nature that need to be discussed a little bit deeper. But regardless, pretty solid overall effort from the KC Pioneers. 8-2 though for Brack, the KD winner there. 5 of those non-traded. 2 bomb plants for Standy at 8-6 with, of course, the big clutch that we saw in the early rounds. So really coming in every different form for KC right now in this series, not just in the search, but also you could say the same exact thing about what they did in map number 1, Jay.
Yeah, it was fundamentals in map number 1, and that was just simply outclassing your opponent in map number 2 with all the different strategies that you already have been able to develop in such a short time. So now the Pioneers obviously sitting comfortable, up 2-0, but on a protocol control, anything can literally happen. This is where the young guns come and have a little bit of fun, keeping you in a spawn trap, so hopefully the Stallions can bring it here.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And, you know, again, we saw moments for Lurks in the first map. We saw a couple of more there. That's the guy that I'm looking at in particular for Stallions to try to do what we kind of talked about for the players like Neptune and Craze in our first series, to try to turn this series around, become the unkillable, and just do whatever you want. That is a huge injection of life. But on the same front, you got Standy, you've got Illy, you've got the same exact things you could talk about on the other side. So this should be a really interesting venue for our map 3J.
And it's going to be tough, man, because I remember watching all of Standy last year. I feel like he's always phenomenal when we talk about this control mode because Standy and playing his life, that's like his best friend. So on a map like Protocol where he's going to be the aggressor with that SMG, knowing that his AOs are watching all the lanes, he's going to have on the opposite side Johnny right next to him, he should have a field day on a little bit of Protocol control.
I like the call. This comes down to, will it actually happen? That's the only thing from here. Okay. Protocol, Hacienda. We've seen a lot more Protocol than I expected to see today, I'm not going to lie. But at the same rate, I think there's a level of, like, Vault is maybe getting just a little bit too rehearsed for maybe some of these squads.
It's getting too simple. Yeah, it's getting too simple, Alan. We saw it for the first 2 weeks, basically every single map besides one in the CDL. So with all these people having the same reps, realizing, okay, Protocol was literally unplayable. Then you add Hacienda to the mix. Sometimes I've been seeing at least EU play a lot of Hacienda control, and it looks pretty fun. It's just you can also get trapped to your spawn pretty easy on both sides. So you just want to switch it up if you're one of these young gun squads and throwing a little Protocol. Don't give them the bread and butter in Vault, which they're probably playing every single day.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And I think the other side of it is, like, you know, when we're dealing with Season 1, Hacienda coming to the mix, there was a lot of consideration of, like, how many maps were we going to try to replace? And now that we're going to be a while before we see season 2 and more maps coming in, it's almost like you got to take your medicine type situation as well. Like, all right, we got to start getting some reps in, especially as we look towards things like elite playoffs. And for our pros, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more dynamic map picking as well, with Major 1 coming up, especially with the minor immediately this upcoming weekend. So should be close to loading in here for map number 3. Need an injection of life, though. And again, just to reiterate it, you're looking at the subs to try to do that here for the FC Stallions.
Yeah, and also, like, more teamwork aspect. Like, I know that you're a young guy, you have all this energy, you want to be the guy that's making all these fancy plays, but sometimes just simply slowing down the game, playing your life is the better thing to do at the time. So on a map like Protocol, where your life is very, very valuable, even more valuable is going to be the initial break-off, and it's going to be the Pioneers on defense, no trophy systems to work with. You can see on your mini map, the Stallions are a little bit spread.
Just trying to get around the outside of the map, but immediately shut down, and this is not what you want to see early. KC already towards lockers, but Mercules deals with it nicely. So mitigation of damage early. Stallions still struggling to find exit from their building into the map. That will help. Lyrics for the first. Johnny down low, dealt with. Good patience here from the Stallions, and now they can get on the zone.
And I love the way that the Stallions are micromanaging this hold so far. You have Encourage, who's playing towards top 3. He's going to try to play the timing on Sip. Unfortunately, it's going to come back to bite him, because here comes Standy on the pinch. Now he has an AR to potentially put down a couple shots. That first segment does come in, but at the same time, Abe is causing mayhem in towards Grandma's.
Standy is trying to find timing, and he will collect. Whoa, almost gets more than that. But trades will still keep the Stallions' offensive efforts alive. Lurks, nice little movement showcasing the Omni. Whoa, help from Abe. Not sure if he needed it. Actually, I think that was just Lurks who gets credit for it. It's just
Hello.
the broken scoreboard, and the knife play for Mercules will now give an advantage here to the Stallions if they add the extra 60 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and they're also up by 6 lives, so they're in the heavy driver's seat because you have Abe still actually Lurks hitting that pinch on 6 in a row. Brack is going to be able to get the better of Mercules and Encourage as they both fall, but you are in the heavy driver's seat right now if you are the Stallions. Just continue to slay.
Yeah, this is really awesome, I think, from the Stallions standpoint, not only because obviously they're dominating at the moment, but the fashion of them being battered back early and then still finding a way to turn this into a 7-life gap with Lurks on 8 in a row. Kill number 9 is right in front of him. He's on the hunt. Oh, the timing is all over the place, but still secures it. 1 off the Hellstorm. And he may get it here in the back staircase. Wants it. Little play with the door, but Johnny has the heady. So a little bit of an overheat, but still, the Stallions is doing it all right at the moment.
Yeah, that's a confident young man right there. He was on 9 in a row. Who cares if you're going for the Eagle Shot? You're basically doing it all. But now with 55 seconds left, you're still up by 7 lives. But you can see on your mini-map that the Stallions are in control of bottom comms. And if you are the Pioneers, you do have 2 people roaming the back of the spawn, but that first segment does come in.
Yep. That's important just to talk about round 5 advantages things. This looks like it will be a pretty foregone conclusion in terms of the round. Just comes down to will any more damage be done on the ticks, and Encourage is going to jump right back in, see if he can get a second one. Standy running up. Whooped. Like a fish out of water, that one. And then Illy will eventually give away his life, but it comes at the cost of 5 total ticks of progress and the offensive win for FC.
That's fantastic plays right there out of Stallions, man. More specifically, Lurks. The fact that he was able to stay alive for almost 2 minutes on this side. Just roaming in towards their grandmas. Every time you're coming home spawn, which you're basically spawning in the same exact spot, like, these guys just got to be prepared for a gunfight. But I know it's showing Abe. That is Lurk. Putting down shots like that. He just went off round 1.
Yeah, sure did. It's not going to get confusing at all, I promise you. We only have a full year of dealing with this. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we chilling. Yeah. Don't worry about it. We're going to put it together.
Oh, mercy. At least we have accurate kills for this round. Take with the wins where we can get them, boys and girls. So far for the Stallions, it's coming in multiple ways. Heavy hit right out the front doors of Grandma's. Straight towards the front of the KCP building. Opening first blood is good. Rack actually saves a life there. That actually keeps himself alive on the zone, but Lurks once again just doing what he does best. Getting above the play, finding a double. Hercules clearing things over towards the B side of the map, and eventually a couple of trades will come through, but the damage is so significant. The Stallions off to the races.
Yeah, Lurk just lurking. Finding kill after kill. And he's been the X factor so far for the Stallions to keep them alive into this series. So now it's A's opportunity to catch a couple freebies all spawn. I'm telling you, this map checks me out, Alan.
Dude, facts.
Illy said he can't die. He's currently sitting at 1 in 10. You're dying a
he's
whole lot,
dying a lot.
Illy. You're not
Dying
having a good time.
Oh no. It's I mean it's what do you say about it? I mean, you got to try to find some way to pull the defense out of your building and then hope you win a couple of individual fights versus 3 incredible players at least. Not easy to do. Illy up to 3 and 14 at the moment. The scoreboard is broken. We don't actually get no W's. Feels bad. And the first tick of progress is going to come through at A. Abe actually just runs up and finds a couple. Pardon me, that was Lurks again. So he's really getting it done. And it's just keeping this clock ticking.
Continuously taking away. And now it's Abe's turn on the pinch. These SMGs just continuously are getting lost. Already 3 dead in the feed. Last player alive is going to be Illy, sitting nice and comfy on the top 3-story windows. But with only 9 seconds left, now the segment earns to your name. This is just a brutal beatdown right here from the Stallions. I told you, these young guns, they're going to love themselves some protocol. Because it's an all-out mix fest.
I'll say. Holy cannoli. 15 plays 8. Feels like a matter of time here. Johnny just trying to do what he can to keep the clock paused, but it's at 1.8 seconds. And he cannot leave the zone forever anymore. And as he drops, that will be the end of the round. And, well, what do you say, Jay? Just Stallions just doing what they do best, which is kill people and spawn, apparently.
It's just tough, man, because the SMGs from the Pioneers, they're doing the same exact thing. They are getting in the opposing end of the buildings, but it's just their teammates aren't finding those kills so they can play for those spawn kills. On the opposing side for the Stallions, you got Encourage, you got Mercules, who are finding these kills around the map, setting up their SMGs to continuously keep them trapped in the spawn. This is just a head case, man. I'm losing composure right now from Pioneers.
Yeah, literally facts. And the thing about it is, it's just like, I don't even know how you commentate this. It's just,
I'm telling you, these are what the comms sound like, Alan. I'm telling you, this is what it is right here. All right, guys, I'm coming off spawn. Wait, he's already in our base. Ah, all right, all good. Don't worry about it. I'm pushing up. I got one. Wait, there's another one in our spawn? This is what that map does to you. You're just sitting there all spawn consistently in a cycle, and you're in hell.
Oh, no. Well, looks like the Stallions have taken the mantra of let's just hold in our building, wait for them to push up, and then we'll make our move after we wipe them. This time looks like KCP will stand with a little bit more resiliency defensively on B. But here comes the play. Lurks all the way up and over, trying to see if he can do some more damage, stunned. And eventually we'll try to make the chase down happen, but it's just chaos all over the map. I feel for our OBS team. It's just which player do you want to pick? Maybe they'll get in a fun fight, maybe they won't. Q's doing his best. He's working out, though.
I'm telling you, it's an all-out mix fest, Q. You got this, brother. Keep it up. 13 and 10 sitting on Abe. As he was just in Grandma's, now he already finds himself at Tower. Gets some bad timing, actually some great timing. A freebie in towards Lab. That's already 3 dead. First segment being walked on. And look at what Abe is doing. He's just influencing the spawns. He said, okay, I know you guys are spawning Tower. Here I come.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Couple of kills for KCP. Keeping this somewhat defensively alive, but ooh, I was about to say, the extra 60 seconds about to come through. Long-range shots from Standy will stop that in its tracks. Follow-up, good from Standy as well, as he and Johnny combine for a little 2v3 moment. Now we're down to an 18 plays 18. Illy has done way better here in the last 2 rounds. Up to more respectable 11 and 18 after the 3 and 14 start, so he's starting to cook a little bit, and it looks like KCP is going to get a round tally here if this continues.
Yeah, they just are accounting for everyone. No one has slipped behind enemy lines, so that's why they continue to hold the setup the way that they do. But Illy, that's a gunfight you want back, because holding that top 3-story windows is such a powerful position to keep him off of this A point. And then when you have Brack at least finding 1 kill, he gets a bad timing onto the second. But with 3.7 seconds remaining, Stallions up by 1 life. They should be able to extend the game clock, and you're already finding people in your base. It's just not fun.
Well, okay. 60 seconds have been tallied. KCP, can you hold on? Nope, doesn't look likely. As more action is still coming through for the Stallions. Wowzers. I mean, that's more like it, I suppose.
They just need a little mixy map, Alan, to come alive into this series. As now they're up 9-5. Working on this first segment. It has to be picture perfect from this moment on for the Pioneers. Illy falls. Johnny able to take down one. No more respawn. Still a lot of time here to work with. And it seems like Stallions are going to be able to extend this series.
Sure feels that way. Unless something miraculous can happen, not going to happen. So again, injection of life, the name of the game in these protocol controls. It was a 3-0 in our first series to try to get Omit Brooklyn back into the mix. Same can be said here. After 2 convincing maps for the side of the KC Pioneers, the Stallions have finally loaded in, and it comes by way of the individual presence of the SMGs, because of course it does.
That's just what protocol control is, man. When you're that team that finds that momentum early on into the map, you continuously carry it on, especially if you're the team to start off the map by winning the attacking round with no trophy system, and you get it done through kills. I'm telling you, if you're the Pioneers, you just lost absolute composure. But you need to be able to regain going into this protocol hardpoint now, because we're still on protocol. The SMGs, again, can continue to get lost, but at least you got hardpoints where you know they're money hills. That P2 to P3 chain is phenomenal, but that P4 bottom comms, it's all about your setup. You need to be the team initially down there first, get your trophy systems, get everything set up, because that is the hill that's going to win you the game.
Indeed the case. Okay, well, that's going to have that ready to go here for us for map number 4. It'll stay on protocol. We're taking just a brief break, though. I got to get myself some more water. I've been coughing up a storm over here. Jay's sick of hearing me cough, so I got to go get some more of this H2O. We'll be right back in this moment, though. Protocol Hardpoint coming up for map number 4. Welcome back there, friends. We are through 3 maps, and our second series looks like it very well may have a little bit more life left in it after the Stallions come out really swinging in map number 3, and we still stay on protocol for map number 4. Although, to be fair, control versus hardpoint in this map really couldn't be much different, considering the map is literally the same.
Yeah, no, it's literally the same, man. And it comes with the same exact strategies as well, where SMGs need to be flanking through underground, flanking top zip, just making the game a lot more difficult for these ARs who are trying to set up and watch over their teammates. And that's exactly what the Stallions are able to bring, at least on the control. Now, forcing the game number 4. One thing about map number 1 that told me a lot about this young team is that we need to work on the fundies. The rotations need to be a lot better. And then when you're realizing you have the numbers off the rotation, we need to be a lot faster in those moments and not allow Pioneers to work their way back in for a full setup. Stallions seem that they have a little bit more gunny now. The guns are more warmed up. Brains are starting to click. So I think this series is far from done, Alan.
I agree with you. This comes down to, again, will that same presence from the subs for the Stallions show up, and can they turn that into productive moments over the top of the objective? I think, again, you look towards the couple of money hills that we have. I think especially as we start to get into the low ground, that's where things very well may get a bit more out of hand. We'll see if that ends up being the case or not with the Pioneers. In the gold, spawning over on the right-hand side. Stuns already landing. Alert shrugs it off and finds the first blood immediately. And oh my, he is already through. What? I mean, this is what you look for, right? This is exactly what you look for out of a player who's looking to try to find a way to say, I'm not just 18, I'm ready for the league.
He's just roaring with confidence, man. Every single gunfight, he's just fully committed on it. Now the Stallions open up at least 15 seconds on the P1. Swans are now going to flip, and Lurk has gotten a read on it. Great shots with the AR in hand to find himself on 4 in a row. But it's still the Pioneers in control of the hardpoint.
And this kind of reminds me of the opening from the Hacienda. It's like the Stallions are doing what they needed to flip the map around, but still KC doing what they need to do to kind of reduce the play because they're finding time on the hill. So here we go. Down to P2. Rack up top, holding off this play, and once more, it's like, yeah, these kills are impressive, and yeah, the flying around the map is great, but we're over towards P2, and KC's got some good control, and they've got a read on the spawns.
Yeah, and now the spawns do flip as well. A couple of players are going to spawn across the map, but thankfully the Stallions are able to equalize that moment. Find all 4 with only dropping 1, so you flip the spawns on its head, you're in control of the P2, but you can already see Standy playing ahead of this hard point, hitting that route to try to flip these spawns right on back.
Yeah, it literally is just the macro game for KC is so mature. And now you know exactly where the Stallions are coming from. You even got Johnny up top to watch for the play through mid so Brad can just focus on this tower play. This comes down to the timing of this hit. Stallions waiting for the goal call. There it is, 3, 2, 1. And it works out. Really nicely done. Okay. So that will do nicely for a little bit of scrap time. But again, you look towards the minimap, and still, KC's in a decent spot with these last 2 members alive.
Yeah, but Lurk's here. Lurk's here, ready to contest it. Not able to win that gunfight versus Brack. Would have been a perfect kill to find because then he would have spawned all the way across the map. But now you have to try to execute a break. Thankfully, you already have players in towards bottom lockers. Mercury's is going to fall, but you're still holding strong from the front end.
All right, Johnny from front. Well, thought about it, but couldn't quite find it. And so now you've got the Stallions from the front end. Brack's still trying to hold on best he possibly can. And, well, you're in a spot here to where things are looking pretty decent. But you're going to have to find more than that, I think. Just as things are starting to go at the moment, it legitimately is one of those things that the back and forth is still allowing KC to fight here.
And at least if you are the Stallions, already thinking about those rotations. You drop down low with 20 seconds still remaining at P3. And now you should allow yourself to get fully set up over towards this new hardpoint. A route being hit from Standy. As Brack is going to fall. Now you don't have the numbers in towards the hardpoint. Standy finds that first kill. Now the Standy, last player alive. And he unfortunately is going to fall. So Stallions holding on. And they're playing great hardpoint right now. Really fundamentally sound.
Yeah. It's just the little things starting to really pay off just when they need to most. 38 seconds to fight. Things looking decent for now. Here comes the next battle on the outside. Lurk's backside. Oh, well, he's actually staying alive pretty nicely here. Good help from Mercules. He's going to find 2. And Courage on the cross will get the 3rd. And the Stallions look good for this back scrap time. Yeah, this is all the little things now really coming to fruition, Jay.
Yeah, this is good stuff. They player to play this map every single time. Probably not as comfortable on a map like Hacienda because they weren't old enough to play it a couple years ago. So, already into the protocol. They find themselves up by 30. Pioneers going to find the final 15 in that break moment. But Stallions are looking great so far.
Yeah.
In this in this map 4, as we get ourselves to the second rotation of Hardpoints.
Yeah, Illy just on 4 and 11. Again, just not finding the tempo. Encouraged is going to catch him from behind. Another frustrating moment coming through here for KC. But again, on the Hardpoint, I keep finding myself saying that. It's like, here's another great moment for the Stallions, but KC are doing what they need to do to keep themselves relatively alive. But they got to find more than that. The alive is okay for only a small moment, as Encouraged gets the knife to work out. I think for like the 3rd time it feels like in the last 2 maps.
I think if you're this young Stallion squad, you just have to realize that whenever you're finding kills on the map, we don't have to continuously play for those kills. We can hop the objective because they could have had at least 20 seconds uncontested there at P1. But Pioneers just working their way back on in, getting a couple kills, and keeping themselves into this game. There's now only 10 seconds to fight for here.
Ooh.
At the old hard point. That's another 3 dead in the feed. You know the last player is at least sitting in towards Grandma's, but those spawns are going to be behind you. 20-point difference. Stallions win the rotation to no.
Yeah, looking good now all of a sudden for the Stallions to kind of blow the lid off this game. Big moment here for KCP. They need to start getting something going. Johnny just, actually, pardon me, the Standy just underneath. Lurks. Couple of kills come through, and here we go. 3 straight down. 1 more to find. It's Encourage, and they've got to beat on it. They know exactly where he's at, and KCP just make the smart move, say, let him stay here for a little while longer. Do they get a read, though? The Stallions are trying to hit around the back, and I don't know if they actually do. Moment here where Illy's going to have to really earn it, and he only finds 1. That's enough for a break in 30 seconds to the fight.
Here, Lurk, just keep on trying to finesse. Your teammates currently don't have any top mid presence, so it's going to be easy for Pioneers to work their way right back on in. But this is where we need to see someone play a route. Hit a route. Play ahead of the game. Someone go deep left and try to flip those spawns the same way Standy was able to do in the previous P2 to P3. But they're just going to continuously fight from the front. And now they're spawning on the good side, but this final 5 is going to go in favor of Pioneers.
Yeah. Okay. Lurks, big first. Has more in front of him. Whoa! Oh! Nice little movement from Lurks. Illy eventually able to put him down, but the spawns will move around just a touch, and the follow-up from the Stallions will get them right into the hard point. Nice individual moment again for Lurks on the entry. Follow-up is perfect, and now it's just down to do the Stallions get a read in the spawns, and you can see every single arrow prepared for this next hit.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they're playing in such a tight setup. They know where they're spawning. They're waiting for the pressure to come into them. And when it does, they find every single kill in the feed. Pioneers spawning now all the way across the map. Still a lot of time to fight for here. And with Johnny finding that double through the front door, that cannot happen if you're Stallions, because that's easy for Pioneers to work their way right back on in.
This is a small moment where maybe they don't know for a fact how close the spawns are going to be from the front. Hard to say. But KCP, take advantage of it. 13 seconds of scrap time coming through. We take the rotation down to new. Brack trying to hold on to the spiral staircase. And he's going to need to do what he can here because Standy's already in trouble down low. Good help coming through. That's enough for at least 1 elimination, but now it's Illy. Last one left playing from the outside, and he will be flat out overwhelmed. Stallions a chance to, again, get this thing close to over 200 points.
Yeah, nah, this is the game right here. If Pioneers cannot find a break in towards this P4 hard point, they're going to be able to force the game 5 is the Stallions, but 2 initial kills go in favor of KCP, make it 3. Last one alive is going to be Lurk. Not an easy kill to get, but they find it. And now they're going to be able to find this remaining 35 seconds that'll get themselves right back into it.
Yeah, indeed the case. Hercules around the back, good for 1. 45 seconds still to fight for on the old time. And again, Pioneers still staying alive. Hercules, does he have support here? It looks like he's waiting for Radiant Curse. Maybe not. He just absolutely beams him. Shots are still good, though, from the KC Pioneers, leaving Lurk's last one left, and the last 10 seconds will go to KCP. Still alive, still kicking, and the next battle going to be a 50-50.
Yeah, 30-point difference. Brack, unfortunately, is going to be the guy that falls. He was going towards the hard point to soak up that time, and now the Stallions are going to be in. But there's already routes being hit, and Johnny gets taken care of by Encourage. What an insane gunfight. Hercules finds a zip flank, and that's all 4 dead. Now let's just stay on the hard point. Please,
looking
stay
like
on the hard point.
Yeah, just get the time. Get this game out of reach. Hercules looking to do a little bit of extra damage. Shut down. 4v3 on the way. Johnny turns it into now a 4v2. Lurks outside the hill, but Encourage covers his own back for a small time. But this is some significant time again. Not fully collected. KCP right back on. Lurks outside the play. He's having himself a great game, 28 and 18, with more still in the way. But this is another moment where KCP get a little bit of scrap and they're set up for new again.
Yeah, like, can't allow these mistakes to continuously keep on happening. If you are the Stallions, it's now 3 times we've been at this P1 and 3 times that they have made the same mistake. You're finding all the kills. Let's just sit on the hard point, not continuously make the game mixy, spawn up behind us. All right, another wave of kills. Like, no, we got to stabilize the map a little bit. Because this map 4 would have already been done if they were doing that. But they should be able to breach that 200-point mark. All the Pioneers surrounding them, though, at further break at P2. And they all get shut down.
This is taking time, though. Brack, though, from the front. It's from the low ground on top of that. One more to grab. Little shoulder comes out. He's got help on the way. It's just not getting here fast enough. And, yeah, that feels like it's now a little bit too far gone. Stallions, yeah, they've really played the map nicely. A couple of moments where you look at it and say maybe they need to maximize their efficiency a touch, but still, this has been a really clean map 4 from them.
Yep. They are thriving through the chaos. Just like they did in the control. Abe's turn to start to turn up as he finds himself on 4 in a row. Great shots with the SMG. Gonna be able to put you at least at 241, and they just have them trapped, man.
Yeah.
You have one player in Encourage who's sitting at top 3-story windows, just blocking those spawns, but Johnny, you need to make a miracle happen with this route.
And he's going to get around the back, but not going to be able to expect that Abe is there. He's on 5 in a row, and that will likely be nail in the coffin for map number 4. We're going to get all 5 here on both of our sets. And it's another one of those moments where the protocol control just injects all of the life into the team that's down 0-2 for a potential reverse sweep. Wow, Stallions. Absolutely clean throughout it. Again, maximizing moments, sure. We're being a little bit maybe overcritical because that, all things told, was really clean from them.
Yeah, it's just the little things, man, about not flipping up behind us, because there's certain times where you're watching these players and they're instantly just turning around, paying attention to the minimap because there's no consistency on their setup. You're being too aggressive at times. Like P1, like I said, the game would have ended a long time ago. You're finding every single kill, but we're pushing up. Then we're spawning 2 players in front of us and 2 players behind us. And then that's hard to micromanage in those situations, but they still walk away victorious, man, because they just turned up at the ending of that game. Early breaks in towards bottom P4, which simply cannot happen, especially to a veteran team in the Pioneers, who I was expecting to be a lot more polished in those situations. But Stallions with the raw talent, Stallions with the confidence, Stallions with the momentum have been able to force now a game 5.
Yeah, Protocol Red Card are going to be like those raw talent types of modes, or maps rather, that, again, individuals are going to have this impact. And we're seeing it. I mean, another absolute stellar showcase out of Lurks, but a massive win from the Stallions in 2 straight maps. Has them cooking up a little bit. Here's our look at our final scoreboard once more. Yeah, 30s for Encourage, Lurks, and Mercules. And good non-traded percentages on top of that. I mean, you look down the non-traded kills category, and that may just tell the story right there, Jay.
Yeah, it's just tough, man, especially if you're the Pioneers, because you're coming right off spawn and someone's already in your face. That's what makes it easy to get non-traded kills, because these guys are simply spawning up into a death. But the Stallions, with the momentum, are continuing to push forward. Lurks has himself another phenomenal map. 3,600 damage with that SMG. Even picked up an AR at times, was still getting it done. But Encourage, the guy who was holding down the power positions for this Stallion squad, trying to micromanage the little things in the game, he puts up 31 and 16 to now force the game 5.
Huge stuff. Okay, so that gets us through our protocols. And now we get into a map 5 search and destroy, where the feelings and the sentiments surrounding the map 2, I still think we could talk about. The simple fact of the matter was there were just that second, third thing that needed to happen in the checklist for FC didn't quite come through against the veteran power that the KC Pioneers has. And will that still be the case as we head into this 5th map in the search and destroy, which, again, you talked about at the very top of this, that if FC were going to win this series, it almost felt like it had to be through all 3 respawns. So what do they have cooking up for us in this map 5?
Yeah, on Hacienda, probably not a lot. On the opposite side for Pioneers, they're going to have another bunch of strategies that they're just going to throw at the Stallions. But I think if you're the Stallions, screw all the strategies and stuff like that. Obviously, we know how to micromanage in the middle of these S&D rounds, but let's continue to play the way that we are, with the confidence, with the teamwork. Solo chowing is not it. Let's double chow. Let's go for triple chow. Let's take the map away from the Pioneers, because when they allow that time to get away from them in some of these rounds, that's when you're allowing Pioneers to set up their traps. And if you allow them to do that, it's going to be very difficult to work your way back on out.
I think the other side of it is, again, like we were talking about from our first series when we saw the Hacienda Search and Destroy, you know, it plays obviously very different than it did in Black Ops 4, but you can't just allow teams to run around you the entire time. Like, you have to be always avidly aware of what's happening on the flanks, whether you're on the defensive or offensive side for that matter. So some lessons learned for us, at least in the broadcast booth here, just comes down to have those lessons been fully learned, fleshed out, and be made aware of as we look at both these two teams here? It will be a pivotal matchup for both these two squads, especially for FC. 0-1, or pardon me, both these two teams are rather 1-0 in their group stage. This gets you right up to the top of the conversation for a playoff spot.
Oh, that'll be fantastic, especially for a young team in the Stallions, man. This is what I love about young players in Call of Duty, because they're not really thinking about, okay, we lost because of this, we lost because of that. No, they're into the game. They're realizing, even though we're down 0-2, we can still bring this back. We just got to play our game. And that's exactly what they were able to do, even though it looks a little chaotic on both of those protocols. Their game has worked out to put them in a position now to go to back-to-back series and a game number 5. Can they try to clutch up again?
We'll see. Done it once before, but this feels like a little bit of a different ball game with the players on the other side. But once more, Jay, it's just another Map 5 series that's kind of come and gone quickly because all the maps have been one-sided for one side or the other. So Hacienda Search and Destroy. We saw, again, our reverse sweep situation for our first series. Go 5, round 11. Didn't quite get over the finish line for Omit Brooklyn. Is there more magic here in this battle of the horses?
I like what you did there. Let's just see if the Stallions can try to complete the reverse sweep here, because we were not treated with one in that first series, like you said. But who are the two players that you're looking at to really be the playmakers here? Because I'm definitely looking at Lurks.
Yeah.
That guy, the tone that he's been able to set with that SMG has been slim to none. No one is matching his energy. No one is matching his pace. But I think on the opposite side, the other guy who I want to see contest him has to be Standy. I don't know if you remember last year, he also set the record in search and destroy kills in a single map with like 18 or 20. So
good call.
He's definitely capable of shutting down the opposing team.
Yeah, I think the call for the SMGs is the obvious one just because they've been big difference makers, but I'm actually going to kind of go towards the direction of Illy, just to see, is he going to kind of take more of this I want to take over type mentality? We've seen him do that in the past where he just wants to kind of do it all himself in certain ways. Or is he going to be a part of the team in a way that allows good information to come through and that super high search and destroy IQ to showcase itself? I think that's kind of my player for KCP that I'm looking at, although the shout for Standy with the kill record that you mentioned is a good one too.
Yeah, Illy obviously is a phenomenal search and destroy player, and I think that's one of your main focuses here at the Stallions. Let's try to kill Illy out of these rounds, because when Illy's alive, he's manipulating what the map is looking like. He knows what the map control is. He knows what your setup is going to be. And for a guy that's been playing this map 6-7 years ago, yeah, he's going to know all the strats you're going to throw at him. So you got to try to counter him. We're talking about Secret Hallway. That's such a big, impactful point. We saw Omit Brooklyn completely disregarded it when they were playing Hacienda early on, and you cannot allow that to happen. And you best believe Illy's not going to allow those openings to be there.
Indeed the case. So now we're just waiting for the map to load on in. And trust me, it needs to happen soon because I need this very, 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 very rapidly. That's all I'm going to say. So, well, it's another thing to kind of look at, and I don't know if there's an update in terms of what the other games are looking like right now. But again, group standings is it's never too early to talk about it. I think especially when you got undefeated teams, because again, you go 2-0. Really, the magic number is 3. You win 3, you're going to probably make it into the playoffs unless there's some crazy situation where you've got 3-2 and 2-3 teams all over the place. But typically, the number of 3 is going to get you good. So again, winning this map 5 for both these two squads, getting onto 2-0, start your week off. 2 more games tomorrow, puts a little bit more freedom into your schedule, especially considering that you would assume that these are going to be 2 of your tougher matchups, especially I think for Pioneers today.
Yeah, Pioneers, obviously, they took care of business in their first series, but this series is definitely catching them off guard a little bit. They were thinking, okay, we can probably walk in and cruise to a clean 2-0, but now the Stallions have put it on them. The Stallions are now looking to try to go 2-0 to start off Elite Stage in their very first Elite Stage attempt, which is honestly insane. You're doing this versus a bunch of vets, so it's already got to tip my hat to these young men, because with their backs against the wall, that's when they played some of their best COD. Now you're just not done yet. Job is not done. You need another map 5, because like you said, you go 2-0 on your first day. Just got to wake up tomorrow and go win 1 match to basically guarantee yourself in playoffs.
Well, taking a look at some of the other results while we have a moment here, YFP won their second matchup, so they're 2-0 in Group A. Group B, SGP won their second game, so they're 1-1. Cabal is 0-2 in that group. That's the other side of the story here. You start 0-2. You kind of have to win out the rest of the way, starting immediately tomorrow. And so the other team in that conversation is Rally Esports, who are also 0-2, which is a bit of a surprise. I thought based on that roster on paper that they would have, been one of the teams to kind of watch in this group.
Yeah, they had a couple tough matchups, though, I'm pretty sure. Who did they end up playing in their first series?
They had Spartans. Yeah, Spartans
yeah,
and
the
YFP.
Spartans
Yeah.
is a tough game, and then they played YFP, and obviously YFP just went through a grueler of a Game 5 series, icing up on the back of Dak. They were feeling that momentum, so it was definitely a tough draw for them, but we expect better of players of those calibers. Neum, Phantoms, Flames, Fire. Yeah, you got to do better than 0-2 on day one.
Yeah. Well, time to talk things over for those guys. Time for talking for us. Currently done, as it's time to get into the action. Hacienda. I'm glad we got the cinematic fly-through of the Shark Tank. That one always feels a little different. Is the Tiger Cage still there? I actually haven't seen if the Tiger Cage is still there. No.
No idea, but there is a secret hallway, and I promise you that's going to be useful as hell in this map number 5. As we're getting on board here with the Stallions on the attack. Going to show a lot of presence early on through the middle of the map. A whole lot of aggression over towards Rock side. You take open, and you can instantly work this objective.
Well, battle over the top of the open hallway. Not really amounting to too much. Johnny going to take an angle, just playing for some sort of contact. No, he actually gets a tag onto the bomb planter, but it doesn't actually keep the bomb from being planted. And Lurks will also find first blood. So now it's down to the 4v3 retake, and Stallions are all penned up and ready to go.
But Standy does have a nade, potentially find an opening, or at least have that player one shot. Not able to find that kill, and now it's all left up to Johnny. 1v3, he gets taken down, and I love that play out of the Stallions. They are carrying the momentum, Alan, from the last 2 maps. They said aggression has been working for us, so why stop it now? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They take top mid away. You work your way through mid-rock, and the guy who was planting the bomb, even eating a couple shots, commits on the bomb plant. Phenomenal start for the Stallions.
Yeah, I love the commitment to plant, too, because that was kind of the thing that we noted in the vault, was like something starts to go wrong around the bomb site, you don't get the bomb planted, and that's when the round falls apart. So good commitment coming through there to make sure the bomb gets down and trust that your teammates are going to have your back. That was indeed the case. So now see what KCP wants to do. Similar rollout, just up towards the top hall, and no contact, so right over to B they'll go.
They should have a free B bomb plant. And Brack realizes they're definitely working this pinch, so I'm just going to get out with my life, play the 4v4. So now Sally is trying to set up a break on in. 3 players rallying on the backside of Boathouse, but Illy finds that first blood.
Yep. And he cooking an aid. He might get caught with this out. Oh, nope, just kidding. He finds kill and gets the second. And the last one around the back through open hall also dealt with quickly. I thought for a second Stanley cooked that nade. Very well may have turned into a blunder, but gets it off, finds the 2 kills, and keeps the round in grips for the KCP.
Yeah, thankfully, that guy was one shot.
Yes,
drops that nade, hits him with the bullet. Able to put themselves in a 2v1, but that time it was the same exact play that the Stallions threw at them in map number 1. Pioneers respond. But that time, theirs was a little bit different because the Stallions, they were a little bit late on their retake. Pioneers were instantly there. They just couldn't win the gunfights. Stallions got to be quicker on reading those situations.
All right. Well, a little bit of a rollout here for FC over towards A this time. Andy on the open hall. Stuns. Follow-up. Okay, he does 1 for 1. That's fine. And, of course, this also alerts the KCP defense that they need to keep their eyes open over towards the other side of the map and off the top ropes. Another confirmation moment as Johnny sees a couple of players over the top.
Oh, but they give up top secret. Now, Illy's able to fill that gap. He's going to be the safety net if that objective decides to get down. Just hoping that your teammates are able to keep them distracted on the front end. As Illy's going to time this, at least for the first kill. Ready for the second. No, he's not. Able to trade 2v2.
Bomb will reflip back through bar. Has a wide open B site, and Mercules is the one kind of... Yeah, he's watching the cross out, but a long route from Johnny doesn't quite see the angle. And actually, he may miss the timing if he goes. Water is not what I would do. Yeah, as I say, you can't get back up if you commit. So now here comes the contact, and sliding down the staircase and Courage turns this into a 1v2 for Brack.
And now Brack will have to try to clutch on up. You know that there's a line of sight from top bar, and unfortunately that guy's already out of there. Wasting 10 seconds is not ideal. That clock is continuously getting away. He's not finding anyone, and on the opposing end, you have Mercules, who already wrapped his way back on back. Stallions, again, clutching up on the attack. And I love that heads-up play call. Lurk plants it towards top bar, and Courage was in the clutch positioning, but he knows that eventually someone's going to try to sniff it out, and just winning that one-on-one gunfight secures the round for them.
All offense so far. Different looks, but again, the thing that I like for FC, first offense, you stick for the plant. Second offense, you don't panic. You make the right play, you make the right call. So that's second, third layer that we talked about from Vault, not right being there, showing up for FC. Flip the sides. Try again for KCP. Similar break off right up towards Spiral, you would think. Yep, and that's indeed the case. Should be some focus over towards this fireplace. Stun doesn't connect onto anybody because no one's home. And the Pioneers, what do you do here at the wide open A site? They are watching the flank. At least they were for a moment. Johnny able to find the first, Brack the second. It looks like this will be a pretty casual 4v2.
Perfectly played right there out of the Pioneers. I was almost going to say that they should have worked that objective because the bomb site was so free. But they knew that the rotation had to come in from the Stallions because they sent all 4 players to that B site. You were able to catch 2 players on the rotation on back. It's now on the 4v2. Mercury's and Encourage. Left to try to clutch on up. Bomb going down at B. This is a very tall task to get done.
Indeed. Trophy system in the way. Mercury's opening shots decent, but can't quite connect fully. Nade will push him off. And so now we go to Encourage's direction. He gets caught. Yeah. No way, no how. And it just comes down to Pioneers just reading that Stallions rotation on the defense before it really happens, right? I mean, that's all it really comes down to in round 4.
I think if you're the Stallions, though, on these defensive rounds, you need to start spreading the map a little bit more. You need to gain that info early on, and then once you get that info, then make a play on it. It's just when you're giving up 1 or 2 sides of the complete opposite side of the map, you're wrapping back into complete blind information. And that leads to the Pioneers securing that round, all tied up at 2. As they now go back on the defense, it's been all-out attacks for both of these teams. Can Stallions continue the streak?
Gonna make some noise at A here. 2 players going over towards Fence's side, just to probably throw some nades. Everything else up towards the upper hall. Andy, the only defensive player here, and he gets caught. Okay, early 4v3. Pioneers are going to have to rotate through patio side and maybe get some help from Bracker on the back here. Illy's going to try to force this. Couple of tags are in. Pistol out, not able to win the gunfight, and Brack also falls.
Now Johnny left in the 1v3. Rotation of the bomb site going all the way at B. And that's due to Mercury's just giving the info. I have their spawn. He can only be through mid or going around a deep pinch. But Johnny's going to be looking forward timing. Unfortunately, no one on the side yet. Going to slide right into a pre-aim, and that's the Stallions keeping the streak alive. All-out offense. Back up 3-2.
All right. Any wild cards? I mean, what are you looking for here from the Stallions to try to change this up here, Jay?
I think you just spread the map right here, Alan. That's all it is. You need to gain that info early on and then pounce as a unit. When you're giving up one side of the map for free and then wrapping back into no information, you got to check every single corner. It's a lot more difficult. So have 2 players playing over towards mid, someone at least counting frags or stuns over towards that B site, and then the last guy playing over towards plat, the safety net.
Well, here we go. Oh, 2 players down low at bar here. Courage tag gets away. The defense still holding this double stack down low. Abe's going to get into secret. Okay, that will work. Oh, my. That's one way to set things off, to be sure. And now an early 4v3, but Illy does catch one to level the terms. It's just the easy follow-up is already there because Abe is so deep.
And Abe already gets info on another player because you try to find that trade onto Abe. But he's just going to continuously play his life. The opposing 2, and Lurk and Mercules, roaming around together trying to play a trade. As that bomb is going to get planted over towards A. Brack is in such a crucial position. He might be able to catch a couple.
Timing is going to be everything here. This double stack around the back. Standy's kind of watching 2 things at once. He sees both. Brack should pop here. Doesn't quite catch it. Pistols out, and now the help is out. And whoa, Aim for the double. That will work. I mean, like you called it, Brack just had to see it. The timing looked good. Standy catches it at the right time. They just can't quite collat.
It's just difficult when Stallions, even on their defensive rounds, this time taking the map away. Because you're gaining all the info that you need. You also had a player push his way through the A point, through top secret. And that was Abe catching that timing for that first blood. And then even though Illy was able to find one, instantly traded because the numbers advantage in favor of the Stallions. We're able to keep the trades abound. And Abe closed out that round with a double to secure it. As now the Stallions secure the very first defense of this map, number 5, and now have a little bit of an advantage now.
See what they get. 5 in a row for Lurks, number 6. Why not? Okay, that will do. Can they turn this into the 4v3, though? Brack, Pixel Peak, been there for 5 years. How much info can he read? There's the footsteps for one. Oh, he's going to find the kill. It's no way to counter it. And now you've got a flank on the way as well.
Yeah, you got to go quick if you are the Stallions because they do not have any info that this flank is already developing on the side of Johnny. But the noise has come to a close. So now it's very, very silent. Johnny knows he can't fully commit on this pinch because Stallions potentially might be hitting a rotation, but with 35 seconds left, you got to make up a plan.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. You could bring all the talent in the world, but unless you've played the map 1.5 million times,
Jesus.
small little things can be such a big difference maker. But the 1v3, still potential to get this thing maybe back over. Yeah, he's going to have time to plant this at A, if only just barely. Yep, sure will. Thing about this is Brack and Johnny should hold hands on this rotation back. And, yeah, they're going to go connector side. Mercules will hold this with an AR. Clean shots, hold on. Oh, doesn't expect Johnny, though.
I thought he was going to read that, man. You got to know, in a 2v1, they're most likely playing the buddy system for the trades. But he almost made such a heads-up play. With 14 seconds left, he recovers the bomb without being noticed, gets the bomb down, and finds that first one. That if you just had one more split second,
yeah,
could have potentially got yourself out of the situation. But Johnny, he was the guy that started off the round, finding a couple. He's the guy that ends the round. So stop the bleeding now for the Pioneers, down 4-3.
Huge bounce back. What a save. Okay. 2-2 split here for the defense for Stallions. It's going to be a battle up top here. Standy's tagged. Stuns will keep him in place. Abe just throwing shoulders. And yeah, the information is so good here for FC. They've even got the player on the back. And they're even drawing the line in the sand here, Jay. They're not even going to re-wrap around this. They want to try to force this into the front. And they're going to find more eliminations just down to the 2v3.
2v3, you have the info that the bomb is down. We don't really have to commit on these gunfights. And Johnny makes them pay for at least the first. But now it's Illy. One of the greatest S&D minds that we've ever seen in Call of Duty to try to clutch on up. But he gets taken care of. Stallions. Now at game point, secure another defensive round. This is insane. Like, we're talking about some young guys who have probably never been in this scenario before.
Facts. Yep.
Versus some vets who have been in multiple situations like this. Backs against the wall, down 0-2. You secure the last 2 maps, and now all of a sudden you're at game point in map 5.
Yep. I just love the way they play that little 50-50 battle over the windows as well. It's just the little things that they're doing so well. Lurks is 11 and flippin' 3.
Man, this guy's unreal.
I'm saying. Checks in the mail, brother. Illy on the cross. Good information gathering. We'll make sure that Johnny stays safe by just backing up and playing the hallway. He actually catches a look at Encourage at range. And he actually does win that gunfight. That's Encourage who drops, not Lurks. So 4v3, and yeah, once you win this hallway, Johnny, wow. Snaps almost finds 2, but Pioneers will still hold the advantage.
Oh, here comes Lurks. Tries to win that gunfight versus Standy, but he gets the better of him. Now Abe left in a 1v3. Bomb gonna be in hand, and he gets taken care of. So the Pioneers on the back of Illy, opening up that first kill towards top secret hallway. It allows them to keep the man advantage and slow down the aggressive approach coming in from the Stallions, and then Johnny taking secret away. Like, that's all it simply comes down to. Where you're thinking no one's in that position and then randomly he just pops on up, that is not going to allow you to work that objective. He finds that one kill, and that gets it done. It's now the Pioneers stay alive.
This is some heat, bro. This is day 1.
Yeah.
I was coming in saying, let's have some fun. These guys are really making us turn up here.
Oh, they're locked. They're probably pissed
I'll
off
say.
that they only have one event this year. I would be mad too.
I would be too. Defense gonna get control of the upper fireplace hall. Abe, slide across.
What?
Wow. Finds it, gets away, no trade. Eventually, Brack will confirm it. 3v3 bomb collected.
But look at the rest of the Pioneers players. They're already taking the map away. Thankfully, Encourage hits Johnny with a repinch. They're still able to keep this play manageable in the 2v2, but here comes Lurks. He's been lurking the entire map. Brack gets the trade. Now it's a 1v1.
No idea where Mercules is gone. He's actually put himself in a pretty good spot, too. Just playing on the well rewrap position. He could come behind the A-bomb site if his timing is great. And, of course, if Brack even commits to it in the first place, he's thinking about it. And Brack's just going to take his time, see if he can catch timing, and Mercules is just making the veteran play. He's not moving. Let him play it.
Yeah, he's just playing the 50-50.
No chance.
And he might have chose correctly. Perfectly played right there from the Stallions. You clutch up in the one-on-one. And you're able to walk away with this series and complete the reverse sweep. This is the youngest team that we have in the Elite. Some of these players' first opportunity of having the spotlight on them. And they do not disappoint. What a phenomenal series from the Stallions. They get it done.
Just the game sense. Literally holding. Final 20 seconds. I'll make my move, and it's right as Brack is planning. That is unreal, and our reverse sweep is in the cards.
The crazy thing is, Alan, these guys are very young, so I promise you, their headsets are cranked. When you are in spectator, you're able to get a little bit better of a sound cue of where these players are around you. So everyone else that was dying, watching America, they said, no, to your left, to your left, to your left. And he has the timing to clutch up in the one-on-one. Hey, man, this is the first time we got to actually see these guys play, at least for me. You've known these guys for a little bit. These guys are gross, Alan. These guys are
disgusting. Gross. They're disgusting, man. It's really exciting. And it's going to be one of those situations that's going to be like, again, this is more of a note for me and you here, Jay. Like, we just got to make sure we're sharing the wealth because, like, Lurks' stat line, unbelievable. And his individual POV is great. But think about how much he was, he wasn't finding success in the first two maps because his teammates weren't. Like, it's legitimately because this team is, I would say, one of the more well-structured and, like, there's no egos on this squad. Like, everyone's playing for each other, it feels like. You know, listening to their comms during their scrims and then even watching them play here. It's just, you know, outside of the bigger moments in the map where you can get a little bit loose and get a little bit rogue, but everything is calculated. We saw a lot of patience on both protocols, just kind of saying, let's wait, let's make sure we're hitting our, checkpoints before we make our next move. And finally, we get to a search and destroy where we see that really develop through the second, third layers of each of these rounds.
Yeah, they played unbelievable, Alan. Like I said, this is still a very young team developing after every single map, every single match that they play. And for them to come out and completely change the way I was looking at Protocol in general, like, it might have looked like it was mixy, but that might be the correct way to play it. Obviously, certain situations where they got to hop the hard point, but just having people on their toes is exactly what they did the entire time. Even when you're coming off spawn, you're thinking, I instantly got to pre-aim. That's what was going through the mindset of the Pioneers players with the pacing that the Stallions were able to set. And if they're going to continue to change the game the way that they just did, man, a couple teams need to be able to adjust. And unfortunately, Pioneers were not able to.
Yep. I think shout-outs right there to Coach Ronan, helping them out a little bit when it comes to trying to do what is maybe the most structured idea. So here's how the series started. 250-143, 6-2. And the storyline there was that the Stallions were trying to do the right things, but just could not quite get through the presence that this KC Pioneers roster had. We switched to the protocol control, and that's where just all the hell lets loose.
Yep.
SMG's running around like fire. Both maps. No worries for either of those two for the Stallions, and then a back-and-forth affair here in the Hostage end to search and destroy. It started off with 4 straight offenses, and then from there on out is pretty much all defense the rest of the way. So, wow, really interesting series today. I think both of them map 5s. It is curious. I think, looking kind of over the results that we had, this is our only new team, so to speak, that's going to finish 2-0. And they do it against very tough opponents that are very veteran. And it really does come down to some sort of mentality of, we don't know much about them, so there's not a lot of film in terms of how they play. But I think on top of that, there's just not much to lose for these guys. So why not come out, lay it all out there?
And the crazy thing is, Alan, this is a team that's in Group A with all those other powerhouse teams in there.
Yeah.
Syndicate lost a match today, so they're sitting at 1-1. But all these other teams have a lot of ground to make up for because you weren't expecting the youngest team with the least amount of experience to come on and go 2-0 and complete a reverse sweep versus one of the most experienced teams that we have in challenges, man. What an insane day one. I'm excited to see what the hell tomorrow's got in store for us because it's going to be great.
We're going to have to get Vegas Academy on the broadcast at some point because they were also 2-0 on the day. So, wow, we've got a lot of fun things coming. That is just day number 1 of Challengers Elite Season 1. We've got EU back again tomorrow at 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, followed up by more of this here with North America. That's Study. I'm Shift. Been fun. You're you. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.